Thick blue smoke rose up, and Kim Sharan landed firmly on the ground. He thought he had defeated Yen Wang, but unexpectedly, behind the thin smoke, a figure gradually became clear. Is it over? His face was dripping with sweat, but he still flashed a bright smile. The scene shifted to a high-rise building, where countless lights shone from the windows. Are you hoping for something delusional? A cup of tea was just poured. Bai Yu, sitting opposite, spoke up. Are you talking about Lord Yen Wang? Bai Ngoth rested his chin on his hand and replied, yes, to be honest, I don't have much faith in him. It might sound a bit funny to say this, but Yen Wang's appearance looks so greedy, just like a fool. Sinner, ho ho, sinner, ho ho ho. Looking at it objectively, Lord Yen Wang just seemed so silly and naive. He raised his teacup and took a sip, wondering why Bai Yu and Lu Wang were so afraid of him. Bai Yu held her cup with one hand and supported the glass with the other, seemingly trying to suppress a laugh. His voice paused with every beat, looking helpless. Don't laugh, I am sharing my true feelings. She then replied, do you know what the first hell that Yen Wang created was? Bai Ngoth looked down at the teacup in his hand and answered, of course I do. There is a giant white tree there, which has the power to heal humans. Bai Yu softly continued, then what about the second meaning of that place? Having finished her sentence, she took a sip of tea and silently reconsidered everything. Don't you find that highly unusual? Back to the battle, Yen Wang and Kim Sharan stood facing each other. Hell is originally a place meant to punish sinners. The aura around him grew increasingly dark and freezing cold, his crimson eyes gleaming with a terrifying light. Looking at the monster still alive right in front of him, he gritted his teeth in anger and raised his weapon. You bastard! He continued to unleash his technique, his weapon about to strike down. So why did Lord Yen Wang go to the trouble of creating the very first hell with infinite healing capabilities? Kim Sharan bent his knees slightly, raising his weapon high. The blue light around him grew more and more dense. At this moment, Yen Wang pivoted on one foot and stepped back, his hand resting on the sword at his waist. A villain dares to approach a god? His gaze was gradually consumed by murderous intent. That boundary is not so easily broken, for I still have many things to test. Explode! In the blink of an eye, his figure turned into an afterimage and soared into the sky. The karma fire and the red energy emanating from him gradually formed into fiery red flowers. Yen Wang formed hand seals, beginning to channel his power. The entire space seemed to be dyed red by that energy, wrapping around Kim Sharan like a dense spider web. Sweat poured down his face as he writhed in pain, unable to help but wonder, what on earth is this? Both of his hands were tightly bound by another magical force, making it impossible to break free. The damage was too intense. From behind, Yen Wang unleashed a fatal blow directly into his back. Is this the end? It seemed like everything had ended, but suddenly the magical energy gradually dispersed. Kim Sharan looked at the scene, not understanding what was happening. Yen Wang had withdrawn his power, calmly walking over to stand opposite him. Discovering that the wounds on his body were no longer splitting open, he reached out to touch them with a bewildered expression. The wounds had healed on their own, he didn't understand why, but this was definitely his chance. Seeing his smug demeanor as if he had already won, Yen Wang's voice rang out, instantly crushing any schemes before they could even form, not necessarily. Without him realizing it, Yen Wang had already appeared right behind his back. He pointed his sword directly at Kim Sharan, leaving him completely stunned. Kim Sharan slowly turned his head, his face filled with clear terror as the sword was pressed close to his face. Yen Wang said, "It is not exactly self-recovery." His voice grows increasingly dangerous, his face remaining cold. Even if you don't want to, you are forced to recover. These two things are very different. As if realizing something, Kim Sharan's face instantly turns pale. Could the true purpose of this hell be infinite death? Yen Wang, acting no different from a demon, swings his power horizontally, preparing to finish him off. Countless sword strikes pile up on Kim Sharan's body, leaving him paralyzed in terror. Yen Wang lets out a bizarre smile and speaks to confirm, exactly. The surge of power tears Kim Sharan's body apart, creating a massive explosion as white smoke rises thickly. Only agonizing screams echo through the air. Aha! Kim Sharon still refuses to yield, using his power to directly confront Yen Wang. Ugh, don't celebrate too early. He glared at him, still trying to scream loudly, don't you dare use me as your entertainment. Yen Wang immediately launched another strike at Kim Sharon, spitting blood from his mouth. Without giving him any chance to resist, the next attack rained down, sending him flying backward. Not stopping there, Yen Wang slashed at him once more. The relentless attacks drove Kim Sharon completely mad. This damn hell. Kim Sharon's appearance at this moment was extremely miserable. He gritted his teeth and said, no matter how much I focus, I can't escape. What kind of trick did you use? Yen Wang smiled sinisterly, realizing it too late, aren't you? He made it clear to him that this was indeed the second effect of this hell. Immediately after, in the blink of an eye, he launched another strike to finish off the opponent, while adding an explanation, except for my subordinates, no one can escape without the master's permission. He summoned a massive power surrounding his hand, then unleashed it directly at Chung Yun using the Thonde technique. The magical energy blasted straight into him, as if trying to burn him to ashes. Kim Sharon took the hit, exhausted his strength, and fell straight down from the sky. At this moment, Yen Wang truly appeared as a ruthless tyrant, manifesting right above him, preparing to deliver another kick. He calmly said, taking the Thonde strike and you still haven't revealed your true form, then how about? Before he could react, he quickly followed up with another strike. How about this? A sword line instantly pierced straight through Kim Sharon, followed by countless rapid slashes. Under the fierce onslaught, Kim Sharon was now no different from a hollow corpse. He was completely unable to move, only able to gape in stunned silence. His body was slashed 5 times with glowing red lines. Without stopping, Yen Wang continued to swing his sword repeatedly, creating hundreds, thousands of terrifying slashes. Kim Sharon was enveloped by the immense power, with no way to struggle. In a panic, he called out to someone, "Auntie, auntie." On a clear, beautiful sunny day in the city, Kim Sharon was so shocked that the water he was drinking spilled out of his mouth. He looked at the person in front of him in disbelief and asked, "You said you have a baby?" Having said that, he quickly leaned in closer and asked curiously, "Are you married?" The girl in front of him happily replied, "No." He became even more puzzled. Then how is that possible? The girl smiled radiantly and explained that of course someone gave it to her, though the qualifications and conditions were a bit difficult. Kim Sharon was so shocked that he let out a gasp. He was astonished but then thought to himself, well, there are plenty of such people nowadays. Still, he knew he shouldn't judge others so hastily, but this situation just felt very strange. With that, as if having made up his mind, Kim Sharon wanted to speak up and advise her. He said seriously, "Teacher, I am serious, I'm not joking around." However, the girl just kept smiling. She turned her face in another direction and softly told him, "Kim Sharon, look over there." Over there, a mother and her child were hugging each other, laughing happily. The girl said, "They look very happy, don't they?" She looked at them with eyes full of admiration mixed with longing. If she also had a child, she would probably be just as happy. She was indeed looking forward to it. Facing her excitement, Kim Sharon fell into a quiet silence. He cast his eyes down, looking deeply lost in thought. Holding his bruised wrist with one hand, Kim Sharon muttered softly, "It's not like every family is happy, is it?" The girl did not hear clearly, so she turned her head and asked, "What did you say?" Kim Sharon looked away, saying nothing. He then curiously asked, "But are members of the 12 armors actually allowed to have children?" The girl put her finger to her lips, gesturing for silence. "Shoo, Kim Sharon, this is a secret, a secret." Kim Sharon replied, "Normal people don't even know what the 12 armors is anyway." The girl frowned with slight annoyance. "Oh, seriously, why do you only talk about that? Though, you're quite impressive to have figured out my true identity." He calmly drank his water, his words instantly making the listener feel insulted. How could a silly teacher like her make up stories about the 1,000 people bloodstone or the 12 armors? Feeling hurt, the girl raised her voice, "That's too much." Kim Sharon continued to ask, "But why did you call me here? Just to announce that you are pregnant?" She replied, "I was planning to tell you." After speaking, she began rummaging around, placed 2 rings on the table, and continued, I have something to ask of you. He picked up one of the rings to examine it. It's the summer ring. The girl did not answer directly but only instructed, if anything happens to me, please help me take care of the baby. Even without knowing if he would agree or not, she still smiled brightly and clapped her hands. But I guess there is no need to ask. It's a deal then, consider yourself the godfather. Kim Sharon stared at her in dejected silence. Her worldview was truly vast, as that title seemed to belong to Christianity. Focusing back on the main issue, he asked, and what is this ring for? The girl replied, I heard that when humans want to get closer, they give each other rings, right? Hearing those words, Kim Sharon's eyes widened in surprise. Her smile shone radiant and beautiful. She gently said, Kim Sharon is my best friend, so of course you must have one. Once you wear it, you are not allowed to take it off. Kim Sharon lowered his head and sighed, feeling as if a heavy burden in his heart had just been lifted. Earlier, knowing she was pregnant really shocked him, not to mention she even asked her own student to be the godfather. She really was incredibly silly. The girl yelled unhappily, You're going too far again. His eyes cast down, filled with deep thoughts. And then even becoming friends. Kim Sharon put the ring on his hand, his face turning slightly red. You shouldn't say things like that to me, ma'am. Leaving the flashback, Kim Sharon returned to the present. At this moment, he was lying exhausted, face down on the ground. Pressing both hands against the floor, he struggled to stand up. Despite being so battered, a look of resilience was still evident on his face. I can't die. He stared ahead with hatred, his heart filled with determination. I absolutely cannot die. Kim Sharon blinked and stood up abruptly, a blue light condensing in his hand. He called out, Come here quickly, Huazi. With one hand, he pulled Huazi toward him, his hand gripping her neck tightly, making her gasp in pain. Kim Sharon, his body in tatters, cast his eyes upon Yan Wang. As expected, I understand now. Hell has the ability to recover infinitely. He tilted his head back, looking at the space filled with billowing smoke. Getting in is easy, but if you want to leave, keep dreaming. Choking Huazi, the two of them flew up to face Yan Wang, and he exclaimed, Well, you really are formidable. Yan Wang, devoid of emotion, spoke in a deep, hoarse voice, Since this is hell, it is naturally formidable, especially to trashy sinners like you. The water beneath the sea began to swirl violently, terrifyingly. Yan Wang, like a demon, charged straight forward. As for Kim Sharon, he unleashed a surge of power. This time, his reaction was faster. He leaned aside to dodge, a look of caution appearing on his face. But what of it? Since he could not go outside, Kim Sharon stuffed some eerie object into his mouth, looking at him coldly. Then I will just bring it in, right? Yan Wang launched a fierce frontal attack, but he immediately teleported to another spot, leaving Huazi behind as a shield. Her body was deeply dented by the blow, blood spraying everywhere. Astonished, he asked, Where did that heart come from? It turned out that what Kim Sharon had just eaten was Huazi's heart. He wiped his mouth after the meal, sneering, You chose to strike my weakness, so I must repay you in full. Unable to believe the scene before his eyes, Yan Wang stood stunned. This bastard, he actually dared to eat his own subordinate. Kim Sharon proudly said, You will soon regret this, for daring to drag me into this hell. After swallowing Huazi's heart, his power began to surge. His dangerous gaze was directed straight at the shrouded Yan Wang. He immediately launched an attack, causing the torrent of magic to surge violently. The Firefox Cave technique was unleashed. Golden rays of light surrounded a piled-up mass, flashing brightly before pulling those objects into motion. Kim Sharon looked forward with a cunning glare and shouted, The 1,000 hearts collected by the Fire Demon brothers, all gather here. He was like an awakened demon, ready to drag everyone into a terrifying nightmare. In a savage tone, he commanded, Instantly, get into my stomach. Kim Sharon collapsed and then looked up, looking as if he was about to vomit. A series of black things flew out, causing Yan Wang to cover his face with his hand. It was so obvious, yet he still did not understand? He was helpless against this guy, swallowing 1,000 hearts at once. How could any stomach endure that? With just one careless mistake, his body could explode, scattering shredded flesh everywhere. But in this place, even if his body was blown to pieces, he would still reincarnate until those 1,000 hearts were completely absorbed. He would continuously explode and revive repeatedly. That was his true purpose. Yan Wang completely could not comprehend what the madman Kim Sharan was thinking. Such a method was no different from torturing himself. What on earth was it for? Flashing back to the past, Kim Sharan called out, "Ma'am, is the story about the 1,000 people bloodstone real?" The teacher replied that it was true. Once someone absorbed 10,000 souls, they would possess a power close to that of a god. Kim Sharan innocently looked at her and asked, "Has anyone ever succeeded?" The teacher replied, "Of course not." The teacher laughed, raising her hand and saying, "It's 10,000 people. 10,000 people, how could anyone find that many souls? That is completely absurd. Only a madman would dare to do such a thing." Returning to the present, Kim Sharan seemed to have fully absorbed the energy, and his body began to transform. From his back, a giant tail sprouted out, surrounded by dark and terrifying black air currents. Upasada behind him cried out in terror. "Why? Lord Yin Wang?" Seeing that he remained calm, Upasada asked again, "Have you ever seen this before?" He replied, "To be honest, I have faced it before. But this is the first time I have ever seen such a foul energy." Kim Sharan had almost reached the end of his transformation, as a stream of dark energy continuously spread all around. Upasada clasped his hands and said to Yin Wang, "But he wasn't originally meant to end up like this." He stared intently at the fellow and slowly explained, "The 1,000 people bloodstone is created by the power of souls, whether through transactions or entrustment. When the 1,000 people bloodstone gathers enough strength from human willpower, it will officially form." With a solemn face, he looked straight at the scene before him and said, "But not with this guy, he eats hearts to see souls by force. What we are seeing now is neither the 1,000 people bloodstone nor the 1,000 people sand, but a sinner who is casting off." Kim Sharan had completed his transformation, roaring like a wild beast with a wide-open mouth before charging straight at him. Casting off his own humanity. He pointed his sword forward, ready to fight, as Kim Sharan's figure closed in right in front of him. The second form of the spirit basin platform, the sword's point aimed straight at Kim Sharan, as he calmly ordered Thanda. That strike flew directly toward Kim Sharan, who was charging at them. However, the surprising thing was that he easily neutralized it without taking any damage. After that, he continued to rush forward with incredible speed. Realizing his technique was dispelled, he felt a flash of anxiety. Since Thanda was neutralized, then Karma Fire probably would not work either. Kim Sharan rushed in like lightning and unleashed a fierce attack. Yin Wang reacted instantly, raising his sword to block the dangerous strike. The collision between the two erupted in a violent light, with two streams of red and blue energy clashing against each other, illuminating the entire sky. Their destructive power was so terrifying that the surrounding earth and rocks were crushed, with large chunks constantly collapsing. Kim Sharan's body now seemed to have transformed into a completely different entity, entirely losing his sanity. His eye sockets were pitch black, and behind his back, giant snakes were spreading out terrifyingly. Kim Sharan commanded the army of serpents behind his back to strike down and pursue Yin Wang. He quickly dodged to the side and leaped into the air. Looking at the scene before him, he instantly grew concerned. So that was it, this bastard was in the process of forming the 1,000 people bloodstone. Surrounding him were countless wandering souls. Those were 10,000 innocent souls, making it impossible for the Karma Fire's sin-burning flames to touch him. How frustrating! Yin Wang cursed inwardly, this temporary sword had already reached its limit so quickly, if only it could contain all the Karma Fire. Clenching the sword tightly in his hand, he immediately searched for another way. No, if only he could remove all of Debei's power, the very thing that was restricting him within this sword. While he was still deliberating, the enemy rushed forward to launch an attack but was blocked by him. He kept thinking of a way, for as long as he could eliminate that obstacle, he could freely adjust it to his will. While defending himself, he silently calculated, yet even so, he had to. One needs power equal to a god's to bear this. If my power is insufficient, there is nothing I can do. Amidst the intense battle, Yan suddenly noticed Upasada carrying Li Jiyu away. Upasada supported Jiyu, whose clothes were in tatters, intending to take her far away from this perilous battlefield. As if realizing something, Yan turned his gaze toward them. He instantly recalled what Upasada had said to him before, "My soul power is to control souls." Found it! He immediately rushed toward her and shouted, "The way to break it!" Upasada looked at him, still not understanding what was happening. "Upasada!" He approached and yelled. Kim Sharan was also rushing straight forward from behind. Seeing this, Upasada panicked and warned, "King Yan is right behind you." Ignoring the warning, he yelled, "Give me your power, quickly!" Behind him, thousands of blue lights surged violently. Somewhere else, Bingatha scratched his head and spoke up, "I understand what you mean. The first hell was created to punish sinners eternally, but even so, there is no guarantee of victory." He slammed his hand on the table. "Miss Baiyu, please call them. No matter how you look at it, King Yan is still." A voice echoed from behind Bingathu, continuing, "Like a fool, right?" A gentle scent of mint drifted from his body, yet his memory was no better than that of a goldfish. That person calmly kept eating, leisurely saying, "It is rare to find anyone in this world who could be so simple-minded, isn't it?" Bingathu was dumbfounded upon seeing him, as if 3 question marks popped up over his head. It turned out this guy was Lu Wang, nicknamed the Forgotten Young Man. Bingathu frowned and said, "What Lu Wang?" He was still sitting there, chewing his apple in enjoyment. "No matter how foolish Lord Yan is, there is no way he would fail, kid." Bingatha raised his voice, "Didn't you see him open another dimension, which means he has power comparable to a god? What if he grows even stronger in the future? How will we fight that monster then?" Lu Wang only smiled and replied, "You kid." Back to his side, the sky had turned a terrifying, fiery red. Having received power from Upasada, he also began to transform, stepping out of the smoke step by step. Upasada was still left wide-mouthed at his appearance. Around Yan arms coiled terrifying streams of glowing red power, flashing like lightning bolts that claimed the lives of monsters. The souls of those slain monsters materialized, surrounding him. Yan lowered his gaze to look at his hands, feeling the power coursing through his entire body. In the distance, Kim Sharan grew cautious as he faced Yan. "What is this?" He fell into deep thought, feeling as if all his strength was slowly draining away. Looking at the terrifying figure before him that seemed to transform into a demon, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could this power have been stolen by him? Kim Sharan immediately raised his guard and entered a combat stance. Around him, snakes with glittering, fierce eyes began to emerge. He quickly shook off his initial thoughts. No, he must have been mistaken. He shouldn't let his mind wander at a time like this. From the center of Kim Sharan's chest, a brilliant burst of energy erupted. His only goal now was to eliminate this man. A giant heavenly snake suddenly materialized, baring its ferocious fangs at Yan. His ultimate objective was simply to escape from this place as quickly as possible. That giant heavenly snake opened its mouth wide, its power gathering into a sphere right inside its oral cavity. Kim Sharan immediately roared, his pitch-black eyes showing only a streak of green light like a snake's, his body covered in terrifying scales. "Die, Yan." A sharp slicing sound rang out as a red sword trail tore through the sky. Yan used only a few sword strikes to attack the giant heavenly snake. Thinking he was just trying to show off, he burst out laughing, "You are all style and no substance. From now on, your petty tricks won't work on me anymore." However, right at that moment, the giant heavenly snake he was most confident in suddenly spewed blood, red blood spraying everywhere. Immediately after, his neck was suddenly struck. He hastily looked up but saw nothing, as the spirits were gradually disappearing. Where did all the spirits go? Why is this happening? Sure enough, he seized the opportunity to capture all the spirits around Kim Sharan. Looking at them, he remarked that your 1,000-people bloodstone exists thanks to these spirits. Gently reaching out to touch a poor spirit that had just returned to his side, he calmly said, "Once I deprive all the spirits, will the base power also be taken away? Then let's see how far I can fight." Kim Sharon immediately countered, "Nonsense, what fight?" But before he could finish speaking, a sword was already pressed against his neck. Instantly, he was swiftly slashed by Yen Wang, causing blood to splatter everywhere. At this moment, he could only scream in agony under Yen Wang's sword. The number of spirits dropped from 9959 to 9921. Kim Sharon was sent flying backward as a torrent of souls poured out of him like a waterfall, making him scream in sheer agony. His face tensed up and his teeth clenched tightly. With every slash, another soul departed from his body. Kim Sharon used all his strength to stand his ground, refusing to back down. He channeled his power and leaped high into the air with such force that the ground shattered beneath him. Soaring high with a fierce aura, Kim Sharon unleashed a technique aimed directly at Yen Wang, who was defending below. "Do you think you can just steal from me so easily?" A blue light enveloped his body. In his absolute fury, Kim Sharon roared, "I spent so much effort to create the 1,000-people bloodstone. Don't mess with me, damn it." The scene suddenly shifted. What appeared before them was a freezing, damp atmosphere of an old bathroom, with an overturned wheelchair sitting in the corner. The wheel was still spinning gently, as if it had just fallen not long ago. Kim Sharon was kneeling on the floor, his face bruised and his eyes swollen. Pure terror was written all over his face as he looked up at the man in front of him. Kim Sharon's father seemed to be an alcoholic, and the wounds on his face appeared to have been inflicted by him. He chugged his liquor bottle while harshly scolding the boy in a fierce voice. "Look at this, damn it, I can never reach you when I call. Wouldn't it have been better to hand it over early before getting beaten up?" After that, he turned around and left, abandoning him in the freezing room. His mouth didn't stop mumbling irritatedly with nonsensical words. "With a toxic vibe just like your mother, you make it impossible for me to live in this house." Those were the haunting memories of Kim Sharon. He stared at the man's retreating figure, his face filled with deep resentment. Supporting himself to stand up, he noticed a strange device attached to his ankle. Kim Sharon cursed under his breath, "You piece of trash." Thinking of how his father beat him up and stole his money, the indignation in his heart grew even stronger. What kind of parents are they anyway? At this point, Kim Sharon was already in his wheelchair, leaving the house for some destination while his anger still simmered within him. "Did you think I wanted to stay at home so badly?" He wanted to go see his teacher. If it was his teacher. His hands pushed the wheelchair as fast as possible. Would she help him? Kim Sharon had now arrived at the school to find her. As soon as a male teacher spotted him. "Don't be surprised." "Oh, Kim Sharon, what brings you here at this hour?" Hearing that he was looking for her, the teacher asked curiously, "The vice homeroom teacher of class 2? That's strange, didn't you bump into her on the way here, or did you take another route?" The teacher then continued, "She said she received an urgent call from you, so she went out." Upon hearing this, Kim Sharon was suddenly shocked. What? As he realized what had happened, an anxious expression instantly clouded his face. He had taken his communication device. At this moment, his eyes were filled with endless fear and unease. The scene shifted once again. Kim Sharon was being beaten repeatedly, leaving his body covered in old slash wounds. From those slashes, countless souls escaped, causing Kim Sharon's body to ache in pain. Arg! Ah! Clutching his wound with one hand, he slowly stood up. Damn it, why only me? In a surge of resentment, Kim Sharon screamed, "Why am I the only one treated like this?" Yan Wang carried a sky-high murderous intent, surrounded by fiery red souls waiting for his command. He clearly heard the curses Kim Sharon hurled at him, "You bastard." Yan Wang's gaze grew even colder and sharper. Kim Sharon continued to curse relentlessly, "A bunch of shit, all humans are shit, corpses are shit, even gods are shit." He gradually fell into a state of madness. "Get away from me. Get lost. Get lost." The thought flashed through Kim Sharon's mind, "What 1,000-people bloodstone? At that time, I only wanted to save your child." The space shifted. It was a day of torrential rain, with water pouring down like a waterfall on a narrow street lined with simple houses. Kim Sharon's father turned pale, cursing repeatedly, damn it, I told you to stay put but you wouldn't listen." He dashed quickly through the rain, leaving Kim Sharan sitting dazed in his wheelchair. You idiot, why did you run out of nowhere? Drenched by the rain, his pupils contracted, his face tense as he stared downwards. Blood splattered across the stairs, its metallic stench blending with the misty rain, sending shivers down one's spine. Below, his beloved teacher lay curled up in a massive pool of blood. Kim Sharan tried to make his way down, but his crippled body refused to obey, causing him to collapse instantly. His wheelchair lost its balance and tumbled down, shattering into pieces. Kim Sharan gasped heavily, panting in exhaustion. Even as he coughed up blood, he still struggled to drag himself step by step toward his teacher. Kim Sharan used every ounce of his remaining strength, calling out to her while trying to crawl closer. Teacher, teacher. On the freezing ground soaked with rain, her body had already gone cold. Her face was turning pale, and her eyes dimmed bit by bit upon hearing Kim Sharan's voice. When called, she tried to use her last ounce of strength to reply, Kim Sharan. Kim Sharan, standing beside her with deep anxiety, said, Teacher, it's me. Are you all right? The teacher looked at him. Kim Sharan, your leg. Her voice gradually trembled, her two hands desperately reaching out to touch Kim Sharan, your leg. He turned his head to look at the wound and replied, I'm fine, but what about you? Before his words could finish, a blue light flashed from his leg. Kim Sharan gradually grew panicked, while the rain continued to pour down relentlessly. Carrying her on his back, Kim Sharan struggled to climb the stairs, murmuring, so foolish. He painfully dragged his body up each step, muttering as he climbed, you fool, if it could only be used once. Putting too much strength into pulling his body upward, Kim Sharan's hands were severely scraped, his fingers covered in blood. In choked-up anger, he screamed, you should have used it for yourself, you big fool. The teacher, who was being carried on his back, only smiled gently, hee, sorry for being so foolish. Kim Sharan grew furious and shouted loudly, enough, damn it. While clinging to the stairs to climb up, he promised himself, I will save you. Tears mixed with rainwater soaked his face, blurring his eyes, I can do it. Amidst that surging wave of emotion, Kim Sharan's gaze became incredibly determined. I am your only friend, I will save you. Just a little more effort, perhaps a ray of hope would be kindled, just one more stretch. However, from behind, the teacher's arms gradually loosened, then let go completely. She slid down the stairs and fell below. Kim Sharan was in agony, not just from the slashes on his body, but also because those tragic memories were tearing his soul apart. Oof. The teacher lay on top of him, a scene that was both warm and agonizingly heartbreaking. Kim Sharan bowed his head, his hollow eyes staring down as his teacher's stomach seemed to move slightly. He screamed at Yen Wang, I am the Godfather, I am the Godfather. Even if I am not, I still want to save it, so. Memories flooded back once again. With a tear-streaked face and vacant eyes, Kim Sharan's hands trembled as he held a dense black mass and gnawed on it. The flashback ended, leaving only Kim Sharan drowned in despair and hatred. I had to rip out her heart and eat it, damn it, with my own hands I ripped out my teacher's heart and ate it. A blue light shot up like a series of swords tearing through the sky, making the ground look as if it were covered in white foam. He raised the sword high. If he had the 1,000-people bloodstone, it would surely save the child. I had believed in that vain hope. Then he struck the sword down to the ground, creating a violent explosion. He suppressed the urge to vomit hundreds and thousands of times. The blue light enveloped Kim Sharan. His face was filled with agony and hatred as he forced down the nausea and guilt, taking a bite while tears streamed down his face. With every swallow, he was tortured into writhing by guilt and despair. The second bite was overflowing with guilt. Then came the third bite, discarding his humanity. He tightly embraced his teacher, the person he loved most, letting himself sink deep into regret, choking in sorrow. In the end, Kim Sharan became the disciple of the 12 Armors Sea, while also turning into sea himself. The space became desolate and ruined, with white smoke spreading everywhere. Kim Sharan's voice rang out, and yet now, you want to just rob it like that? He knelt before Yen Wang's sword, you. In Kim Sharan's eyes, a clear look of malice appeared. By what right? As a god? The resentment in his gaze grew deeper and deeper. I ask. He shouted loudly, are you a god or what? Yen Wang remained silent for a moment. Then, he spoke, everyone has their own story. In his mind, stories began to unfold one after another. There was the protector monk who died from being stoned, the coward who could only meet his lover once a year, the haunting dread of being imprisoned for 7 years, and even the child who lost their parents right before their eyes. Yan Wang continued, your death is no different. The souls hovering around Yan Wang also carried their own distinct stories. They seemed to take turns telling Kim Sharan about their regrets, suffering, and deeply scarred pasts. What will my wife do? I still have to take care of my mother. My puppy is all alone now. Isn't my girlfriend worried about me? I really want to hear their voices. Poor family. My girlfriend killed me. I want to see the ocean. I don't even remember what my last meal was. Why did I die? Help me, it is so unjust. He continued speaking, and of those tens of thousands of people, fragments of memories from countless lives kept appearing. I miss you so much, am I dead? I was on my way to the exam. Yan Wang placed the sword close to Kim Sharan's chin. Child, is the teacher you cherish? That is indeed a sad story. In his head, the voices of those miserable fates kept ringing. Mom must be crying a lot. The sword pressed even closer, and Kim Sharan began to show fear. Yan Wang explained, but what about those who died because of you? What about those who were hurt because of you? The voices of the innocent who died in despair echoed everywhere. Lord Yan Wang, please save me. Lord Yan Wang, I cannot die yet. His face turned ice cold, his voice filled with raging anger. What sin did those people commit? The unfortunate soul still could not accept the truth. Father must be crying his eyes out at home. Mother, I still have to pay the hospital bills, I miss you. Am I really dead? Yan Wang roared in fury, speak up, you damn sinner. Kim Sharan stared at him in daze, then curled his lips into a contemptuous smirk. What the hell do you know, damn it? Yan Wang looked down with a sorrowful expression, then spoke up. This sinner has crossed the line that should never be crossed. Yan Wang declared the final judgment, I hand down the sentence. Fragments of memories appeared, revealing Kim Sharan's sins of attacking the weak. Kim Sharan harmed innocent people. Loaded with grave crimes, he had never shown mercy to anyone. The red souls enveloped Yan Wang, surrounding both of them. Because of the sinner's selfishness, more than 10,000 people lost their lives. Keeping his sword pointed straight at Kim Sharan, Yan Wang continued his judgment. His sins had truly piled up to the heavens. Finally, the punishment was declared by him. Therefore, for this sinner, I bestow the punishment of becoming firewood. Yan Wang's eyes flared, lighting the flame instead of a candle, heating the soldering iron instead of a furnace. Under the heavy pressure of the current situation, Kim Sharan gradually felt terrified. With your own body, burn yourself to boil the cauldron of oil. Boil the oil cauldron with my own body? Yan Wang continued, the time limit, until your sins are. The sword slashed down, sweeping with brilliant red colors. Yan Wang's eyes were filled with murderous intent and firm resolve. Collapsing, the sword flashed red lightning and then erupted violently. The sword was swung high, 10,000 souls to strip away the power of Debay. At this moment, Yan Wang was enveloped in reddish-purple lightning, pouring all of their emotions into the sword I was holding. That stream of emotion rushed out, the resentment, grief, compassion, rage, and even lingering attachment. The sword, adorned with strange patterns, radiated a dazzling white light. Yan Wang realized, indeed, divinity is suffering. He charged down with his sword, telling himself that there was no need to bear what he had done up until now. Amidst the fiery red space, Yan Wang appeared powerful and majestic, his aura overwhelming. His sharp, cold eyes shone with a demonic charm, his face calm yet hiding coldness and absolute determination. Your soul! Kim Sharan writhed in agony. Yan Wang's voice echoed, commanding him to become his sword instead. He drew the sword from its scabbard, the blade pulled out along with joy and sorrow. He exerted more strength to draw it out completely, along with all the lingering attachments stored within the soul. Then, he swung the sword forcefully, sweeping across the ground. The blade seemed to transform into fire, its path winding and twisting. The sword carries a burning heat and terrible power before the cliff, speaking to tens of thousands of souls. Yan Wang's steadfast gaze seems to speak on his behalf, commanding those souls to tear and burn that sinner to ashes. The crimson fire dances wildly, representing one of Yan Wang's techniques, the third stance of the wandering spirits. His slash unleashes flames filled with the resentment of the innocent, rushing forward to engulf Kim Sharan, a move known as Huin Nai. The fire erupts violently, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Kim Sharan writhes in agony, buried deep within that searing heat. He falls down along with the flames. Below, a space slowly expands, and Kim Sharan plunges into a dark crimson void like blood. He kept falling endlessly, his face turning ferocious. This is not the end yet. His eyes filled with resentment glared up. At all costs, I will return and grab you by your neck. Suddenly, Yan Wang leaped down, piercing his sword right through Kim Sharan's body. Stop talking nonsense, I am going down with you. Yan Wang, filled with rage, bellowed, I told you with my own mouth, don't you remember? Kim Sharan recalled the past, where Yan Wang once angrily cursed, you sinner, I will definitely drag you down to hell. That hateful gaze was still clearly etched in his memory, until you begged to die, no matter how miserable, weeping, or pleading. Those words became clearer and clearer, I will make you taste every pain in this world. Kim Sharan widened his eyes in astonishment. Realizing the ironic price he had to pay, he shed tears, laughed in agony, and uttered a curse, damn it. Yan Wang looked at Kim Sharan with terrifying eyes. That's right, that is exactly the emotion. Every word he spoke was as cold and sharp as a knife. This is indeed your true face. Something seems to be falling into this dark hell, of those exiled to hell, isn't it? The pain, darkness, and obsession of Chapter 1, Parents, everything has finally closed. A few days later, a new day returned to the familiar peaceful neighborhood. Someone was dragging a huge blue suitcase around. Li Ziyu waved her hand, smiling non-stop. Lord Yan Wang, I'm going on a trip for a few days and then I'll be back. Black Hair was also excitedly packing the luggage for her. Sister, is it correct to leave the luggage here? Yan Wang and Lu Wang stood with their hands clasped, watching the two girls leave. Lu Wang predicted that this vacation would probably be quite long. Hearing this, Yan Wang asked again to clarify, how many days? After receiving the answer of 3 days, he was slightly surprised, is it that short? But the reality was not as simple as he thought. Lu Wang kindly reminded him, it is not as short as you think. Several years in hell is only equal to 3 days in the mortal realm. Have you forgotten who caused that mess? Only then did Yan Wang realize, but he still stroked his chin to justify himself. Sometimes I concentrate too much and lose track of time, but I also felt like it wasted quite a lot of fire. Then suddenly Yan Wang made a decision. How about we take this opportunity to restore hell? Hearing this, Lu Wang was overjoyed. Oh, so you finally decided to use your brain, huh? Feeling insulted, Yan Wang straight up asked him, do you want to go experience it? Recognizing his slip of the tongue, he quickly shut his mouth. Yan Wang did not press him further and decided to change the subject. But where did Xian Wu run off to? He reported to him that the guy vanished as soon as he finished hearing the mission, truly a fair-weather friend. Yan Wang could only sigh and lament his own fate, grumbling about that heartless brat. Lu Wang spoke up to comfort him, saying they would meet again soon so he should not worry. Even Upasada was left behind here, but it was fine. After all, they had resolved a major issue. Lu Wang followed Yan Wang inside while continuing the conversation, noting that he had also gained a sword. Right at that moment, a sudden scream cut off Lord Yan Wang's words. Li Ziyu suddenly threw herself against Yan Wang's old back, leaving him surprised as he turned around and asked, haven't you left yet? Li Ziyu gave a thumbs up, smiling warmly at him. I have to say goodbye first. You have worked so hard to be number one this time. Yan Wang looked at her thoughtfully, as if waiting to see what trick she would play next. He suddenly thought of something, scoffed, and laughed, flatter me any more and my nose will explode. Zhang Lin, have a good trip. Li Ziyu raised her hand to her cap in a salute. Yes, this is Li Ziyu, I am leaving now. At this moment, Black Hair also called out to ask, Sister, can I wear shoes in the taxi? Finally, the car carrying the two muses slowly departed from the building. Hearing the last words of Li Jiu, Lu Wang immediately expressed his dissatisfaction and anger. Humph, how dare you touch Lord Yan Wang? That deserves having your hand chopped off. But Yan Wang naturally wouldn't let him do that to the beauty. He waved his hand to stop him. Let it go, humans are always like that. Lu Wang immediately protested, but are you really just going to let her take a leave like that? The Protector Monk headquarters seems quite short-staffed lately. Yan Wang squinted with a smile. It's fine. I, Jingjia, am Yan Wang after all. Who would dare to say anything to me? Before he could enjoy the moment for long, someone suddenly called his name, Lord Yan Wang. Yan Wang quickly recognized the familiar voice. Is that by you? Yan Wang spread his arms open, preparing to welcome the beauty into his embrace. You have worked hard these past few days as well. The word then had just escaped his mouth when he saw Baiyu's face, looking as if she wanted to take his life. Why did you grant Ziyu leave when the work is still piling up like a mountain? Yan Wang barely managed to stammer before Baiyu continued her questioning, or did you not even bother to think about the consequences? The word misery escaped Yan Wang's mouth, as if foretelling the dark days ahead. Baiyu grabbed his hair and dragged him away like carrying a chicken by its neck. If you can't think of a way, then we'll have to trouble your physical strength. Yan Wang exerted all his strength struggling, but still could not escape. Ah! How dare you touch me, you insolent wretch! Ah, Baiyu, I'm sorry. Alright, that's enough, come with me. Lu Wang hovered nearby, watching the entire scene in complete speechlessness. In the end, he came to his own conclusion. Whatever, maybe that's what makes Lord Yan Wang's charm, who knows? Saying that, he returned to his human form and leisurely sat down on the chair next to him. Holding the jade in his hand, Lu Wang muttered with a thoughtful face, anyway, I still have to talk to Grandmother Samshin again. The gem in Lu Wang's hand kept flashing bright light, making him hesitate about when to return this item. But in the end, he decided to put the gem away, thinking to himself that now was not the time yet, and everything would probably be fine. Before long, night fell, yet the capitalist high-rise buildings remained brilliantly lit. A voice echoed, alright, I will summarize the mission for everyone. A young man with 2 locks of hair hanging in front of his forehead gave instructions while observing the diagram. Recently, a series of disappearances have occurred. Our goal is to find those people and bring them home. Team 1 is in charge of Area A, while Teams 2 and 3 will cover Areas C and D respectively. Looking at the group standing before him, he did not forget to remind them, there will be some abnormalities. Around this area, the economic crisis is highly unstable, so be careful to avoid contact with the local residents, understood? A loud, unanimous shout of understood echoed. He continued to deliver instructions, make sure you know the support locations, now begin the search. Suddenly, a young man raised his hand to speak, Captain. He looked at the goofy face behind him and whispered to the man, this kid doesn't seem to understand what you're saying. The man was slightly taken aback, noticing he was even drooling. The contempt on his face was not hidden at all. Where on earth did this idiot come from? He immediately whispered to him, he is the new staff replacing Jiyu. Miss Baiyu said this guy is very foolish, so please keep a close eye on him. Without anyone saying it, he could already see that the boy was foolish, so he didn't even bother to blame an idiot. He then said, bring him along with me, keep staring and you might get bitten. The young man had no choice but to accept the order, leaving the clown Yan Wang behind, who was still giggling as if he didn't care about the world. The Protector Monk Captain immediately shouted loudly to encourage everyone's spirit, all dismiss, begin the mission, Roger. The young man looked at Yan Wang with undeniable anxiety. Although he looked like a fool, he probably wasn't completely crazy, so it should be fine. Just as he managed to reassure himself, he saw Yan Wang open his mouth and ask, what? Throw them down to hell? Yan Wang waved his hand into the empty air and spoke, hey, don't talk nonsense, Lu Wang. Mortals don't know anything. This made him even more terrified. Who on earth was he talking to? He is completely out of his mind. From the communicator, reports kept coming in, Sector AZ is clear, Sector B1 is clear. Hearing the situation from his subordinates, he ordered them to continue checking. Meanwhile, Yan Wang's group walked past a crowd of lingering survivors sitting behind the wall. The silver-haired old man's eyes watched them with pessimism and resignation. The young man looked at this with endless fear. Captain, are we going in the right direction? This place seems quite far from the designated area. The captain had to enlighten him. Of course, I'm not looking for anyone. He asked back in panic. Then what about the missing person? He casually mocked. You're so foolish, just let others search for them. He turned his head and explained, I'm working to elevate my status, because this title of director at the Protector Monk headquarters is very useful for inheriting company shares. The young master has arrived. He walked toward the parked car, where someone was already waiting. He continued to explain to him, if it wasn't for the old man at home speaking up, I would never have come to this remote corner. Seeing this, Yan Wang immediately. To be frank, Hua Hua is a bastard who really wants to torture this guy. Hearing this, he stiffened, turned to look at Yan Wang in anger, and said something. Right at this moment, the old man from earlier suddenly rushed over to beg for help. Ego, please help me, you guys. With tears in his eyes, the old man looked at him and said in panic, a bear appeared and took Mr. Park away. His eyes and face clearly showed contempt. A bear? What nonsense are you talking about? How could there be a bear in the middle of the city? So dirty, let go of me. But the old man pleaded even more desperately. It only asked for chocolate and candy to eat, yet that giant bear still took Mr. Park away without a trace. Losing all patience, he immediately kicked the old man to the other side of the street. I told you to let go of me. While brushing himself off, he grumbled in annoyance, muttering about how those crazy beggars always rush in with their filth upon seeing someone wealthy. After that, he shifted the topic to Yan Wang. By the way, Yu specifically entrusted you to us, so there must be someone backing you up from behind, right? He continued to ramble on, saying he didn't want to get involved in those childish brawls, so there was no need to glare. Fortunately, the white-haired young man managed to cover Yan Wang's mouth in time, otherwise he would have punched that face. Even though he had stepped into the car, he did not forget to roll down the window to leave some parting words. He told them to save their energy to go save people, wondering whose children they were. The car window slowly rolled up, but his mouth still didn't stop, mocking that they both got in through the back door, so there was no need to act hypocritical. Suddenly, he turned and ordered the white-haired young man, telling him to keep a close eye on that fool from now until then. He could only reluctantly accept. Arg, yes, I got it, just leave it to me. Finally, the car also left that place. Only then did he dare to open his mouth and scold Yan Wang. Heavens, this new employee, is he crazy? Isn't he afraid of being disciplined, speaking to the captain like that? Yan Wang did not care much, only turning his face to the back. Oh, find a good, flexible branch, should I put some spit on it? Seeing that, he felt a bit creeped out by Yan Wang, who was talking to the thin air again. Yan Wang bent down to ask the old man, are you okay? Not injured anywhere? That is fortunate. The old man barely had time to open his mouth to thank Yan Wang before he was lifted completely into the air. Ego, so good, not crying at all, so good. Yan Wang shook him up and down to the old man's sheer bewilderment. He wasn't even 100 years old yet, but he was already very mature. That action made the young man shout in anger, Hey, what on earth are you doing, you guy? He pointed his finger and ordered him, put him down immediately, do not be disrespectful to elders. Yan Wang still did not understand how he was being disrespectful. What disrespect? The young man almost wanted to scream right in his face, if that isn't disrespectful, then what is? But Yan Wang's words were not entirely wrong, because the old man actually had an extremely satisfied. Just looking at the old man's ecstatic face says it all. It has been so many years since he was last embraced. Oh mother, I miss you so much. Even he did not expect this reaction. Good grief, what a depraved old man. Anyway, put me down right now. Yan Wang had to comply. Alright, I get it, don't yell. But the old man showed clear dissatisfaction, and what was with that regretful look on his face? Yan Wang shifted to the main topic with the old man. Regarding what you said earlier, besides that bear, were there any other animals, for instance? Yan Wang's gaze suddenly became dangerous and menacing. A toad, a centipede, or maybe a deer? At the same time, at another place on the battlefield, a subordinate of the captain was continuously bowing his head before someone. That was Mr. Park in the old man's story. He constantly explained and pleaded, "Please spare my life, it was all because those protector monks sniffed us out." After that, he continued to promise all sorts of things. "Next time I will definitely deliver the goods to you on time, please forgive me just this once." The sinewy hand of the other person gathered all the chocolates in the bowl into his palm. He took a bite and stuffed the rest into his mouth, chewing noisily. He did not say a word, causing the man kneeling on the ground to tremble incessantly while waiting for the verdict. After eating, he rested his hands on the ground, then used all four limbs to crawl gradually toward Mr. Park. His massive body compared to Mr. Park was no different from a giant. He brought his face close as if examining Mr. Park. Next, he lifted his entire body. Suddenly, thunder and lightning roared, surrounding his body as he gently raised his hand. Then, a massive thunderous strike crashed right down onto Mr. Park's position, leaving a deep crater in the ground. In an instant, Mr. Park's entire body was crushed into a bloody mess. The monster then spoke up, "Team Tame, you cunning toad." He ordered the toad in front of him, "Starting tomorrow, 20 people." Team Tame immediately bowed and complied, "Yes, there will certainly be, Lord Batfa." Zekui then asked, "What's the matter, are you really planning to go?" Everyone has been in an uproar lately due to the news of Lord Yin Wang's return. She warned, "If you get caught, go to your death alone. Do not drag us into those meaningless matters anymore." Jian Chan heard this and merely replied indifferently, "Why are you worrying so much? Worrying that I will betray you? Cut the nonsense and look after yourself." He continued, "Also, learn to be a bit more patient." Demon Centipede heard this and grumbled in irritation. TCH. Under the star-filled night sky, the crescent moon hung high. In a desolate area filled with dilapidated, leaning houses, a voice rang out. "The leader is dead." Red Robe stood there and spoke clearly. "From now on, Lord Jianchan will lead us. Does anyone have any objections?" The crowd chanted in unison. "No, sir." Hearing this, Jian Chan muttered softly to himself. It seems these people are more obedient than I thought." Red Robe immediately said, "Thank you, me lord." Jian Chan praised him in return. "You are quite clever as well." Hearing this, the man bowed deeply. "Thank you, me lord. Lord Jian Chan is incredibly wise." He could not help but turn his head to look over, honestly, that human. "Can't you tell the difference between praise and sarcasm?" Hearing this, Ao Hong was bewildered. "What do you mean?" Chen Chan did not want to explain further and walked away. "As long as there is enough stock whenever needed, that is fine. Do not worry about other matters." After that, he raised his hand forward. Chen Chan shouted loudly, "Start the hunt! Do not let even a single one slip away." The crowd quickly replied, "Yes." They immediately rushed forward, screaming loudly, "Catch them all!" The homeless man could only raise his hand to block the incoming dust. The voices of the crowd continued to echo. "Smash those wooden boards! They are hiding in there! Hit harder!" The leader grabbed the man's collar and said, "No pity, they are just a bunch of addicts anyway." Team Tame leisurely walked and observed, while continuous pleas for mercy echoed. "Ah! Spare me, why are you doing this?" Ao Hong couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, "If we are short on numbers, just fill it with homeless addicts, that is absolutely brilliant." "How did you think of this, sir?" Team Tame softly replied, "Lord Bat Fa and I occasionally come here to hunt." He continued in a calm voice, "Humans are actually very simple, whatever they do not want to see, they will pretend not to see." Team Tame seemed extremely pleased with himself. For those living in these abandoned places that no one cares about, the fewer their numbers, the lighter the burden outsiders feel. I only let the problem resolve itself. Thanks to that, this hunting ground of ours will never run out. Red Robe heard this and understood, "Oh, I see." But he was still curious, "But even if it's an endless hunting ground, What if one day there isn't enough for us? Jian Chan's voice rang out. No, quite the contrary. He continued, because we have the drug. Red Robe asked in confusion, is the drug like the flower currently spreading out there? Jian Chan immediately replied, that's right, this highly addictive substance, once tasted, humans cannot give it up. They will never be able to return to their normal lives. In the end, whether it is family, society, or themselves, they will have to abandon everything. They will flock here without end. Red Robe exclaimed, wow, that sounds so profitable. So we probably shouldn't touch the drug, right? Or should I find a way to smuggle more of it out? Jian Chan whispered, enough. He narrowed his eyes and continued, though I do not know why that amnesiac member of the 12 armors spilled the medicine, all you and I must do is stay in our place and obey orders. The rebirth of Bat Fa, this is our main objective. The two suddenly found it hard to understand upon hearing that sound. From afar, a loud shout suddenly echoed, ah, so it's the brat from the protector monk's side. He questioned, are you bastards planning to pull off a kidnapping here? The beaten leader flew into a great rage and recognized the protector monk. The lackeys immediately ordered to draw their weapons. They quickly surrounded him and shouted loudly, get him, beat him up. The boy could only scream out at this moment, no, don't come near here. He roared, go away. I forbid you guys from bullying the weak. Jian Chan appeared out of nowhere at some point, sighing, phew, these humans. Adults are working here, move aside. Hearing a voice behind him, the young boy turned his head in surprise. Immediately after, he was struck by Jian Chan, sending him flying with only a choked gasp escaping his lips. He then did not forget to snatch the item from the boy's wrist. Jian Chan crushed the object in his hand, angrily ordering, beat him up. Those protector monks have caught our scent, what a nuisance. He turned back to order his subordinates to thoroughly search every corner. These protector monks don't usually act alone, so there must be other accomplices hiding somewhere. Don't forget to smash their bracelets before they can call for backup. Suddenly, he noticed someone huddling in the corner and looked puzzled, huh? In the distance, that person was fully covered in a shroud, sitting blankly against the wall. Jian Chan pointed in that direction and called out to his minions, hey, there's one left over there. Why haven't you captured him yet? The other guy was speechless. How wicked. That guy seems too fat, we can't drag him along. Jian Chan closed his eyes and listened to the subordinate's explanation, as no matter how much force they used, they couldn't budge him. Unable to control himself, he stepped forward and shouted, just looking at him, he is skin and bones. Heavy? Are you guys playing games with me? Jian Chan kicked the man's leg and ordered, hey, stand up. You must be under 20 years old. Despite these actions, he remained seated motionless, not uttering a single word. Infuriated, he struck the man's head hard and screamed, stand up quickly, or I will chop off your limbs right now. A sound erupted from that strike, instantly echoing throughout the entire space. At this moment, Jian Chan looked down at his own hand, trembling uncontrollably, and thought to himself, my God, what is this? What is this crystal clear, melodious sound? It feels like my soul is being swept away. His face flushed red, wondering if he should strike once more. Right after that, Jian Chan did not hesitate to swing his hand, striking consecutive blows onto the other person's head. The resounding echo was extremely clear, making the subordinate blurt out in surprise. The sound was so crisp and gentle, like a pure ringing bell, making his mood incredibly refreshed. In his mind, a beautiful scenery of chirping birds appeared, opening up a pristine and poetic natural picture. At this moment, Jian Chan grabbed the person's hood and exclaimed mockingly, hey you are quite something, your brain must be completely empty to make such a resounding sound. He pulled up his hood and said, raise your face so I can take a look. Hidden beneath that hood was the face of Yen Wang, scowling to the extreme. Jian Chan could not take it anymore and pulled his hat down to cover his eyes. He rubbed his eyes and muttered to himself, phew, looks like I have been overworking lately. After that, Jian Chan grabbed the hat and pulled it up once again. However, the face that appeared before him was still Yen Wang. This time, he even exhaled bursts of energy from his mouth. Blue veins popped up all over Yen Wang's face, and his eyes were bloodshot.
Jian-chan quickly pulled his hat down again. He waved his hands frantically to calm himself down. TSK, how ridiculous, seeing is not always believing. I must also smell the scent of mint for it to truly be Lord Yin Wang. Let's check one more time. Jian-chan bent down and instantly froze, smelling the real scent of mint. At this moment, Red Robe stepped closer and asked, "Is this guy still being stubborn, sir?" Red Robe shouted loudly, "Hey, you dog, get up right now." Seeing this, Jian-chan was terrified and quickly stopped him. "Hey, wait, hold on." Jian-chan cried out in horror in his mind, "Lord Yin Wang, why are you here?" Red Robe, still clueless about what was happening, asked in confusion, "What is it, sir?" Saying that, Red Robe immediately hit the opponent's head hard and roared, "Get up! Are you deaf? Do you know that Lord Jian-chan has supreme power here?" Red Robe's voice continued to ring out boastfully, "Even demons are treated like trash, so figure it out yourself. Anyone in the underworld who hears his name runs away." Jian-chan's sweat was pouring down as he trembled and thought, "Stop it. Stop bragging, damn it." Watching his subordinate continuously hitting Yin Wang's head, Jian-chan could only scream in his heart, "Stop, please stop, you idiot." After hitting, Red Robe did not forget to smugly remark, "Wow, that felt so satisfying. This kid's head is truly empty, just like what Lord Jian-chan said." At this moment, Jian-chan could only let out a scream. He immediately rushed out and beat Red Robe furiously, shouting, "You idiot, what nonsense are you talking about? You're joking, right? I clearly never said that." Red Robe could only cry out in pain, "Arg, Lord Jian-chan, why are you, ugh." Suddenly, Yin Wang's voice rang out coldly, "Enough, a bunch of scum." Now he slowly stood up. Jian-chan turned his head back, looking at the scene in front of him, breaking into a cold sweat out of fear. Yin Wang's entire body was currently radiating a fierce red energy. Jian-chan could only stutter in fear, "Lord Yin Wang, it has been a long time since I last saw you. Is your body still healthy and well?" Yin Wang calmly put his hand to the back of his neck and replied, It's alright. My body is healthy, but my mind seems to be a bit less sharp lately." He frowned and mocked, "Probably because there is nothing in there." In the middle of the night at a convenience store, the doorbell rang out. It was followed by the cheerful greeting of the clerk, "Welcome, valued customer." A person in red robes walked into the noodle shelf area, warily scanning the surroundings. The cashier at the counter anxiously watched the person's movements. He puffed his cheeks, feeling suspicious in his heart. Why is he wandering around like that? The guest kept walking back and forth continuously without any clear destination. The cashier quickly made up an excuse. Maybe it's his first time at a convenience store, so he's a bit confused. He then called out, "If you need anything, please feel free to ask." Meanwhile, Su-jin was still eagerly walking around searching, his mouth wide open in astonishment. He approached the drink shelf and thought to himself, snacks are everywhere, with all kinds of items he had seen on the internet. Then Su-jin reached out to take an item from the cabinet. Although it was quite difficult, it was truly worth his daring to come here. The staff member felt unhappy because he was ignored. What a strange person, he just wanted a quick payment. He also quickly put the items into the bag for him. That will be 12,301, customer. Yet Su-jin did not understand anything, still happily thinking that the other was caring for him. Look at that warm, caring gaze towards him. He blushed with embarrassment, wondering whether he should strike up a conversation or not. But he must not spit. Ms. Jiyu and Ms. Baiyu had instructed him carefully, so from now on, he did not need to fear humans anymore. After struggling with his thoughts, Su-jin spoke up with a smile, "I'd like to pay with pay, please." But right at that moment, a tall man stepped up from behind and cut in 3 packs of jet cigarettes. The young boy looked at the man beside him in slight confusion and let out a soft ah. Seeing this, the man immediately glared back at him in anger. "Humph, not happy? What the hell are you glaring at?" Under his glare, Su-jin shrank back in fear, sweat pouring all over his body. He recalled the moment from before when he had angrily shouted, "Damn it, it was Lord Yin Wang who abandoned me." Su-jin hesitated slightly in this situation. It had taken him a full 7 years to escape that hell. He let his hands drop, anxiously clenching them into fists. This scarred-faced guy used to act friendly to lure him, saying if you trust us, you'll get to eat, got it. It seemed he also recognized Sujin. He lowered his head and frowned in suspicion. Is that you? Immediately, Sujin shook off his hand and ran. However, before he could run very far, he was grabbed by the collar and yanked backward by the guy. The guy leaned down to threaten him. It's been a while since we met, hasn't it? In Sujin's heart at this moment, things were chaotic to the extreme. You filthy little rat. In another place, where the atmosphere was much gloomier, Jin Chan knelt on the ground waiting for orders. Lord Yen Wang, are you planning to punish this humble servant? Yen Wang's face at this moment was extremely excited, cracking his knuckles while tilting his head and laughing. Of course, since your head is empty, does it sound fun when being beaten? Ha, well, as for me. He decided not to waste any more time. Looking straight into his sweat-drenched face, he asked, how many punches do you want to take? Of course, the answer was none. But he couldn't just say that, so he only mumbled, and then Jianshan put on a flattering smile. One, only one, please. Knowing he was terrified, Yen Wang didn't hesitate to add fuel to the fire. He shouted, what? 1 million? Then he swiftly swung his fist at him, mocking him in his pain. You sure know how to follow the rules. Jinshan realized his slip of the tongue and shouted to defend himself, one, just one. But before he could finish explaining, a barrage of punches rained down on him, leaving him only able to groan, ribbit, ugh. Lord Yen Wang, getting more and more excited as he fought, kept raising the punishment. Okay, let's make it 2 million to spice things up. Jinshan could only stare with wide eyes and cry out in terror. It's not like that, sob. Yen Wang chuckled and teased, that self-reflection posture seems to suit you quite well. However, in his heart, he was secretly calculating that any objection from you would be utterly useless. He swung his leg and kicked Jinshan hard, sending him rolling in pain. A moment later, dizzy and in pain, he could only lie still and endure it, feeling as if the whole sky was spinning. Every image passing before his eyes became blurry, and Yen Wang's figure was also spinning around and around. Suddenly, he let out a panicked scream. Yen Wang delivered a direct punch straight to his face, leaving him completely unable to defend himself. The fierce punch swiftly brushed past Jianshan's body. He was sent flying a great distance, his body crashing hard against the ground and bouncing up again. Finally, Jianshan slammed into something, causing a violent collision that sent white smoke billowing into the air. The protector monk frowned as he watched the entire scene unfold. He was deeply shocked, unable to believe that when suddenly attacked by that guy, he could not even react in time. Yet, without any spiritual power, how could that boy still beat a Sa Zi to a pulp like that? By this time, Jianshan's face looked utterly pathetic. His eyes, nose, and mouth were so swollen that they were almost fused together. He broke into a cold sweat, not daring to speak, only thinking silently to himself. Meanwhile, Yen Wang was still beating Jianshan relentlessly, while the latter could only lie there taking the blows, completely unable to resist. His face became extremely furious, his eyes widened, and his mouth stretched wide open as he roared, Sinner, sinner, repent! The protector monk could only silently think to himself, this is too terrifying. Yen Wang kept punching and kicking repeatedly, leaving Jianshan helplessly slumped against the wall behind him. Finally, his feet touched the ground and he stopped attacking. The protector monk was stunned, realizing he had completely misjudged Yen Wang. Before, he thought he was just someone who liked to grab attention, but how powerful was his actual strength? Now, he stood amidst the thin smoke, adjusting his tie while casting a cold, sharp glare at his opponent. On Jianshan's side, he slowly walked closer to him. At this moment, Jianshan could only kneel flat on the ground, completely unable to move. Standing before him like a demon, he ordered, get up, or do you want to get beaten again? Jianshan raised his hands in terror, stammering incoherently, wait a minute, please. Don't you want to ask me anything? Only at this moment did he truly feel fear. Wearing a flattering smile on his sweaty and wounded face, he said, as far as this humble servant can see, you personally disguised yourself as a protector monk to investigate the kidnappings, right? I will tell you everything I know. He tried hard to open his swollen eyes to prove his words,
one strike from you and I realized my mistakes immediately, I swear. Just look into my eyes, they are filled with repentance, and my tears are crystal clear. Yan Wang narrowed his eyes in silence, staring intently at him. Jianshan still tried to widen his eyes and forced a smile. However, the situation did not get any better, as Yan Wang kept glaring at him furiously. Jianshan immediately pulled back his terrifying appearance. With round eyes and a goofy smile, he leaped up and sat straight, asking, "How can I help you, sir?" At this point, Yan Wang finally smiled with satisfaction, folding his arms. "That's more like it, your eyes look much more decent this way." He climbed onto the pile of tied-up sacks, then looked at the crowd nearby, asking, "As for you guys, does anyone have any objections?" After witnessing that scene with their own eyes, no one dared to utter a word. Everyone quickly lined up in a row and answered in unison, "No, sir. We are completely united in our repentance." Yan Wang stopped joking and seriously got straight to the main point. "Alright, let's get straight to the main point. Regarding the goods you mentioned, tell me everything you know." In another place, the lights were still shining inside a high-rise building. The undercut hair guy turned toward the corner, talking on the phone in a lisping voice. "Yes, boss, it's quite difficult here too." "No, it's nothing major." Then he stepped outside to observe the situation and report back. "The police keep snooping around nearby. We haven't left even a single loophole, not even a tiny bit. If we get greedy and kidnap a few more times lately, we will definitely get caught." The person on the other end said something to him, then the undercut hair guy bowed his head in response. "Huh, I understand, boss." After he finished talking, another guy approached and called out, "Boss." Hearing this, he frowned slightly, looked over, and asked, "Is that kid back already?" Up there, everything is in total chaos. He did not pay much attention, instead cheerfully reporting, "I have a gift for you, boss." The scarred man smiled while grabbing Su Jin's collar. "Guess what I caught at this convenience store? I heard the batch of goods that boss is about to send to the headquarters is missing exactly one person." He could only clutch his shirt, trembling and groaning, "Ugh." He began to explain the details to the undercut hair guy, who happened to have caught this kid in another incident before. Having no relatives and no family, he could easily be discarded after use, which was indeed very convenient. Su Jin was in so much pain that he became extremely frustrated. His whole body trembled, and his voice choked up as if he was about to burst into tears. "Ugh, ugh." Upon seeing the good quality goods, Cat Moi immediately nodded in agreement. He smiled and replied to the scarred-faced man, "Yeah, throw him into the car." A new day began beneath a clear blue sky, where flocks of birds soared and sang cheerfully. A car was speeding down the wide, open road. Su Jin was tightly restrained in the back seat of the vehicle. The scarred-faced man spoke up, shattering the silence. "Sitting like this really brings back old memories. Back then, we also drove you around just like this." He turned around, laughing gleefully, and said to him, "Do you know what happened to those friends you left behind? Be careful, you might get shocked." Yet, he remained completely silent, prompting the man to continue on his own. "Not curious at all? Why don't you answer?" Su Jin's silence infuriated the scarred-faced man. He swung his hand, slapping him hard across the face. "Answer me. I told you to answer." The undercut hair guy sitting next to him couldn't help but burst out laughing and teased, "Ha, keep it moderate. Don't let the goods get scratched, got it?" The scar-faced guy scratched his head and smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry, boss, it's just that I suddenly remembered those difficult months." "But where are we going now? There seems to be nothing in this deep, toxic forest." He leaned his chin on his hand, looking out of the car window, acting mysterious and unpredictable. "Ah, it's your first time, isn't it? Just keep going and you'll see." The car stopped in a deserted place with no one in sight. Arriving at the workshop, they all got out of the car and continued talking to each other. The undercut hair guy patiently instructed, "Today is the day Lord Jianshan arrives. The two of us must prepare carefully. No mistakes are allowed in any of our actions." They led Su Jin inside, and the scarred man asked in confusion, "Is Lord Jianshan that scary?" He immediately explained, "Just mentioning his name is enough to make my mouth ache, understand? In there, he is probably beating and screaming at Meng Du Tang." The undercut hair guy clenched his fists, trying his best to mimic the scene, while the surroundings were still scorched black. Suddenly, a voice rang out, interrupting his performance. "No way, that's not true." The undercut hair guy immediately turned his head to look back. "Who said that?" The voice rang out once again. "There is no such thing." Jian-chan was standing right behind him, with a friendly smile still on his face. He cheerfully explained, "When have I ever beaten anyone up?" "Oh my, you are talking nonsense, I swear to the blue sky. If others hear this, they might think it is true." Those words made the undercut hair guy's hair stand on end, so bewildered that his face turned pale. He respectfully asked, "Hey, boss, did you just put sesame oil on your eyes?" Jian-chan kept the same expression and scolded back, "Nonsense." However, the undercut hair guy still did not let it go, continuing to question, "Why is the boss in my memory so different? You used to curse non-stop and execute at least 100 people at a time." Inside, Jian-chan was already in a mess. He glared at his lackey and growled, "Shut your mouth, you dog." Right after that, a wave of murderous intent suddenly surged from behind. Yan Wang was already standing there, speaking coldly, "So that's how it is." His face became extremely terrifying as he repeated the words of the undercut hair guy, "Venomous python funeral, and what else?" Zap zap, 100 human lives. Jian-chan screamed helplessly in his heart, while tears streamed down his face externally, utterly detesting humans. Although Jian-chan's heart was in deep pain, the undercut hair guy failed to notice at all. He even loudly scolded Yan Wang, "Hey, who dares to speak so casually to Lord Jian-chan?" Jian-chan just wanted to slap him right then and thought, "Good grief, please don't commit an affront." At that moment, Su-jin saw him as if catching a lifesaver. He hurriedly ran over, calling out in panic, "Lord Yan Wang!" Seeing him escape, the scarred man immediately chased after him. He shouted in a cold voice, "Is this kid crazy? Come here quickly. Still trying to hide, do you want to die?" Having no manners, he pointed at Yan Wang with contempt, "What is this? This protector monk's robe is at most level 2, isn't it? He doesn't even have a shroud." Then, the scarred man gritted his teeth, tilted his head, and scolded him, "You stupid little rat, are you out of your mind? Why are you asking for help from someone who doesn't even have a single piece of shroud?" Yan Wang did not even bother to look at him, only turning to Su-jin, "Indeed, I don't have a shroud. By the way, did they slap you?" Seeing the wound on his face, Yan Wang was furious inside. However, on the outside, he still remained calm and offered a gentle smile. "Was it them who beat you?" The scarred face guy still did not know what was waiting for him. He spat on the ground and impatiently replied, "Yeah, I was the one who beat it up." "What of it?" Seeing that the guy still dared to be so arrogant in front of him, Su-jin turned aside and clasped his hands in prayer. "Oh heaven, another life is about to pass away." The scarred face guy grew even more annoyed. He glared at him and asked, "Why on earth are you praying? Who is dying?" Yan Wang calmly placed his hand on the guy's shoulder and answered, "You." His face instantly transformed into a terrifying demon face to threaten him. "Aren't you afraid of hell?" The scarred face guy immediately trembled with anxiety. "Oh crap, you scared the hell out of me." Still not understanding what was happening, he honestly replied, "Of course hell is terrifying." He bared his teeth and stuck out his tongue again to tease him. "Oh, not scared, huh? Down there, it goes like this, like this." The scar-faced man's face had turned completely pale, scared out of his wits. He quickly changed the subject to ask. Yan Wang handed him a whiteboard, smiling and tilting his head to ask, "Who is the person in this photo?" The scar-faced man did not understand and replied, "Huh, what are you saying? There is no photo here." He looked closely again and saw his own reflection in it, gasping in surprise, "Oh, that's my face. Damn this cursed mirror, it's just reflecting my image because I'm looking into it." Then, the scar-faced man snatched the mirror from his hand and yelled, "What bastard set up this trick? It gives me goosebumps, damn it, it's like cursing me to die." Right after that, a punch from Yan Wang landed straight on his stomach. "You dying brat, answer me correctly." Yan Wang transformed into his brutal form, repeatedly throwing punches at the scar-faced man. "You love talking with violence, don't you? You punk criminal kid. Jian-chan and the undercut hair guy stood nearby, their mouths agape in terror. That person had completely gone mad. His voice kept echoing relentlessly, "You sinner, you sinner." A moment later, the scarred-faced man was beaten into such a miserable wreck that it was unbearable to watch. Yet, he still angrily shouted back, "But you were the ones who spoke to me with violence first." He slowly cracked his own neck and hands, then coldly asked once more, "Any more complaints?" The man could only quickly back down and scream at the top of his lungs, "No, nothing at all. Mother, save me." After settling everything, he ordered the factory doors to be opened. Jian-chan quickly complied. The door was slowly pulled up high, revealing the space inside along with a strong smell of dust. They firmly stepped into the workshop, where the metallic smell of iron was silently spreading. Yan Wang took the lead, starting to observe every nook and cranny. Dried bloodstains still remained on the walls. He began to inspect everything, from the iron cage large enough to hold 3 or 4 people to the iron chains that also left their marks. This was indeed the workshop for manufacturing goods. Yan Wang sat down, wiped the ground with his hand, and fell into deep thought. The dirt on the floor was crushed in his palm. Yan Wang grimly murmured to himself, "It doesn't seem like there was a murder, though I actually expected that." He recalled when Lu Wang kept licking Jian-chan's face. He helplessly pleaded, "Stop, please, this servant swears there was no murder." Jian-chan was so terrified and shocked that he cried like rain. He began to confess everything he had done. "What we underlings need is just a little vital energy. We rest for a day or two and then extract it once, which is enough to survive, releasing the humans immediately after." Now, Jian-chan could only helplessly recount everything, hoping for a lighter punishment. Those goods are only meant to make the vital energy taste better to us. Everyone says absorbing vital energy can make one stronger. But fearing that he would not be believed, Jian-chan cried out anxiously as his collar was grabbed and lifted up. "I will lead you to the factory that produces these goods, then you will know immediately whether I am lying or not." Snapping out of his flashback, Yan Wang raised his head to continue observing the surroundings. In his heart, he sneered, "Merely absorbing vital energy, how ridiculous." His gaze swept across the entire area, and his senses were heightened to the absolute maximum. The stench of blood permeated everywhere, with dried, decayed flesh crumbling like sand on the floor. This was certainly not a tragedy that could be created in just a day or two. Right after that, he stood up and coldly concluded, "At least hundreds of people have died here." Then Yan Wang grimly glared backward, growling, "How dare you deceive me?" Jian-chan's laughter quickly rang out as if to ease the situation. "Ha ha ha." He began to reveal his trick, his face returning to its original form with amusement. "Now, even if you realize it, it's already too late. I wondered if you were so weak that you even lost the power to see through lies? Lord Bat Fa will surely love to hear this news. See you again, the humiliation I received today will be returned to you twofold." While he was focusing on listening to him, Sujin discovered an abnormality and screamed out, "A corpse over there." Right after that, a corpse also appeared from above, its saliva dripping down to the ground. He again told him what he saw. "Lord Yan Wang, there is something stuck on the ceiling up there." The undercut hair guy was trapped inside at this moment, frantically banging on the door and screaming for help. "Lord Teamtame, I am still inside, you must let me out." He grew more and more frantic, banging on the door with increasing force, constantly shouting, "Lord Teamtame." But there was no reply. Seeing this, he cursed in despair, "Damn it!" His power erupted even more violently as he screamed menacingly, "You damn toad, take me with you, hurry up." But right after that, something sliced right through him. Instantly, the undercut hair guy's voice went silent, his arms and legs severed, and blood gushed out in a terrifying stream. Su Jin stood close by, only daring to huddle next to Yan Wang. He frantically squeezed his hand and asked, "Lord Yan Wang, what now?" He just stood there and burst out laughing, "Ha ha ha." His laughter grew stranger and stranger. Yan Wang let go of Su Jin, clutching his stomach and laughing hysterically as if he had just encountered something highly amusing, "Ha ha ha." It seemed he was irritated by everything that had just occurred, "Ha ha ha, cough cough, now even Bat Fa's subordinates dare to deceive me, ha ha ha." Su Jin standing next to him could not remain so calm. He called out in fear, "Lord Yan, now is not the time to laugh. There is a reason they blocked all the light shining in here. The darker it gets, the stronger the corpses will become." But he only replied indifferently, "Well, it really is ridiculous." Lu Wang, standing nearby, also spoke up. "As soon as he finished buying time, he vanished in an instant, even throwing me aside and running away. It was really difficult to make such a plan." Su Jin suddenly turned and called out, "Lord Lu Wang, but—" He completely trusted Yan Wang, so he only softly reassured him, "Don't worry, we won't die here." "We won't let Teen Tame off either." Lord Yan Wang intentionally let him go. After that, Lu Wang explained to Su Jin to make him clearly understand the current situation. "My saliva originally leaves a mark for a long time, so we can still track the trail." He tilted his head with an extremely firm look and continued, "He intentionally let Teen Tame lead the way to Bat Fa's place to eliminate them completely, right?" Yan Wang was given a way out by Lu Wang, so he immediately grabbed it and shouted, "Of course, everything was intended." But looking at his demeanor, they helplessly realized the truth. Both thought at the same time, "We've been tricked, we've been tricked." Yan Wang also knew he had been exposed, so he lowered his head to save face. "But that brat Teen Tame, isn't he looking down on me too much?" He quickly swung his legs to spring up, sweeping across the corpse that was slowly approaching. "Did you really think a single corpse could hold me back?" Right after speaking, he continuously unleashed punches and kicks at the corpse in front of him. The target just stood there taking the blows, completely making no attempt to fight back. Yan Wan leaped into midair and landed on a glowing red area, arms wide open and head bowed low. A terrifyingly shaped rock was summoned, standing tall and imposing right behind Yan Wan's back. Lu Wang looked at him with a glimmer of hope and shouted, "No matter how you look at it, it's totally expected." At most, a guy who only handles trivial matters like Bat Fa could never have seen Lord Yan Wang fight. From inside the mouth of the newly summoned rock, countless hands tightly gripping swords stretched forward at the same time. He powerfully reached out, decisively grasping the hilt of the sword. Afterward, Yan Wang quickly swung the sword, slashing hard toward the corpse right before his eyes. Right after that, he sheathed the sword back to his hip, ready to continue the battle. Yan Wang had unleashed a series of sword strikes inside this production factory. In just a brief moment, the entire factory exploded violently, with thick smoke and dust billowing and blanketing every direction. After everything, only 3 figures remained standing amidst the ruins. Lu Wang followed behind him, slowly stepping outside. "That sword will have to be used eventually. Do you want to pursue Jian Chan right away, sir?" He put his hands in his pockets, walking forward decisively. "No." His eyes sank as if he was pondering over something. So many people had died, yet the strange thing was that Baiyu had not noticed it at all during all this time. After that, Yan Wang turned to look at Lu Wang and ordered, "Let's go to Baiyu's place." Lu Wang also thought that was reasonable, so he immediately agreed with him. "Yes, we should go back there." Lu Wang tilted his head, speaking his deduction, "In my opinion, could someone have blocked the information?" At another location, where the blue sky was clearer, a slow voice echoed, "Are you saying they produce goods from kidnapped people?" The captain of the protector monks turned his head to ask his subordinate, "Have you reported this to anyone else yet?" He stood up straight and replied solemnly, "Not yet, sir." He stepped forward alone, while ordering him to leave. "All right, I will handle it myself. I will report this to the superiors. Return to your position." The protector monk's man did not suspect anything at all and immediately replied, "Yes." Right at that moment, his phone rang loudly. He quickly picked up, scanning the surroundings with a vigilant expression. "Yes, I am listening, Miss Baiyu, yes, yes." A sly look flashed in his eyes, but his voice remained absolutely firm. "Of course, there is nothing unusual at all." It was another clear, peaceful day when suddenly, a series of growls shattered the atmosphere. The owner of that terrifying growling was none other than Yan Wang. His face was covered in cold sweat, with dark circles under his eyes as if he had not slept for days. He tiredly held his head, staring at the paper covered in writing on the table. After a long while, Yan Wang's head felt like it was about to explode from trying to cram words into his brain, and he suddenly roared in frustration. Aingathu, standing nearby, asked anxiously, "Lord Yan Wang, do you need some tissues?"
But why are you in your private office? Hearing this, Lu Wang couldn't help but burst out laughing. What private office?
Just leave it be, he is digging his own grave.
Not understanding its meaning, he asked back in confusion, Huh, what do you mean?
It explained that he was memorizing the battle plans.
Bingathu was still puzzled. Are those battle plans that difficult? Lu Wang replied, Of course they are difficult for Lord Yen Wang.
Hearing this, Bingathu was extremely astonished. Looking at his face scratching his head, she secretly thought to herself, how could anyone be that stupid? Lu Wang continued, Normally I would be the one to stand out and explain it simply. But this time I have no idea what got into him. Seeing Yen Wang struggling like that, Lu Wang was extremely amused and laughed out loud. He wants to escape the reputation of being brainless, which is why he is struggling so hard right now.
Isn't this just like digging your own grave? At this rate, it is like digging a tomb and closing the coffin lid yourself.
Yen Wang, sitting far away, still heard every single word clearly and muttered in protest, I am not brainless.
Brain. I do have a brain. Just then, Baiyu entered with a tall man and asked, Has Lord Yen Wang finished everything? As soon as he saw her, he happily jumped up and cheered, Baiyu. She pointed to the man beside her and introduced, I have invited a protector monk here to help you resolve the mission. The man then greeted, Hello, I am Autumn, a level 0 protector monk. Hearing this, Bingatha could not help but be stunned, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as he gasped, For seasons? Lu Wang next to him was still completely dazed and asked, What is 4 seasons? He explained that protector monks from level 1 to level 3 are divided into 3 tiers of power, where the lower the number, the stronger they are. Lu Wang asked Bingatha, Did that guy just say he is level 0? Bingatha replied, Yes, level 0. In our entire country, there are only 4 people called the 4 seasons. Bingatha continued, When 12 armors C appeared, I almost called them over. As for the person in front of us, he is the 3rd strongest in the 4 seasons. 4 seasons, Autumn. He patted his biceps and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, you can just call me a hero. At this moment, Baiyu asked, Lord Yen Wang, have you memorized the entire battle plan yet? This question instantly dampened Yen Wang's cheerful mood. He scratched his head in panic. Baiyu, actually, about that. Suddenly, Autumn used both of his hands to tightly grab. Shaking his hand, he exclaimed excitedly, Nice to meet you, hero. I hope you will look after me in a truly heroic way. Yen Wang looked at him with a dejected expression and softly replied, I'm sorry, but I still haven't. Mua Thursday completely ignored him, still joyfully babbling, friendly talking on our very first meeting, how generous indeed, ha ha ha. Yen Wang still didn't give up and continued, about that operation, I haven't. But this time, Mua Thursday directly hoisted him onto his shoulders. His radiant, energetic face was in stark contrast to Yen Wang's pale face. He laughed out loud, Now that preparations are done, let's head straight into battle while it's hot. In a truly heroic way. He even pointed at him, then turned to ask Baiyu, Is this gentleman's ability search and track? He can't fight at all? She replied, Yes, please protect him from those corpses. Just trust me, in a truly heroic way. Mua Thursday left after saying that, decisively closing the door and walking away. A moment later, Lu Wang finally spoke up, Why do I hate that hero stuff so much? Is that just a habit of speaking? Baiyu teased, Quite a personality, huh? He immediately retorted, Personality? More like a shark or a whale. Well, I should get going too. Having said that, Lu Wang also lazily hovered toward the door. Bingatha called out from behind, Take care, sir. After Lu Wang left, Bingatha asked in confusion, Lord Yen Wang said he can't fight anymore? She replied that in this operation, they decided to conceal the abilities of Yen Wang and Lu Wang. He was still a bit anxious, so he asked further, But Ms. Baiyu, it seems Yen Wang hasn't prepared for the operation yet, right? This was exactly what she wanted. Baiyu gave a sinister smile, laughing that she purposely made it extremely difficult.
She added that it served him right, since he let his staff go on vacation despite having so much work to do. This made Bingatha get goosebumps, thinking to himself that she really did make it difficult on purpose. Back to Yen Wang's situation, he was being carried on Autumn's shoulders, running like the wind. As they reached a door, two staff members on duty immediately shouted, "Uncle Autumn is here, open the rooftop door." Right after that, Autumn and Yen Wang successfully ran up to the rooftop, or to be more precise, the one carrying them was always Autumn, while he got a free ride. Suddenly, he leapt off the edge of the rooftop and plunged downward. Yen Wang's face grew even paler as he weakly asked him, "Why on earth did we have to go to the rooftop?" Naturally, Autumn's reply was simply, "That's how a hero does it." "Hero my foot." But his scolding was completely drowned out by that booming ha-ha-ha laughter. The moment he made a powerful impact on the ground, he even shouted with exhilaration, "Hero landing." Meanwhile, Yen Wang was draped over his shoulder like a fish out of water. Lu Wang, standing nearby, asked anxiously, "Lord Yen Wang, is this guy even sane?" But at this moment, his head was spinning in a dizzying whirl, and with a darkened expression, he replied, I don't know, I don't want to think about it anymore, my head hurts so much." At this moment, he laughed out loud and asked, "Ha ha ha, where are we going?" He immediately pointed his hand toward the east. Autumn praised excitedly, as expected of a master tracker. Only then did Autumn set him down on the ground, then turned to ask the man standing beside him, "Nephew, is everything prepared?" The young man quickly replied, "Yes, but there is nothing much to prepare anyway." "How about on your side, uncle?" Autumn excitedly said aloud. "Let me introduce you, this is the master tracker recommended by Miss Bayou." He walked over politely, "Hello, I will be in your care." But before he could finish his sentence, his expression immediately turned sour upon seeing his face. His tone was not friendly at all. "Oh, is that the idiot?" Yen Wang also quickly recognized him and greeted back, "Is that you, scum?" He instantly yelled in anger, "Who are you calling scum?" Seeing this, Autumn became even more excited. "He likes to put his arm around my shoulder, so it turns out he knows my grandson too. This is just too coincidental." "Well, let's set off." Yen Wang pushed him away in annoyance, crying out, "Grandpa, don't just push me around." After that, the two of them departed. Leaving him standing there alone, his face grew even darker. His deep eyes seemed lost in calculation. At night, in the middle of a forest, a shrill, angry voice shrieked, "Damn it, so annoying." Jian Chan cursed in rage, "What on earth is this smell that won't wash off no matter what?" Demon Centipede nearby asked, "Are you talking about the smell of Lord Lu Wang's saliva?" He snapped back irritably, "Of course, that was so dirty." She thought for a moment and then asked, "Isn't that thing used for marking?" Jian Chan did not believe it and immediately retorted, "It was probably just a playful lick, and besides, that Yen Wang had completely changed his ways, looking just like a madman, didn't they see?" Suddenly, the two antennae on Demon Centipede's head twitched as if she had just sensed something. She immediately whipped her head to look outside. Jian Chan asked in confusion, "What is it?" Her eyes filled with murderous intent. "I just felt a vibration. Someone is about to enter the building." At this moment outside the building, just as Demon Centipede had sensed, all three of Yen Wang's group were hiding there. He pointed inside the ruined structure and said, "Jian Chan is hiding in there." Autumn excitedly praised, "Ha ha ha, excellent." Then he immediately stood. Jumping up, he pretended to be heroic, but his grandson said, "Go carefully." Yen Wang looked at him in surprise and asked, "Aren't you coming along?" His face briefly showed fear, scratching his head as he replied, "Don't you see only the three of us are on this mission? The scholar's holy shroud of Uncle Thursday, well, experience it yourself and you'll see, I will keep watch here." Yen Wang pointed at him suspiciously and warned, "Hey scum, I don't know what you are plotting, but don't you dare stab us in the back, watch out." After that, Autumn and Yen Wang began to enter the old abandoned building. He was left alone, standing with crossed arms, unclear of what he was thinking. At this moment, he recalled what his colleague once said. According to him, he threw a punch like this and boom, finished off Satu in a flash. His eyes grew sharp as he sneered inwardly. A tracking master? Ridiculous.
If there is a conspiracy, the shady one is you. Do you think I am a novice? Let's see who has the sharpest eyes.
Suddenly, the rustling of forest trees echoed around, making the sound even more creepy in this atmosphere.
He tensed up, spun around, and shouted, "Who's there?"
But looking back, he saw no one but himself. He frowned and muttered, it felt like someone just arrived. Indeed, his intuition was not wrong, Lu Wang was hovering right in front of him. Feeling that he might have been seeing things, the guy turned around and wondered if he had misheard the sound of the wind. Lu Wang stood in silence, seemingly lost deep in his own thoughts.
"Lord Lu Wang, may I trouble you for a moment?" He recalled Bai Yu asking him that earlier. She wondered if Yan Wang was truly determined to memorize that combat guide. At that time, he asked her back if she was intentionally making things difficult for him. Bai Yu was not too surprised when Lu Wang questioned her so directly. She replied that since he already knew, Yan Wang, even if he wasn't brainless, would still take forever to learn such a complicated thing. Lu Wang felt slightly annoyed and warned her, "Don't do that next time, or I will scold you." Knowing when to stop, she immediately apologized. He then asked, "But why did you call me back earlier?" She then explained, last time an incident also occurred in my area, including both the harbor and the factory. All the damage information was leaked to the corpses. If processed according to the standard procedure, we would probably have to wait until we repel 5 waves of their attacks. But furthermore, casualties have already occurred, so we can no longer afford to delay. Holding the documents in her hand, she said seriously, "The 2 suspects I have my eyes on will both be included in this mission." He looked grim, recalling what Bai Yu had once asked, "Please have Lord Yan Wang and Lu Wang directly monitor and judge them." Hearing Bai Yu say that, he immediately understood her intention. The one being sentenced was a traitor. Bai Yu's gaze was extremely cold. She placed her hand over her heart and firmly declared, "I will personally deal with him." Lu Wang grimaced, muttering, "A traitor," while thinking that Bai Yu had only narrowed it down to the 2 most suspicious people for now. Suddenly, the profile of the protector monk captain's face appeared with a smirk. Lu Wang secretly assessed, a fellow whom anyone looking at would sense his cunningness and craftiness. On the other hand, the smiling face of Autumn gave him the impression that the other guy was obsessed with being a hero. Lu Wang floated in midair looking down at him, just as he turned around and immediately froze in shock. "Oh, Lord Lu Wang?" The man below silently observed, "Their tendencies are completely opposite, making it hard to predict, so I must observe further." Meanwhile, Yan Wang followed behind Autumn, thinking, "This human has quite an intense taste." With a probing gaze, he muttered to himself, stepping directly into the tiger's den without any hesitation or flinching. Looking at his humming attitude while walking, Yan Wang felt suspicious. Is he confident because of his true strength? Otherwise, he must surely be an arrogant fool. He scratched his chin and pondered, what was his mission again? Acting useless, seemingly to deceive those 2 traitors or something. Suddenly, while Yan Wang was lost in thought, whatever, I don't care. But from behind, a purple, pale arm suddenly pierced through the wall and thrust outward. A living corpse burst out from there, growling while swinging its fist. Meanwhile, Yan Wang screamed in panic, "Ah!" In his mind, he thought, time to act useless. The living corpse showed its hideous face, opening its wide mouth to intimidate him. However, what it faced was the fake face of Yan Wang along with the words uttered one by one, about to die. "I can't walk anymore. Help, someone save me." The movie king, with tears still welling up, passionately continued his act of terror, "Save me, please." Witnessing that scene, the living corpse broke into a cold sweat, staring wide-eyed and thinking to himself, "What is this? Why are you overacting so much? Did I scare the wrong person?" Right at that moment, Autumn rushed over to shield Yan Wang, shouting at the living corpse, "You evil corpse, how dare you bully the weak?" Meanwhile, he joyfully asked, "Did you come to rescue me?" Immediately after, he loudly shouted, "It's time." The hero made his move, causing the living corpses to freeze. In his heart, he thought, Autumn, pacifying Yan Wang. "Master, the battle begins now." Narrowing his eyes, he warned, "Stand firm, do not lift your feet off the ground." Those words left Yan Wang completely dazed, not understanding what was happening.
Autumn stomped his foot hard on the ground and shouted, "Or else you will die." As soon as the words left his mouth, countless brilliant yellow leafy trees immediately grew from the floor. Autumn raised his golden scythe high, unleashing the technique, sin harvesting, bountiful crop. At the same time, a small patched puppet appeared in front of him. It emitted light, enveloping the living corpse that was springing up to attack. Next, Autumn swung his scythe vertically through the puppet's body, splitting it into two. On the other side, the living corpse was also instantly split in half, just like the puppet. Drenched in sweat, Autumn squinted and asked Yen Wang with a smile, "Phew, are you all right?" "That is why I told you to stand firm." Then he looked over and saw him still standing still, staring wide-eyed at him with both hands hidden behind his back. Autumn scratched his head in embarrassment. "Sorry about that, it's just that every time there's someone who doesn't listen, and then they end up injured or dead, so I'm a bit sensitive about it. I wasn't trying to act like a hero." Seeing this, Yen Wang offered a bright smile and replied, "Though I don't understand any of this, it's fine. I'm not hurt at all right?" Hearing that, Autumn withdrew his magic, strode forward and laughed out loud with delight. "Ha ha ha, so lucky. That is how we completely wipe out those corpses." Meanwhile, Yen Wang tightly gripped the sword behind his back, thinking to himself, "Phew, that was a close call. I was almost discovered." Then he also lifted his feet to walk, wondering in his heart, what would happen if I accidentally lifted my feet? So curious. Yen Wang secretly analyzed that there must be a reason why he usually walked alone like that. If the person standing here were not him, they would definitely be dead by now. To one side, Lu Wang spoke up to comment, quite worthy of being called the Four Seasons. Hearing his voice, Yen Wang turned around and asked, "Why are you just getting here now? Being lazy, aren't you?" He glanced over and sneered, "While your superior works to the bone." Working, while his subordinate was slacking off, made Lu Wang annoyed and retort, "I am working too. Don't tell me you forgot our battle plan." Suddenly, Yen Wang turned his head with suspicion. Seeing this, Lu Wang asked in confusion, "What's wrong, sir?" He stared intently for a long time, then said, "Smell, there is a smell of blood." Yen Wang looked toward the wall at the end of the room and continued, "The smell is so strong, it doesn't seem very far away." Just as he deduced that someone must be imprisoned in this direction, Autumn placed a hand on Yen Wang's shoulder and said, as expected of a master tracker. He squinted his eyes and commented, "You even know whether they are being imprisoned or not." Yen Wang then demanded, "All right, let's rescue them first." But Autumn brushed it off, "No. No," his face became gloomy and determined. "I have more urgent business, that destructive jerk." However, Yen Wang did not agree either. "What are you saying? Someone is being captured." After a moment of silence, Autumn pointed at his wrist and explained. "Actually, the device I am wearing is always recording, so that we can broadcast scenes like punishing the wicked later on." That left Yen Wang completely confused, then he heard Autumn continue. "It is only natural that you find it hard to understand." He narrowed his eyes and explained. "That is what makes a hero, there must be viewers and supporters to be called a hero." With a forced expression, Autumn said, "Do you know how to make the public recognize and respect you? You must know their needs. Of them." After that, he swung his fist into the empty air, exclaiming how cool and refreshing it was to beat the villains to a pulp. Yen Wang stared blankly as Autumn continued his reasoning that saving people later would not be too late, since the mortal realm is now reversing into hell itself. Autumn turned around and asserted that no one cared about the victims anymore, nor did they need to know who the villain was. With his eyes wide open with a demonic look, Autumn made it clear that the world is only curious about how we destroy them and cheer for us. He emphasized, as a hero, then took another step forward, laughing out loud, "Ha ha ha, well, let's go find them." On this side, Yen Wang was still uneasy, so he ordered, "Lu Wang, the smell of blood is coming from the west, go look for humans." Hearing this, it immediately replied, "Yes, and what about Lord Yen Wang?" He tracked Autumn's departure with his eyes and answered, "Let's see, I'm still busy thinking." Seeing this, Lu Wang anxiously called out, "Lord Yen Wang." But he calmly reassured, "Don't worry." His gaze turned cold. Yen Wang said, "If he is a sinner, he must also be sent to Baiyu." Then he walked away and promised, I already made a promise, after all. Lu Wang watched him go, sweat breaking out, thinking to himself, he must be really angry. But even so, we must first identify who the traitor is. He observed the backs of Yan Wang and Autumn, curious in his heart about how Bai Yu would handle that guy. Hopefully, she won't disappoint Lord Yan Wang. After that, Lu Wang transformed into human form. He narrowed his eyes, smiled with excitement, and murmured, it has been a long time since my last mission, so a little effort is well worth it. Then, he disappeared from his spot as if he had never been there. Somewhere, a red light cast upon a dark wall. A corpse wearing an apron and a chef's hat was swinging its arm, chopping something. The cleaver slammed heavily onto the table, making flesh and blood splatter everywhere. The chef corpse used both hands to roll something in front of him, then threw the red sphere down onto the pile of finished products at his feet. Nearby, inside an iron cage, two imprisoned people looked out in fear. One of them whispered, Mr. Park, we are going to die, aren't we? Mr. Park, dripping with sweat, replied, what do you mean die? Even if we are dragged away by a tiger, we must try to stay alert. But the young man beside him, with dark circles under his eyes like a panda, dirty and exhausted, replied in disbelief, the rescue team didn't even bother to come. Don't you see? Why would they care about people like us? We are definitely going to die. Hearing this, Mr. Park quickly turned and scolded him in a low voice, Shoo. You brat, is there no way to survive just because no one is saving us? Trust me, I think differently. On the side, the boy curiously asked. So what do you plan to do with that monster? Mr. Park pulled a small knife from his coat and replied. Originally, I brought a knife for self-defense, but up until now, I haven't had the chance to use it. Then he looked at the busy chef corpse working tirelessly, continuing. That guy is about to finish processing the goods, maybe it's almost our turn on the chopping block. Mr. Park looked at the young man beside him and plotted. Wait until he is distracted, use this to stab him hard in the back. Aren't they called corpses? We will make him completely dead. He grinned wildly. Once you get out this time, you must live a good life. Giving up drinking, looking for a job, but before those words could even finish, something brushed past. In the blink of an eye, the young man was struck right in the middle of his forehead by a cleaver, lying motionless on the floor to the absolute, stunned silence of Uncle Park. Right after that, a harsh scolding echoed, so noisy. The chef corpse with his eyes sewn shut clung to the cell door, grumbling, you dying wretches. He adjusted his chef's hat and sighed, give up on escaping. Uncle Park's face turned pale, sweat pouring down like rain in front of the threats. The corpse continued to threaten, if one or two addicts disappear from this slum, no one will care anyway. He sneered and asked, right? Who would ever go looking for trash? Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from the ventilation duct right above his head. Next, the ventilation duct cover fell, knocking off the chef corpse's hat. He quickly put his hat back on and shouted angrily, who is it? Then, he stared into the deep, dark ventilation duct and asked, are you hiding in there? The chef corpse looked up at the duct and yelled, I know it's you, come out right now. On the other side, someone tapped Mr. Park on the shoulder, making him jump. Su Jin put his finger to his mouth, gesturing for Mr. Park to stay quiet. While the living corpse chef was still busy muttering, clearly, there was a sound coming from in here, the two of them quickly ran away. A moment later, in the tunnel, a fluorescent light flickered, and water dripped down from the ceiling. Mr. Park stood behind Su Jin, feeling puzzled as he watched him peer forward. Suddenly, he noticed his entire body was trembling, so he asked with concern, student, are you okay? Thank you for saving me, but why are you trembling so much? Su Jin turned back, his face pale, trying to force a smile as he replied, no, it's nothing. Other than you, uncle, is there anyone else imprisoned here? Mr. Park lowered his head sadly and said, the friend of mine who was just killed and I were the last two people here. Now, I am the only one left. Then, he gave a forced laugh and blurted out, you are a protector monk, aren't you, student? Thank you for the rescue. To be honest, half of me had already given up. Lonely people like us never dared to hope that someone special like you would come to save us.
Hearing this, Su Jin was wide-eyed in astonishment. He quickly protested, "What's so special about me? I am also."
Then he paused for a moment before adding, "I am just as lonely as you are, uncle." Su Jin recalled the earlier moment when Yan Wang rested his head on his hand and asked, and he had replied that he wanted to join the operation. Sitting on his chair, Yan Wang looked at Su Jin and warned him that the place they were going to seemed quite dangerous. But at that time, he had replied, I know. Afterwards, Yan Wang asked again, "But why do you suddenly want to participate?" Sweating and not daring to look directly, Su Jin explained that the gangster they had just met was a member of the organization that used to imprison him. He recalled the words of the scar-faced man under Jian Shan, who had mockingly put a hand on his shoulder and asked if he knew what had become of his friends now. Choking up, he continued, hearing those words, my past thoughts came rushing back. Su Jin clenched his fists against his chest and said resolutely, Lord Yan Wang, please help me this time. I want to find my friends. But Yan Wang only rested his chin on his hand, staring at him in silence for a long time. Seeing this, Su Jin trembled even more. Suddenly, he muttered, Humph, if Bai Yu or Lu Wang find out, they will strongly oppose it. You can't even take care of yourself, so how can you help in combat, understand? Su Jin lowered his head dejectedly and replied, yes. However, Yan Wang continued, so, just don't get caught. His words made Su Jin widen his eyes, almost unable to believe it. With sharp eyes, Yan Wang instructed, I assign this mission to you, Su Jin. Go search for your friends, but absolutely do not let anyone find out. At this moment, Su Jin looked ahead and muttered to himself. If successful, even though his whole body was still trembling uncontrollably, his will had become resolute, and he would surely be accepted as a subordinate by that lord. Then, Su Jin and Mr. Park quietly conversed with each other. One suggested going this way, and the other agreed, completely unaware that the chef corpse was already standing right behind them. He grinned maliciously, thinking to himself how foolish these humans were. At the same time, he focused on sensing the sound waves forming images of the two people below. He proudly assessed that his shroud power was sound mapping. Even if he couldn't see anything ahead, just a single small sound would be enough for him to hunt them down to the very end. Then, he raised his right hand and spoke in a low, grim voice. It was not by chance that Lord Jian Chan had entrusted him with managing these humans. Thinking of this, he let out an ecstatic shriek. Humph, as for the two of you, I will mince you into even smaller pieces. But at the exact moment he struck down, Lu Wang appeared. Right after that, both of them vanished before Su Jin and Mr. Park could notice anything unusual. He turned his head and asked in confusion, What did you just say, mister? But he denied it, nothing. On the other side, the chef corpse swung his cleaver into thin air and began to doubt reality. Sweat dripping, he said in confusion, the kitchen? Why am I back here? Behind him, Lu Wang crossed his arms and wondered, Su Jin, what is that kid doing here? Quickly, he rested his chin in his hand and dismissed it, sigh, forget it. It must be another scheme of Lord Yan Wang. I'll have to nag him about this again. Hearing the voice, the chef corpse panicked and turned his head toward the source, but he saw nothing. Only he remained in the kitchen. The chef corpse spoke up in doubt. There's clearly someone. Or is there not? There's no sound at all. Suddenly, Lu Wang stood nearby, turning his back to the corpse and saying, Your shroud power is ruined, utterly useless, useless. Instantly, the chef corpse spun around toward that direction and shouted loudly. Who is there? But Lu Wang had already appeared in the opposite direction, replying with folded arms. As for the shroud, its functions change in countless ways depending on one's perception. He picked up a knife and continued. For instance, with my always activated shroud, using shroud power to reverse the past is far too difficult. Next, Lu Wang made it clear that even if time was successfully reversed, losing memories was still very dangerous. Lu Wang raised his sharp sword high, smiling as he added, That is why I keep researching deeply into my shroud incantation. After thinking for a long time, he glanced sideways, smiled, and said, Losing memories is inherently restrictive, but it can also become a weapon. White smoke spread from Lu Wang, enveloping his body as he stood opposite the chef corpse and asked, Do you understand what I am saying? He leaned close under the living corpse's chin, flashing a contemptuous smile. I am always standing right in front of you, yet you cannot remember me. In the smoke, Lu Wang smiled wickedly and taunted, you can hear my voice, but you can never remember that it is me. With a cold gaze, he ran his hand along the sharp sword's spine and struck, I have erased all memories of me from your heads, which is why you can only sense but cannot see. Immediately after, a loud sound echoed as blood splattered onto Lu Wang's smiling face. He brushed past the chef corpse and said, thanks for the cooperation. Then, he smiled brightly with great delight and added, anyway, you won't be able to remember it. With that, the chef corpse collapsed face down onto the floor, a knife still embedded in the top of his head. From the darkness, Lu Wang spoke, see you in hell. On this side, Autumn walked ahead of Yen Wang and said, hero, let's go hero. He grinned excitedly, so that's how it is, Up ahead, wait right there, you corpse, I will vanquish you heroically. Suddenly, Autumn spotted the leader of the protector monks and asked suspiciously, oh, kid, why are you here? He sighed, glanced to the side, and commanded, Uncle, you must not step through this gate. Faced with that, Autumn broke into a sweat, looking awkward as he asked, what are you saying? There's a corpse inside. But the leader replied, Uncle, let that corpse go. He gave a threatening look, if this gate is opened, things will get very rough. However, Autumn only smiled mysteriously, my child, what are you talking about? How could I ever let you go? Standing nearby, Yen Wang suddenly spoke up, hey scum, are you really a traitor? The captain exclaimed, he really is Bayou's insider. Hey you idiot, make a deal with me. Yen Wang listened indifferently as the man continued, forget everything you heard and saw today, it's extremely annoying anyway. Hey kid. The man shouted, 10 billion won. The captain of the protector monks is offering a deal with open arms, just keep your mouth shut. A transaction in clean cash. Hearing this, Yen Wang's face darkened as he remained silent. Did not reply. On the other side, he kept talking incessantly to persuade, I know what I am doing right now is enough to send me straight to hell, but to me, the image of the business built by my family is what matters most. If you still feel the money is not enough. Before he could finish his words, Autumn threw a punch as heavy as a thunderbolt straight into his stomach. The captain of the protector monks was sent flying backward, completely unable to defend himself. Autumn frowned and cursed, I have no idea what kind of nonsense you are talking about. Mr. Master, please come in. Yen Wang's eyes remained vacant as he thought, just look at this kid. After that, Autumn pushed the door open and stepped inside, with Yen Wang following closely behind. Jin Chan was currently chewing ravenously on a red sphere, eating until his face was completely messy. He turned his head with an annoyed expression and said, what is it? I told you not to let anyone in. Suddenly, Autumn flared up in anger and shouted, You there, so it turns out you are the mastermind. Jin Chan narrowed his eyes, looking completely clueless about what was happening. At the same time, Autumn unleashed a golden energy, raising his fist and shouting, Don't even think about being forgiven. Meanwhile, Yen Wang calmly stood still, both hands in his pockets. He summoned a golden scythe, slashed once, and barked, How dare you even try to seduce my grandson? On the other side, Jian Chan raised his hand and shot out a colored energy beam. No, hissing through the teeth, stop playing innocent, Autumn. Suddenly, Lu Wang appeared right between the two, standing next to Yen Wang and blocking their attack. He squinted his eyes with a smile, remarking, It's too obvious now, isn't it? Do you still remember Bayou's mission? Red glowing energy flared up around Yen Wang as he replied, Of course, I must remember. The captain of the protector monks broke into a sweat, secretly thinking, I tried so hard to hide it. Lu Wang simultaneously blocked two moves launched by Autumn and Jin Chan, saying, The rat's tail is exposed now. Do you still remember Bayou's mission? Yen Wang coldly replied, Of course, I must remember. The captain of the protector monks raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, You are a traitor, exposed. He recalled the day he accidentally found out about it. The captain of the protector monks glanced to one side and murmured to himself that Uncle Thursday was a traitor, despite having no passion for this protector monk profession. Looking at Autumn smilingly answering the interview, he thought he was still shocked to learn that his uncle had other thoughts. Afterwards, the captain of the protector monks lamented, but beyond that emotion, he ran his hand through his hair and gritted his teeth in anxiety. If Bayu found out, their company would be ruined, and the captain of the protector monks knew well that it was pure selfishness. At that moment, Yan Wang appeared with a look of astonishment. He instantly realized everything was just as he had guessed. Bayu had indeed sent someone. She will definitely investigate everything thoroughly. The subordinate once reported to the protector monk captain that they were also producing goods. He glanced at Jianchan and Autumn, silently thinking to himself. No matter how many times he tried to stop him, his uncle ignored it and continued to associate with the corpses. Now, seeing Autumn appear at the door, the protector monk captain silently assessed the situation. Clearly, his uncle knew that his own conspiracy was gradually being exposed. He knew that money had to be used to handle the issue, yet his uncle still continued his betrayal. He gritted his teeth, staring straight ahead. And he thought, now we even have to tribute that idiot to the corpses. How frustrating, what should we do? The protector monk captain waited in his mind. Bayu said he has no combat capability, which seems reliable. On the other side, Autumn swung his golden scythe to attack but missed, raising his suspicion. Looking at Yan Wang's glowing eyes and his body shrouded as if by the night, the protector monk captain concluded, those trusted by Bayu cannot possibly be ordinary. Leaning his back against the wall, he muttered, Bayu, just how far-sighted are you after all, damn it. Jian Chan leaped high into the air, intending to strike down on Yan Wang from above. He waved both hands, condensing pink energy and shouting, extreme poison. And he continuously slashed down at Yan Wang, but he kept stepping back to evade. Jian Chan gritted his teeth, slashing out in an arc. From above, Autumn mocked him, asking how he had not caught a single target yet, calling it truly pathetic. Hearing this, Jian Chan angrily cursed, telling the bastard to stop nagging and fight properly. But he was only met with his disdainful gaze. Autumn kicked and attacked Yan Wang with irritation, saying that despite working together so many times, it was still the same, and urged him to look closely. Afterward, he unleashed a golden palm technique down upon his head, arrogantly stating that this was the pinnacle of a protector monk. A series of golden palm winds rained down, causing thick smoke and dust to rise below. Autumn bellowed, proclaiming that autumn of the 4 seasons had arrived. Next, he landed on the ground with his sickle, raising it high and gathering all his strength to swing and build momentum, preparing to attack Yan Wang for the second time. Autumn shouted with full confidence, Feng Yan Ji Zi, first style. A parabolic slash from the side lunged toward Yan Wang, while he still calmly stood in place. He raised the sword, which was still in its scabbard, to block. Immediately, Autumn's attack vanished like a thin layer of smoke. Witnessing this, he broke into a sweat, terrified and doubtful as the opponent blocked with only one hand. 2938-2938. Suddenly from behind, Jian Chan rushed forward and shouted, "Get out of the way!" He opened his mouth to spit out a pink mist and yelled, "Poisonous gas!" The toxic smoke surged and rose right in front of Jian Chan 2938-2938. Enveloped by the smoke, Autumn snorted in anger and scolded, "You damn toad, you should warn people before attacking." Looking at the pink mist, he muttered, "The previous poison hasn't cleared, yet you spray more toxic fog." Carrying his scythe, Autumn smiled and said, "It's over." 2938-2938. But a voice suddenly echoed in denial, "What are you saying?" Hearing that, Jian Chan bared his teeth and cursed, "This only blocks his vision, you idiot." Hearing this, Autumn broke into a sweat and asked suspiciously, "Your poison is extremely lethal. If anyone accidentally inhales it, how could they possibly survive?" Jian Chan anxiously explained, "That only applies to ordinary living things, but what we are facing." He stared at the man gradually emerging from the pink smoke and continued, "Is Yan Wang, no matter how strong the poison is, it is useless." Those words startled Autumn, who asked, "Yan Wang? The great Emperor Yan Wang?" Beside him, Jian Chan confirmed, "It is him, you fool. I will use all my strength to fling you high into the air, use your ultimate move to ambush him." After that, he got into position, waving both hands to summon pink magic, and unleashed the skill, Absolution of Sins. At the same time, a pink water jar appeared in Jian Chan's hand. He activated Poison Dome and splashed all the water inside toward Yan Wang like a pink tidal wave. Jian Chan laughed confidently as a wave resembling a tsunami surged forward. Watching the wave cresting over his head, he roared, "Under this water pressure, even Yan Wang will have to lift his feet off the ground." On this side, Yan Wang's eyes turned freezing cold. Killing intent flared up as he glared through the gap of the water wave and slashed out a spiritual light. At that very moment, Jian Chan's body was sliced vertically. The tsunami he was so proud of was also cleaved in half by Yan Wang's sword chi. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere as Jian Chan screamed in agony. Taking advantage of his distraction, Autumn instantly appeared beside Yan Wang and swung her scythe. He taunted, "You can cut water, but you might not be able to stop me." Autumn instantly closed the distance and shouted, "Close-range blast." But as soon as the words left his mouth, Yan Wang blocked his shoulder firmly with one hand. Seeing this, Autumn thought in panic, "I was hiding well behind, how could this happen?" In the blink of an eye, Yan Wang threw a powerful punch straight into his face, completely distorting Autumn's bewildered expression. He was knocked backward, coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Immediately after, his entire body was sent flying backward. Autumn was blasted far away by just a single punch from Yan Wang. However, just as he was about to land another blow, Jian Chan suddenly rushed in from out of nowhere, reaching out with both hands to grab Yan Wang's back leg. Exerting all his strength, he gritted his teeth and tightly hugged his leg. Yan Wang cast an ominous glare with his red demon eyes toward him, then kicked Jian Chan away like a sandbag. Despite this, he still managed to raise his head and roared loudly, "His foot is lifted, now is the time, do it." Immediately, Autumn summoned his scythe and the golden puppet. He thought to himself, "Shroud power automatically destroys everything off the ground. As long as I burn this puppet, everything in the air will be incinerated along with it." His eyes bloodshot, Autumn screamed, "Take this," and slashed wildly. He rushed forward, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and shouting, "Autumn Festival." He raised his scythe high, his eyes glowing yellow with confidence, "Bumper Harvest Death, second form, Autumn." Then, he unleashed 3 slashes with his scythe toward the front and commanded, "Harvest." Autumn gasped for breath, blood still flowing from his nose and mouth as he stared intently ahead. As the dust and smoke gradually cleared, Yan Wang was still standing in the same spot, holding his sword, completely unharmed. Witnessing this scene, veins bulging all over his face, Autumn thought in utter horror. How could my entire onslaught be completely blocked? How is this even possible? On this side, Yan Wang sheathed his sword, glanced over, and prepared to answer the question. His attack. Humph, parrying it just by swinging the sword quickly? This made Autumn even more suspicious. It was so fast that it was unbelievable. Autumn opened his mouth wide and screamed, "No scholar's holy shroud, only a single sword, yet you destroyed all of my shroud power. You deceitful, cheating bastard." Autumn angrily leaped up, swinging his scythe once more, preparing to strike down as he shouted, "Show your true form now." However, Yan Wang merely looked up and coldly said, "Foolish." He drew his sword from its scabbard, his red eyes showing a calculating look as he thought, "Ah, that's right, you cannot die just yet." Afterwards, Yan Wang seemed to vanish from sight, leaping high into the air. He used the sword, still inside its scabbard, to strike Autumn repeatedly, sending him flying backward. His whole body was battered, coughing up blood, his white eyes gradually losing focus. Yan Wang stepped out of the smokescreen created by Autumn's fall, muttering, "Damn mission, the fight wasn't satisfying at all." He massaged his neck, closed his eyes, and continued to grumble, "So annoying, it wasn't even enough to stretch my muscles. I wish someone would appear so I could punch them to my heart's content." Suddenly, Yan Wang opened his eyes wide, looking forward in suspicion. At this moment, Jian Chan was standing there, drenched in sweat, his face pale and not daring to budge. Yan Wang flashed a bizarre smile as if he had just spotted delicious prey, his voice echoing coldly like hell, "Tula, Jian Chan, come over here." Jian Chan panicked and shouted, saying that no one would dare to approach with such a call. Then he thought to himself, "Damn it, this is definitely not something to be trifled with." He gritted his teeth and calculated silently, even if he was no longer as powerful as before, Yan Wang was still Yan Wang. Observing his icy face as he stepped out of the white smoke, Jian Chan secretly groaned in misery, feeling even more terrified.
He immediately used magic to heal the slash on his abdomen while analyzing the situation in his mind, knowing that Yan Wang had never been known to forgive anyone being caught meant certain death. His eyes suddenly flared with ferocity as he made a desperate decision. Since death was unavoidable, he gathered a large red sphere, about the size of a grapefruit, between his hands. The energy condensed rapidly, compressed until it was only the size of a table tennis ball. His pupils contracted, and Jianshan screamed loudly, "Then at least I must take one of your arms, Yan Wang." Just as he finished speaking, he launched the energy ball forward like a comet. The energy rushed ahead with violent power, transforming into a giant pink toad with its mouth wide open, ready to swallow Yan Wang. Jianshan burst into excited laughter, thinking to himself, "Take this, all the power I have accumulated over all this time." On this side, when the red toad was only about a meter away, Yan Wang lowered his stance, placing his hand on the hilt of his sword. On the other side, Jian Chan bared his sharp teeth, croak croak. "Taste this defeat. The deadly poison melts everything in its path, come on if you dare." Yan Wang maintained a calm expression as he watched the pink liquid close in right before his eyes, then the layer of toxic gas slammed directly into his face. That scene made Jian Shan begin to doubt life, with question marks everywhere. A moment later, Yan Wang's entire body was completely enveloped by Jian Chan's highly toxic gas. With his smooth bald head, he widened his eyes in surprise, not dodging at all. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Giving up your entire thick hair to attack, leaving Yan Wang completely naked. If I dodge it, I would feel guilty." As for Lu Wang, he also hurriedly flew over to cover his private parts, screaming, "Ah, Lord Yan Wang, keep your dignity, keep your dignity." Seeing this, Jian Chan could not understand at all. "Is that the only reason you dove straight into the poison?" Yan Wang replied with an indifferent face, "What do you mean, just that?" "You toad, thick hair is extremely important." Those words made Jian Chan extremely furious, widening his mouth to curse, "Am I a joke to you, you brainless fool?" With cold, sharp eyes, Yan Wang declared, "I hand down the sentence." But Lu Wang broke into a cold sweat and reminded him, "With that appearance, who on earth are you going to sentence?" Jian Chan knelt flat on the ground, tears streaming down as he listened to him continue, "Sinner, you killed people ruthlessly and even turned them into goods." Hearing this, Lu Wang could only think helplessly, seriously. Yas Wang maintained an indifferent face, continuing, "Throughout this time, you treated others' lives as objects, so I will also treat your crime as a real commodity." Having said that, Yan Wang leaped up, raising his sword over his head and looking down. He thought to himself, "Just in time, the hell containing poison is currently vacant." Then he slashed a line along Jian Chan's body, saying, "Go down there and use your own body. Day and night, spit out extreme poison to serve as raw material for hell." With his head split vertically, Jian Chan gaped in death and received Yan Wang's sentence. As for the term, he pointed to the pit under his feet that he had just created and said, "Until this place is piled thick with leaves." Lu Wang hurriedly flew over to cover his sensitive spot, shouting out loud, "Oh my god!" Finally, Yan Wang concluded, filled to the brim. Somewhere, a corpse with several lumps on its head growled, "Coo coo coo." Behind him, Su Jin hid in the shadows, watched him run away, and said, "Just a bit further and we'll reach the exit." Hearing this, Mr. Park anxiously asked, "Student, are you okay? Earlier you were bitten by that corpse, you are bleeding so much." At this moment, Su Jin looked down at his arm, uttered a confused "ah," and then his eyes welled up with tears of fear. Seeing this, Mr. Park quickly called out, "Student." After that, Su Jin burst into tears, screaming loudly, "Blood, blood, blood." This action made Mr. Park feel helpless, thinking to himself, "Oh, you just noticed it now?" Su Jin held his arm up high and continued to shriek, "Blood, blood, blood." Beside him, Mr. Park quickly reassured him, "Student, bear with it a bit more, they are coming back." However, Su Jin still opened his mouth wide as if about to scream, forcing Mr. Park to push him against the wall and cover his mouth. It would be bad if this kept up. Suddenly, both of them were pushed hard into a revolving door and tumbled inside. They both looked around in utter bewilderment. Looking at the pitch-black room, Su Jin asked in suspicion, "Where is this? Research equipment?" Mr. Park frantically ran over and slammed his hand against the revolving door, but it remained completely motionless. He cursed. Damn it, it won't open.
The room was dead silent, with a few iron cells inside. Cold sweat dripping, Sujin stared with wide eyes and open mouth, horrified to realize he had been here before.
He involuntarily blurted out. Someone is locked up here, right?
Mr. Park spun around quickly, screaming in terror.
This is bad, this door won't open.
Young student, you are a protector monk after all.
If you have any shroud, take it out.
Sujin rubbed his hands together in embarrassment and replied, there is a shroud, but it cannot be used carelessly.
Hearing this, Mr. Park wondered, why? Is there some kind of side effect?
He explained, to use the shroud, I must pay a price.
Sujin lowered his head and continued, that price is my lifespan. He imagined the scene of a horse generating a blue light.
He thought to himself, the shroud power I learned is to create a copy of anything, even if I've only seen it once. Depending on what is created, the exchanged lifespan will vary.
A nearly depleted battery, representing his life force, appeared.
Because he fell to the mortal realm and lost all his powers, the remaining lifespan of the tiny Sujin was extremely short. He raised his head, sighing, at most, just 2 years. He sweated profusely as he explained that with those 2 years, even if he wanted to make something, he was completely helpless. To the point where copying tools made by humans would take about a year, let alone anything else. Seeing Sujin's awkwardness, Mr. Park spoke up to comfort him. Oh, it's alright, I'm sorry, I didn't know there would be such side effects.
Let's find another way. Suddenly, someone inside the cell gripped the iron bars and asked, is anyone there?
That person opened one eye wide, desperately begging, help me, get me out of here, please.
Seeing someone, Mr. Park panicked, someone is trapped there, hold on, I'll get you out.
But just a second later, his pupils dilated in utter disbelief. Mr. Park fell to the ground right outside the cell, watching the person inside extend a deep purple arm outward. That person's vein-popping hand trembled, crying out, save me.
Yet, Mr. Park could only grovel on all fours, retching. Sujin stared at the trembling purple hand, asking in suspicion, a corpse?
But the other person immediately denied it. I am not a corpse, I was captured and brought here. That person rolled his eyes and screamed, they ran all kinds of experiments on me, forcing me into the scholar's holy shroud that cannot be removed. No matter how many times I resisted, it was always the same. Sujin turned around to look outside, trying to reassure him, you lunatic, wait a little longer, Lord Yin Wang is coming soon.
Suddenly, someone called out, Protector Monk.
The corpse gripped the iron bars tightly and shrieked, bring the Protector Monk here. With wild, crazed eyes, he screamed, Protector Monk. Protector Monk. Sujin watched in shock as he went mad and cursed, damn corpses. Damn corpses. Damn corpses. Damn corpses. He tried to calm him down, calm down. But the corpse grew more and more out of control, shouting wildly, calm down, crazy calm down.
He laughed, my body feels like it's about to split open.
Suddenly, his eyes rolled back, and he gasped, ugh. Ugh. Then, he collapsed onto the cell floor, completely motionless. Sujin covered his mouth in terror, thinking, he's dead. Next, he helped Mr. Park up and urged him, hey mister, wake up, we must get out of here, hurry up.
The man continued to cough repeatedly.
Suddenly, Sujin froze when he heard a voice calling, brother.
In a nearby cell, someone called out, Brother Jean.
Instantly, Sujin turned his head towards the voice.
Amidst the darkness, that voice slowly echoed again, are you really?
The half-spoken sentence left Sujin completely stunned.
The person continued to ask, are you Sujin?
Sujin stood frozen like a stone upon hearing his name called, his mouth wide open in utter speechless shock.
A sudden thought crossed Sujin's mind, shouldn't they be happy to see each other?
At this moment, he saw someone in a cell, their body bruised blue and purple, clothes in tatters, sitting curled up, staring up with wide eyes. Sujin sighed inwardly, but his throat felt completely dry. Meanwhile, the other person's eyes welled up with tears, filled with pure astonishment. Sujin thought to himself as he saw the scar-covered face of his old friend, calling out in panic, Xianwu.
Sujin choked up, silently lamenting. He could only make a dry, rusty metal-like sound and muttered in doubt, "Xianwu?"
Su-jin recalled a few years ago in the confinement area, where two thugs repeatedly struck a sack on the ground with maces. In the corner of the room, a group of people huddled together in fear. Su-jin covered his ears, his face filled with agony as he sobbed. Nearby, two men whispered to each other, "They beat him so brutally today. He was probably caught while trying to escape, what a fool." Suddenly, a middle-aged man turned and pointed at Su-jin, scolding, "Shut up! Did you forget that those thugs absolutely hate the sound of crying?" On this side, Su-jin's tears flowed freely, leaving him able only to weep in silence. Seeing this, the man grew even angrier and barked, "You were beaten last time too, weren't you? Shut up right now, stop crying." With those words, Xianwu, who was standing nearby, patted Su-jin on the back and muttered in confusion, "How strange. When those thugs were beating and interrogating us, then." He looked at the man with irritation and questioned, "You weren't even there, nor were you beaten, so why are you talking like that?" Hearing that, he gritted his teeth angrily and cursed, "You disrespectful brat, what if I like to talk like that? Do you even know how much older I am than you?" Suddenly, a thug wearing a dress shirt and slacks, who looked like the leader, glared at them and shouted, "Gather up!" He kicked a sack on the ground to make an example of them. "Do you see the consequences of attempting to escape? There is no mercy." After that, he turned around to leave and ordered the scar-faced man, "Whoever among you catches the runaway and hands them over to me will receive a special reward for such betrayal." Dismissed. One person clutched their bag of goods, drooling, while everyone else returned to work upon hearing the order. Seeing this, Xianwu gritted his teeth and muttered, "This is too much, playing such dirty, cowardly tricks on friends just for food." On the other side, the scar-faced man with a crew cut squinted his eyes and asked the boss, "Boss, what should we do with this runaway guy?" Hearing that, the guy replied, "I heard they are about to open a new facility, right? Bring him over there for them." As they walked out together, the crew cut guy curiously asked, "What are we bringing him there for?" The boss replied, "I don't know, maybe to turn him into goods or something." Meanwhile, Su-jin suddenly bolted up, feeling extremely sick to his stomach, and ran off as if he was about to throw up. This action made Xianwu extremely worried, shouting out, "Brother Su-jin!" The middle-aged man watched the direction the two of them were running. Hearing Xianwu call out, "Wait for me," he cast a calculating glance toward the other side. Inside the restroom, Su-jin was clutching the toilet, throwing up violently. Outside, Xianwu stood waiting, breaking a sweat as he anxiously asked, "Are you alright? Please open the door a bit." Su-jin's tears streamed down as he sobbed wearily, "Xianwu." With eyes full of fear, he cried out, "I'm so tired, I really can't take this anymore." Xianwu cast a cautious glance at the middle-aged man who had just walked into the restroom, but he still comforted Su-jin, "Brother, I understand how you feel, but..." Keeping his eyes fixed on the man, Xianwu continued to urge him, "Let's talk once you come out. If we're gone too long, those thugs will come looking for us." Inside, Su-jin wiped his tears and asked in confusion, "Xianwu, do you actually like it here? Have you never wanted to run away?" Hearing this, Xianwu lowered his head and called out sadly, "Brother." Pretending to relieve himself, the middle-aged man glanced towards Xianwu, who responded vigilantly, "Before this, I only hid in my room playing games, you know that." His hand wet with sweat from anxiety, Xianwu placed it on the restroom stall door and continued, "Living like that every single day, while here we have food to eat and a good place to stay." Su-jin bowed his head and sat in silence, listening to him hesitate. After a brief silence, a voice from outside asked, "Do you like living here?" Back to the present, inside the messy room filled with scattered furniture. Mr. Park anxiously called out, "Student, student." He stared at Su-jin's back and reminded him, "If we keep this up, we'll really be discovered, let's give up. That guy is indeed pitiful, but..." Suddenly, Su-jin stood up abruptly, threw something behind him, and shouted out loud, "This too. That's not right." Mr. Park placed his hand on Su-jin's shoulder and said, "We have tried all the keys already. Let's go outside and call the protector monk to rescue him later." But Su-jin immediately refused, "No way." He tightly gripped the iron bars of the cell holding Xianwu as if filled with anger, unable to just leave like that. Afterward, despite his tears streaming down, he still wore a face of absolute determination. Xianwu, I will rescue you right now.
Scholar's Holy Shroud. Meanwhile, on Yan Wang's side, Lu Wang asked doubtfully if it was really necessary to go that far. To which he replied, why's that? Floating in midair, Lu Wan looked at Yan Wang and voiced his confusion. I mean, that thick hair thing, do we really need to use that reason to sentence him? Next to him, Yan Wang had finished putting on his clothes and said happily, putting on clothes is indeed comfortable, there must be many ways to pass judgment. Then, recalling Jian Chan's appearance before kicking the bucket, he asked, did you catch him spacing out just now? Sometimes we have to press on their pain points.
Yan Wang sat down and continued, my mind is not empty as people often rumor. Wow, how scary, Jian Chan saved this thing. He bent down to pick up half of the red sphere and said, it is the goods. Witnessing that scene, Lu Wang frowned, sweat pouring out, and remarked, Jian Chan eating this is too terrible. Looking at the red energy rising from the half-eaten sphere, Yan Wang quietly thought, they compress humans into pills. Afterward, he crushed the sphere, silently guessing, probably two. Absorbing vitality is much easier, who would have thought that such brutal things could be seen outside of hell? Yan Wan looked into the distance, pondering, is Jian Chan's purpose in creating them to resurrect Bat Fa? Suddenly he spoke up, ha, this fellow Bat Fa is finally. Meanwhile, Lu Wang suddenly turned around in a direction with suspicion, then casually lamented, Lord Yan Wang, your fighting skills aren't as good as they used to be. This made him angry and yell, what, why are you suddenly criticizing me? Then he heard Lu Wang continue, you let that fellow Autumn escape. Hearing this, Yan Wang annoyed squashed Lu Wang down, screaming, so what? What makes you think you can criticize me? Looking for trouble? Let me give you another taste of hell. After that, Lu Wang struggled to remind him, no, munch munch munch. Its chaotic, slurred way of speaking made Yan Wang even more dizzy. He angrily scolded, what are you saying? What is it? Suddenly, a purple dark energy appeared behind him, making Yan Wang's eyes widen in recognition. Immediately after, that energy rushed to attack, but Yan Wan leaped up to dodge, while turning back to see what it was. The blow struck the floor, shattering the tiles and sending up a thick cloud of dust. Yan Wang stood some distance away from the blast, staring straight into the white smoke. He commented in surprise, I once thought he would create another dimension to hide, but this is truly beyond expectations. Yan Wang looked at Autumn's body, which had turned purple, and thought, turning himself into a corpse. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and roared loudly, Huay, then swung his fist and rushed forward to attack. This strike slammed down, causing the ground beneath Yan Wang's feet to explode, while he showed a momentary look of doubt. After flying up to evade the attack, Yan Wang secretly marveled that his speed had increased. Then he questioned himself, since he is a corpse, has his physical ability also improved as well? On the other side, Autumn's eyes glowed as he unleashed his move, Sin Harvest, Bad Crop Year. In midair, both sides continuously traded dozens of offensive and defensive blows. Yan Wang displeasedly questioned, what does one who once claimed to be the hero of humanity gain by trading with a corpse? Nearby, Lu Wang grumbled and added that Hong Xa was also just doing it for Yang energy, as even humans become much stronger when absorbing Yang energy. Autumn frantically extended one hand forward, holding his weapon with the other, preparing himself for the next wave of attack. His eyes flashed, bloodshot, with heavy murderous intent as if wanting to slaughter everyone. Following that, streams of deep purple spiritual energy struck the ground like lightning, sending dust and smoke scattering. Seeing this, Lu Wang was suspicious, thinking that this bastard's shroud power seemed to have changed. But Yan Wang suddenly interrupted, Lu Wang, this guy has now turned into a corpse, so there is no need for me to hold back against him anymore. Next, he conjured a red snake on his left arm, glaring as he shouted, Gestation of Sin, Purple Snake Gestation. Autumn seeing this was stunned. It turned out that guy also possessed a shroud. He looked at the purple energy on his hand that was gradually dissipating and thought to himself that the corpse fire was about to burn out. After that, he threw back his head and drank the purple liquid in the glass test tube, murmuring, the duration is too short. At the same time, he thought that there was not much left, so he had to end this quickly. Then, he threw the empty vial onto the ground, shattering it in a very heroic manner.
Once again, purple energy surged from all over Autumn's body. He continued to transform into a corpse and growled, now that is real entertainment.
Purple energy surged up like fire, completely enveloping Autumn's body. Lu Wang secretly assessed that every time someone drank vital energy, they would temporarily turn into a corpse, which must be a product exclusively for humans.
Standing next to Yan Wang's hellfire, he turned his head and blurted out that this side was even more terrifying.
At the same time, he silently lamented the horrific power. Lu Wang watched the red and black energy billowing straight up into the sky and thought, the killing intent was truly surging.
Within that gaseous layer, Yan Wang's eyes gleamed brightly like a Shura demon. Lu Wang secretly marveled, feeling as though the malice of Kim Sharan was faintly lingering somewhere.
Suddenly, from Yan Wang's red killing intent, two skull shadows shot upwards. Seeing that scene, Lu Wang could not help but shudder. Even if it was the Lord Yan Wang he knew, it still looked far too dangerous. Right after that, the massive red and black aura surged straight into the sky. Gathering in the center like a red flower petal, it made Lu Wang think and startled that he was concentrating his power. Loud rumbles echoed repeatedly, and red-pink energy spread across Yan Wang's entire body, while he closed his eyes, his outfit turning red and black, his hand firmly gripping the sword. Beside him, Lu Wang broke into a sweat, asking anxiously, "Are you all right, Lord Yan Wang? You haven't been consumed by that malice, have you?" After a moment of silence, Yan Wang spoke, "Consumed?" Then he opened his shining eyes, smiling as he replied, "Me?" Seeing this, Lu Wang broke into a sweat and flattered, as expected of a monster. Then, he asked suspiciously, "Lord Yan Wang, what is that over there?" But he only nonchalantly asked back, "Is this our first time meeting?" Then he smiled brightly, holding the small snake head on his shoulder with his hand and introduced. "Greet them, Sasa, the Death Messenger, the new 12 armors see." Immediately, the snake opened its mouth, stuck out its tongue and greeted, "Sasa." This made Lu Wang shout in surprise, 12 armors see." Then, he opened his mouth wide and questioned, "Could it be that you used the soul of Kim Sharon?" Beside him, Yan Wang squinted and smiled, replying, "No, that guy is still being punished." But he quickly explained. Among the 10,000 souls he once stole, there was one soul left behind. Lu Wang looked at the snake and asked, "Is Sasa a soul that couldn't be absorbed?" Yan Wang clarified, "It's not exactly that it couldn't be absorbed, this is the child of the person he called teacher." Hearing this, Lu Wang angrily scolded, "Lord Yan Wang." But then he heard him call back, "Lu Wang." Yan Wang stroked his hair, casually saying in a dignified manner, "Everything I do is so that sinners receive their rightful punishment." Those words did not calm Lu Wang's anger. On the contrary, he fumed and reminded him, "This time, don't be too soft-hearted." On this side, Yan Wang only smiled with satisfaction. Seeing this, Lu Wang smirked and thought, his way of treating people is quite easy to understand. After that, he looked at Autumn, who had appeared high upright in front of Yan Wang. Yet he still stood tall, his posture extremely resolute. Lu Wang remarked that he always turned his firm back toward the weak. As Autumn unleashed a powerful palm strike, Lu Wang sighed in admiration, but what about against the strong? Then, seeing him draw the sword, he corrected himself in his mind, no, it was against the sinners. At this moment, Yan Wang's eyes flashed, overflowing with killing intent. He pointed his sword straight ahead as if to devour the enemy. Lu Wang silently understood, "Go taste hell." Immediately after, Yan Wang swung a powerful blue light in an arc shape. The strike slashed directly toward Autumn, who was currently mid-air. He squeezed his weapon so hard that it bled and thought, "This attack power is too strong, my hands are about to explode." Cough. Watching Yan Wang continuously attack, he secretly calculated. But it is not difficult to block the blow. Autumn rolled his eyes, setting his mind. "Come on, block it, endure a little more, it is only one step away." In his mind, he imagined the paper doll being lifted off the ground. Every time I transform into a corpse, my shroud power is amplified many times. Just need to wait for him to fly into the air. He thought of the paper doll standing on the ground, his mind distracted, then both feet touched the ground at the same time. Autumn struggled to withstand the attacks of Yan Wang, thinking, all the slashes I have ever swung. The two of them fought fiercely in the air like that. He whispered in calculation. They will all launch a full-force attack at the same time. His eyes turned white, sweat pouring down like rain. Autumn was still smug, confident in his own power. In this space, being able to block a single slash of mine is quite impressive. But can you withstand dozens of them? On the other side, Yan Wang slashed a red sword energy wave with cold, sharp eyes. Autumn still hadn't lost hope. As long as both of your feet touch the ground, it's over for you. The shadow of Yan Wang seemed to transform with each sword strike. He spun in mid-air, landing one foot on the ground. Autumn watched expectantly, waiting for both of his feet to touch down. On this side, Yan Wang placed his remaining foot onto the platform. Instantly, dozens of blue light beams blasted furiously toward him. Autumn muttered, "Touch it!" But before they could get close, Yan Wang effortlessly countered the attacks, causing blood to splatter continuously. He slashed repeatedly from left to right. Autumn kept muttering, "Touch!" Yet, Yan Wang's figure drew closer and closer, with his flesh and blood tearing away increasingly. His glowing eyes pierced through the techniques, staring straight ahead without a single blink. After Yan Wang's continuous chain of attacks, Autumn was sent flying back. His entire body was battered, a few teeth fell out, and his pupils gradually lost focus. In his heart, he cursed silently, "You bastard, your feet didn't even touch the ground at all." Seeing Autumn flying backward with smoke rising from his body, Yan Wang landed with one foot on the ground. Immediately after, he leaped up again, delivering a finishing blow toward him. Autumn spat out blood and crashed heavily onto the ground, completely losing any chance of fighting back. Yan Wang stepped on his body, causing Autumn to let out a painful groan. He pointed his sword down, saying contemptuously, "What are you doing? Knocked out already?" With eyes as cold as an Azura demon, Yan Wang growled, "Let's go, this is only the beginning." Autumn looked at Yan Wang's foot stepping on his chest, groaning, "A hero like me." Yan Wang frowned, looked down and scolded, "Foolish. Ending up in this state and you still call yourself a hero." Autumn unwillingly shouted, "A hero is entertainment, I must show them." He recalled his youth, when he bared his chest to show off his firm shoulders and thought to himself, "I always wanted to be a hero, to save humanity and help society." Sometimes, Autumn would help the elderly and young children, or save a cat stuck high in a tree, starting with the smallest things. Then he told himself to always look for anyone in need of help. Once, Autumn squatted down to look at a boy happily holding a balloon, and what he received in return was their smile. Another time, he helped someone repair a car until his whole body was covered in dirt. Autumn felt deeply that even though it was hard work, it was extremely meaningful. He had lived like that, and felt that it was indeed the job heaven bestowed upon him. Until one day, he stood empty-handed to shield a girl, facing a psychopath wearing a raincoat and holding a knife. Just like that, Autumn thought to himself that he was once again acting righteously. He gritted his teeth and took the blow from the assassin. Blood splattered onto the fierce, one-eyed face of that man. Autumn thought, at that time she thought it was just a robbery, so she attacked, but it turned out he was a suspected serial killer. Shielding the girl with his own body, he silently sighed. Both he and the young woman were injured, but fortunately, their lives were saved. Autumn said that the killer was arrested immediately after. The red-haired, red-eyed guy wore a prison uniform, standing in front of the height chart. As Autumn continued to reminisce, unfortunately, his personal information was leaked. He sat in his wheelchair, looking up at the TV screen showing the killer's image. From his family background to his criminal record, everything was publicly exposed. Afterward, Autumn looked out the hospital door, seeing hundreds of people holding up banners. Outraged citizens gathered to protest in increasing numbers. The crowd crossed the hospital entrance and headed toward the lobby. Everyone held signs filled with malicious words in their hands. Autumn, wearing a patient's gown, sweated as he said, "That was the first time I felt outraged." After that, someone handed over a card. Regret for him right in the hospital, while the surrounding area was still full of protesters gathering. Autumn sadly recounted the story of the poor female victim, the girl on crutches who bowed 90 degrees to Autumn. Then he continued, she bowed again, drenched in sweat, only hoping to pay the hospital fees for him. That made Autumn extremely awkward at the time, not knowing where to put her hands and feet, also breaking into a sweat. She thought to herself, why didn't she speak out about her own injuries? Then he asked himself, why not use the support money to pay the hospital fees? I have always been skeptical about that. Time passed quietly, the trees outside were left with only bare branches, their leaves completely fallen, and several years went by. Autumn finished work, squinted with a smile, and gave a thumbs up to the man holding a cat, who also warmly waved back at him. But upon entering the house, where a smiling photo hung on the wall, Autumn saw before his eyes a girl lying sprawled on the ground, with blood splattered everywhere. Another figure wearing a hood sat on the sofa, and that young girl was already dead. For he, the one sitting there, was the serial killer from years ago, grinning with absolute delight. At this moment, Autumn lay on the ground, with Yen Wang's foot stomping on his chest, sighing softly, as unfortunately, no one cared anymore. He continued, stating that the criminal had been temporarily released. In a rage that made him grit his teeth, Autumn spoke again, questioning whether he would return to find the victim for revenge. He thought to himself, no one. That year, Autumn's blood-soaked hand rested on the armrest of the sofa. He sat there, silently staring at the killer lying in a pool of splattered blood on the floor. With a blank, emotionless face, Autumn felt as if he had lost everything upon hearing the voice from somewhere, breaking news, the perpetrator of this murder. The television in front of him was broadcasting the news about Kong Chin Nam, who had a record of 9 prior offenses. It was believed that because the crowd gathered too densely in the hospital lobby to protest, it led to negligent management by the police. At this moment, after being beaten black and blue by Yen Wang, Autumn suddenly screamed as if to release all the accumulated resentment from his past. Ah! 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 He sprang up, rushing to attack Yen Wang and roared, "Where else can I find a wife like that?" Autumn stamped his foot hard on the ground to gain momentum, shouting with absolute certainty. Spittle flying everywhere, he angrily declared, "I still assert that heroes are nothing more than entertainment." With eyes filled only with hatred, he continued to bellow about the videos of the criminals. Then he asserted, "I will preserve their faces forever, forever, forever." Autumn stared wide-eyed like a madman, saying, "Once evil turns into pleasure." Next, he took out 3 test tubes containing blue liquid and shouted, "Everyone will eventually remember their faces." After that, he threw his head back and drank the purple liquid completely. Once again, he transformed into a corpse shrouded in purple energy, tossing the empty bottles aside and charging straight forward. He roared, "As for me, I am the hero, protecting humanity in my own way." Suddenly, Yen Wang flashed past Autumn and spoke, "Let me ask you a question." This made him freeze in his tracks, thinking in utter disbelief, too fast. Since when had he been standing right next to him? Turned out he was that strong? Yen Wang glanced back and asked, "What did the one who killed your wife look like?" Hearing this, Autumn furiously snapped his head back, his face contorting as he yelled, "What are you talking about? Red eyes, black blindfold, I killed him with my own hands, how could I not remember?" Yen Wang's cold red eye stared at him inquiringly. Then, he looked straight at Autumn and asked, "Then, what did your wife look like?" That question made him frown, standing dazed, not knowing how to answer. Seeing this, Yen Wang spoke up to remind him of the hair color and voice. However, Autumn was completely speechless. This caused Yen Wang's face to turn icy cold, but he still remained silent, waiting for his answer. Sweat poured off Autumn as he asked himself in terror, "I have forgotten." On this side, Yen Wang stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his fierce eyes asking, "Why do you not answer?" Then coldly questioned, "Or have you forgotten?" Yen Wang stepped forward and said, "Since ancient times, I also lived seeing only the sinners in my eyes." He continued speaking as he walked, "But since Li Jiyu's life was destroyed, I realized that things like sinners no longer have any meaning." Standing next to Autumn, Yen Wang added, "The most important thing is still the one who was hurt." Like the story, his eyes seemed to have clearly seen through the mortal realm. His voice turned heavy when speaking of those who died because of you. Autumn's sweat poured down, her face pale as she stammered, the more yang energy I drink, the more people there are."
But Yan Wang immediately interrupted, "Do not make excuses anymore." He unsheathed his sword and said, "No matter what the purpose is, you still sacrificed human lives in exchange for power." Yan Wang closed his eyes, murderous intent radiating around his body. At the same time, he raised his sword and declared, "In my eyes, you are no different from a criminal." Then, he opened his eyes, staring straight ahead and pointing his sword to pass sentence, "I hand down this judgment. You have lived as a hero forever, you must have forgotten how to be human." Seeing this, Autumn panicked and tried to object, but Yan Wang coldly interrupted, "In the next life, you will no longer be able to reincarnate as a human." Then he swung his sword down, bringing with it the hellfire that flared up fiercely like a hurricane. That was the third stance of the deathly bonsai, Huin Nai. Immediately, Autumn was devoured by the flames, screaming in pain, "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Hearing that cry, Yan Wang glanced over and grumbled, "So noisy." After that, he ordered, "Clean it up." As soon as the words left his mouth, Sasa enlarged its body, slithered behind him, and wagged its tail. While it was handling things up there, the murderous aura surrounding Yan Wang slowly dissipated, while Autumn gradually vanished into mist. On one side, Lu Wang happily commented, "Sasa, this kid is exceptionally kind." Hearing this, Yan Wang asked back in confusion, "So what?" "Phew," one guy after another. Seeing that Yan Wang had retrieved the scholar's holy shroud, Lu Wang asked with concern, "How are you doing?" He put his hand to his forehead, sighing and exclaiming, "Since when did the mortal realm become so messed up? It was never this bad in the past." Lu Wang explained, "Because hell has been devastated, sinners take turns to reincarnate without time to repent, so evil is rampaging more and more." Those words surprised Yan Wang, who assessed, as expected, the absence of debate is indeed the problem, isn't it? Hearing this, Lu Wang broke into a sweat, anxiously saying, "Lord Yan Wang, you aren't thinking of something weird, are you? Please don't cause any more trouble." As for him, he pretended to be foolish, humming, "Oh high heaven." Then he looked up at the sky and said, "I know you are listening, let's talk a bit." Yan Wang scratched his head, speaking as if sharing a secret, "It's also about time to restore office." Mr. Park happily turned his head and announced, "The gate has opened, if you two want to chat, wait until we escape and then continue." Yet, Zek Kui still stood motionless like a statue, coldly asking, "Get out." Mr. Park trembled, sweat pouring out from fear. Zek Kui looked down at him with contempt, "Relying on you guys." Suddenly, the entire room began to shake violently, cracks gradually appearing. Su Jin broke into a sweat, secretly worrying, "Is this terrifying vibration an aftershock of the battle?" Ngu. On the other side, Zek Kui stood right at the door, clutching her head and groaning, leaving him startled and suspicious. Zek Kui gritted her teeth, her entire body trembling in pain before crying out, "Ah, my head." Immediately, Su Jin helped Xian Wu stand up, turning his head to speak to Mr. Park. Right at this moment, Mr. Park behind him hurriedly replied, "I know." Afterwards, the whole group slipped past the demon centipede and ran outside, constantly urging each other, "Run, run fast." At the same time, large cracks appeared on the ceiling, and a few small stones began to fall. Mr. Park supported Xian Wu and said, "Let me give you a hand." Meanwhile, Xian Wu replied while helping his friend run, "Thank you, uncle." Suddenly, Mr. Park asked doubtfully, "What is going on? Why is no one chasing us?" Su Jin turned and speculated, "I once heard a story about a centipede that used to be among Yan Wang's former subordinates. It is very sensitive to vibrations and highly skilled at tracking." Hearing this, Mr. Park immediately understood. The building was shaking violently, preventing them from pursuing. Their chance to escape had finally come. The three of them rushed forward as fast as they could. Su Jin encouraged them. "That's it, just a little more effort. This way, this way." Suddenly, Xian Wu was drenched in sweat and began coughing violently, cough, cough. Su Jin asked anxiously, "Xian Wu, are you okay?" Mr. Park chimed in. "His condition doesn't look very good. You seem very close to him, young student. You even risked your life just to find him." Su Jin did not stop his pace, firmly replying, "I will find him at all costs. Because the reason Xian Wu ended up like this is because of me."
In the past, whenever I fell ill, I could only lie on a cloth spread on the ground, breathing heavily with difficulty. During those times, Xianwu was always the one sitting by my side to take care of me. He said anxiously, "Your fever is too high, we must get medicine. I will go talk to those thugs." But just as Xianwu was about to stand up, Su Jin grabbed his shirt, pulled him back, and said, "No." His face flushed red with high fever. He continued to advise, "Yesterday you were already beaten by them just to get medicine. Don't go, you will get beaten again." After that, Su Jin coughed again, cough, cough. Xianwu squeezed his eyes with a forced smile, sincerely holding his hand to comfort him. "Don't worry too much, I have a way." Seeing this, Su Jin, coughing with teary eyes, called out, "Xianwu." Xianwu walked to the door and turned his head to instruct, "Wait a bit, I'll be right back." "No matter what, I will bring the medicine back, you stay right there." Su Jin closed his eyes, lying down and breathing heavily, replying, "I know." Long after that, he still lay motionless, waiting for his close brother to return. Time passed quietly, and at that moment Su Jin thought, having waited for so long without seeing Xianwu return. He leaned his hand against the wall, struggling to stand up, and walked out into the hallway. Su Jin continued to recount, "I lay down a bit longer before trying to sit up and look for Xianwu." Su Jin's whole body was drenched in sweat, and he took each step heavily. A moment later, when he finally found him, Xianwu was standing opposite the scar-faced man. Su Jin could not believe his eyes as he saw Xianwu happily chatting with the thugs, both sides even laughing and talking very comfortably. Suddenly, the middle-aged man imprisoned with the two of them appeared beside him, pointing his finger in agitation and shouting, "I knew it, that traitor," leaving Su Jin utterly confused. Then he heard the man continue, "Look there." He stared intently at Xianwu's bulging back pocket and accused, "That swollen pocket must contain food. He clearly went to snitch to get that." Hearing this, Su Jin retorted, "Come on, Xianwu is not that kind of person because I—" But immediately after, he was interrupted by the old man calling out loudly, "Su Jin!" He looked straight into his eyes and asked, "Have you ever seen them feed anyone for no reason?" These words left Su Jin speechless, stammering, that. Resting his chin on his hand, the old man continued to fabricate, "See? No matter how you think about it, it's the same. Lately, I've noticed he's been meeting those thugs more and more. Other than snitching, what else could he do to get food?" Then the middle-aged man continued to spin his tale, "He's snitching on you. Did you ever tell him that you wanted to run away?" Immediately, the image of himself sitting in the restroom screaming flashed through Su Jin's mind, and he could no longer hold it in. He then asked, "Have you never wanted to run away?" At that moment, the person outside hesitated for a bit before replying, I like living here." It was only then that Su Jin was shocked to the point of gasping, blurted out, "Could it be Xianwu?" Realizing he had made an impact on the boy, the middle-aged man grinned and continued to add fuel to the fire. "Aside from beating people half to death, when do they ever treat anyone well? The opportunity is only now." Then, the old man placed both hands on Su Jin's shoulders, leaning close to his ear to instigate, "Run away, or they will come and grab you right now." Su Jin asked with tears in his eyes out of fear, but where are we going?" The old man glanced in one direction and slyly replied, "I know a place." On the other side, the scar-faced man waved Xianwu away and said, "Keep it up like this from now on, all my stress is completely gone." He bowed 90 degrees and obediently replied, "Yes, yes." With one swollen eye and a face as messy as if he had just been beaten to a pulp, Xianwu still cheerfully called out, "Call me whenever you feel uncomfortable, I'll be right over." Afterwards, he quickly ran back and shouted, Brother, look at this." With a beaming face, Xianwu bragged, "There is no medicine, but I got some more food. Eat this to regain your strength." But the room was completely empty. The person who was supposed to be lying there with a fever had disappeared. He called out in confusion, "Brother Su Jin." In another room, the ventilation vent cover had been placed on the floor. Su Jin was currently struggling to climb up. He crawled into the ventilation duct with great difficulty. As he dragged himself forward, Su Jin broke into a sweat. He grumbled, "It's tight, but not to the point of being impassable. Fortunately, I caught a glimpse of that iron door before, so sacrificing my shroud power wasn't in vain." Suddenly, he smelled a strange scent and grew suspicious. There's a smell.
This place really leads to the outside. Hang in there, maybe.
Before he could even finish his sentence, a hand suddenly reached out from behind, calling loudly, "Brother!
Brother Sujin!"
Hearing that voice, he panicked, thinking, "Arg, how did they catch up so fast?" He immediately turned around and shouted, "Go away!" Behind him, Xianwu had already squeezed half of his body into the vent. He exclaimed in surprise, what is this place, brother?
Is it an exit?"
He also tried to squeeze in, but because it was a bit difficult, he cried out, "Oh dear, it's so tight. Let's go together, I want to follow you too." However, Su Jin scolded him, "Don't follow me." Those words made Xianwu widen his eyes, freezing on the spot. Su Jin turned his head back and questioned, "You sold me out to those thugs, didn't you, traitor?" Xianwu tried to explain, "When did I ever do that, why are you suddenly?" But he was still kicked by Su Jin to push him away. Suddenly outside, a middle-aged man pointed to the ventilation shaft and shouted out an accusation, "Over here, guys, there is a guy escaping right here." Xianwu turned his head in shock, doubtfully hearing the crowd shouting, "He hasn't gone far, stretch your hand out and we can grab him right away." Meanwhile, Su Jin whispered in shock, "This voice, that middle-aged man tricked me." After that, a thug grabbed the hem of Xianwu's pants and yelled, "Got him!" He tried hard to cling to the pipe, screaming, "Let go! Ah ah!" Seeing this, Su Jin hurriedly reached his hand backward and shouted loudly, "Xianwu, take my hand." He stared at the hand outstretched in front of him, calling, "Brother Su Jin," and then heard him urging, "Hurry up." Suddenly, something seemed to flash through Xianwu's eyes. Su Jin, coughing deeply, begged in agony, "Please, just take it." Along with the shout, "Pull him out," Xianwu was dragged backward. The hand reaching out in front of him also drifted further away. Su Jin panicked to the point of crying, repeatedly screaming, "Cough, cough, take my hand Xianwu, if you get pulled out you will lose your life." His coughing constantly rang in Xianwu's ears, but the latter remained silent. Then, he struggled to reach into Su Jin's pocket, making him ask suspiciously, "Xianwu? What did you put in there?" Then he frantically pleaded again, "Hey Xianwu, take my hand." However, Xianwu had given up resisting and was dragged outside. Just before being completely pulled away, he called out, "Brother Su Jin, I." His whole body trembled, eyes welling with tears as he spoke words contrary to his heart, "I like living here, don't worry about me anymore." Just as Xianwu was about to say brother, he was suddenly yanked out of the ventilation shaft. Su Jin remembered how Xianwu had been dragged away like that. Inside the shaft, his tears rolled down endlessly as he heard the sounds of beating outside to let me escape. The sounds of punching and kicking continuously echoed through that narrow passage. In Su Jin's mind at that moment, only Xianwu's tragic screams echoed without end. Standing outside the collapsed building, Su Jin thought lonely to himself, "That was the day I chose not to trust friends, the day I left behind the most important thing, I am a fool." Tears falling uncontrollably, Su Jin collapsed, tightly clutching the paper packet in his hand and admitting to himself, "No, a foolish rat, the first meal to be eaten." He recalled that inside the crumpled paper, once opened, was half a cookie. Su Jin choked up, realizing it was actually half of his friend's life. Thunder and lightning roared, shaking a corner of the sky. Yan Wang folded his arms, looked up, and said, "Ah, so that's how it is." Lu Wang standing nearby curiously asked, "Were you reinstated?" But he just smiled sheepishly and replied, "They told me to stop talking nonsense up there." This left Lu Wang utterly confused. Then what is there to laugh about? Yan Wang then continued, "They also said as long as my power exceeds Debei's, it is considered self-reinstatement." The more Lu Wang listened, the more confused he became. If you're talking about power, does your majesty mean restoring your strength to how it was before? How could that even be possible? But Yan Wang raised two fingers and replied, "There are two ways." Then he spoke with absolute certainty. First is to create a miracle, while imagining turning two bones into two people and thinking of doing something earth-shattering. Next, his mind drifted far away to the lunar eclipse, secretly calculating, like using his own shadow to swallow the moon. Those words made Lu Wang angrily shout, "What? You can actually do that?" Yan Wang laughed and replied, "Who knows? Back in my golden age, the number of times I achieved power this way could be counted on one hand.
Hearing this, Lu Wang curiously asked, then what is the second way?
Yan Wang closed his eyes in thought, placing value on existence.
Lu Wang was dumbfounded. Why is that so vague?
While Yan Wang rested his chin on his hand nearby, sneering in contempt, it's just because you don't understand, you really are slow on the uptake.
Those words did not make Lu Wang angry at all.
He immediately admitted, hearing those prophecies from the gods, I must raise my hands in defeat.
Yan Wang narrowed his eyes and explained, well, to put it simply, we just need enough subordinates to return.
Enlightened, Lu Wang praised, Oh, Jiu and Dehei are already considered your subordinates.
Solving it this way is just too easy.
Beside him, he confirmed, just as you guessed, the number of subordinates I need to regain my power.
Then, Yan Wang raised a finger and added with a smile, is one.
In another place, inside a pitch-black basement, Su Jin and Mr. Park helped Xian Wu stand as they gasped for breath. Everyone was completely dumbfounded. Sweating, he noted that the building had stopped shaking for quite a while, and that female corpse would soon catch up with them. Looking at Xian Wu getting more and more exhausted, he secretly thought that Xian Wu's physical strength was running out, and if this continued, they would all be caught. Then, Su Jin turned to suggest, Mr. Park, please take care of Xian Wu.
This statement left him confused, wondering what this student was talking about.
Hearing his explanation that she would catch up at this rate, Su Jin made up his mind and said, I will stay behind to buy some time, even if I have to use the scholar's holy shroud. Xian Wu tried to raise his head, weakly pleading, you don't have any shroud power left, let's go together, staying behind is too dangerous. Suddenly, a violent noise echoed from the ceiling, making all three of them look up and startle.
Su Jin immediately instructed, there is no time left, Xian Wu.
Although my shroud power is not strong, it is still enough to buy some time. Trust me. But Xian Wu still wanted to stop him, but... He frowned with deep anxiety, brother, I still have so many things to say to you.
Don't die before me.
Sweating, Su Jin reassured him, what do you mean die? Why would you say that? Xian Wu's eyes filled with tears, his emotions overflowing as he emphasized, brother, I am serious. Seeing this, Su Jin also smiled happily and replied, I know, I promise.
Then he ran off, not forgetting to call out, Uncle Fa, go straight out of the door, towards the right side.
Meanwhile, he was still filled with anxiety, young student, but what about the side effects of the scholar's holy shroud? But Su Jin only looked back, flashing a confident smile. That smile made Uncle Fa daze for a moment, young student. Then he helped Xian Wu up to leave and shouted loudly, Ah no, Master Protector Monk, rest assured and leave this to me. Let's go, young man, put strength into your ankles. Su Jin kept his eyes fixed on the direction they had left. Right after that, he knelt on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He wiped his mouth, thinking to himself that he was exhausted, and had truly reached his limit. When left alone, he silently calculated his next move. Shaking all over, Su Jin clutched his chest and told himself that if he used the scholar's holy shroud once more, he would surely die. Suddenly, the image of teary-eyed Xian was still trying to smile while being dragged from the ventilation shaft flashed in his mind. Su Jin clenched his fists with determination, knowing that dying would be better than experiencing that same situation again. Still kneeling on the ground, he stared straight ahead to encourage himself, telling himself not to abandon Xian Wu out of cowardice again. Su Jin watched the water droplets dripping from the ceiling and thought, he remembered watching in movies how the protagonist, left all alone, would face the horde of living corpses and press the self-destruct button. He looked up and lamented, thinking how cool that scene was, and now it was his turn. Right at that moment, Demon Centipede suddenly appeared from behind and kicked Su Jin hard, making him let out a painful groan. Demon Centipede rushed forward, glaring and questioning him, why are you the only one left? Where is my experiment subject? She looked around, assessing the situation. Did they run away? No loyalty at all. Meanwhile, Su Jin fell to the ground, whimpering in pain. Suddenly, the antenna on Demon Centipede's head twitched slightly. She closed her eyes to sense and said, they ran in that direction, so they haven't gone very far yet. Suddenly Su Jin interrupted, surely you won't leave me behind to chase after them, right? Hearing this, Demon Centipede replied disdainfully, do you think you have that much value? Sitting flat on the ground, Sujin tried to buy time. I've already seen what Xianwu went through in the experiments, why are you still chasing after her? With a face pale from exhaustion, Sujin sneered sarcastically, or are you trying to find a way to remove the shroud? At the same time, he thought to himself, the wound right now. This is too critical. He clutched his flank, where blood had already soaked a patch of his shirt, silently weighing his options. If the shroud power had not shown any side effects yet, he might just die of blood loss first. The opportunity would only come once, it would be better to lure her extremely close. Then Sujin endured the pain that caused sweat to drench his entire body, saying, I have a way. In his mind, he silently calculated that he must deceive her, then continued, aren't you curious about my shroud power? Zekui glanced to one side and replied curtly, no, there is nothing to be curious about. I only believe in what I personally test. She turned to walk away and added, see you in the next life, you hold absolutely no value to me. Suddenly, a soft whooshing sound echoed through the dark night, causing Zekui to turn her head in deep suspicion. Sujin raised his hands in surrender, saying, sorry. Suddenly I remembered Jianshan, and wondered in my heart why I sacrificed myself as bait. Surely Xianwu wouldn't understand either. He recalled the days sitting in front of the computer, a period of loneliness that seemed to drag on forever. Sujin sighed inwardly, there was only one place to vent all his anger and resentment. On the screen, a message popped up, stupid rat kakajigan, GG? Stupid rat kakajigan, can't understand what GG is, stupid rat kakajigan. Sujin realized what he had gained after those battles with keyboard warriors. He typed away at the keyboard, deeply lost in thought. Zekui turned around and asked in confusion, Jianshan, why are you bringing up that toad? Sujin cleared his throat, thinking to himself, provocation ability, then replied, nothing special either. I heard him say among your crowd of corpses. He looked up, flashing a mocking smile, there is one guy who fails miserably every single time he tries a test. In his heart, he secretly hoped, take the bait. Hearing this, Demon Centipede widened his eyes in surprise, his face turning pale with anger as he growled, what? Sujin took advantage of the momentum and continued to make things up, every attempt is a total failure. The guy is just completely clueless, not even knowing what kind of system is running. Demon Centipede cast his eyes down, threatening in a low, grim voice, say one more nonsense word and see what I do to your limbs. Suddenly, Sujin. His eyes lit up as he cut in, oh, sorry about that, so it is you, while looking at the bloodshot veins filling her eyes and thinking, she lost her temper, but it is still not enough, just a little more. He lowered his head and added, oh dear, could it be? Then Sujin smiled mockingly and said, is that it? Immediately, Demon Centipede rolled her eyes in anger, yelling, shut up. What the hell does that toad know? With blue veins bulging, she screamed, I have never failed once, everything is just a stepping stone for my grand success. Afterward, she grabbed Sujin by the neck, lifted him up, and cursed, how could foolish things like you ever understand my legacy? How massive was it? At the same moment, he raised his hand, channeling shroud power into his palm and whispering to himself, this is the moment. A detonator slowly materialized. Sujin thought shroud power could copy anything he had ever seen, dedicating his entire remaining lifespan to recreate it. Sujin's eyes were filled with determination as he recalled something he had seen in a movie, the detonator of career. He clenched it tightly in his hand, glared down at Zekui, and roared, your career ends here, farewell. She stared in disbelief at the detonator in Sujin's hand as it hissed and sparkled. However, in the very next second, it went completely dead, emitting only a harmless puff of white smoke. Witnessing this, Sujin stood frozen in shock, unable to believe his eyes. With tears welling up, he mentally lamented, oh no, turns out the thing in the movie was just a prop. Zekui then pinned Sujin against the wall and barked, your shroud power is just as useless as its master, how could you be so foolish? She widened her eyes, condensing a pink energy flow on her right hand, planning to strike, then go die. But Yan Wang suddenly appeared behind her like a ghost, asking, who dies? With his pupils and green veins about to pop out from rage, Yan Wang gritted his teeth, who is stupid? Zekui immediately spun around, thinking, so there are reinforcements too.
But Yan Wang, standing behind, placed his hand on her back, reminding her, don't look back. You look like you're very angry. Let me ask you again. He furiously hissed through his teeth, is the one who must die me? Hearing that, Zekui glanced sideways and thought, what is he saying? Does this lunatic think I called him stupid? How dumb.
Standing behind, Yan Wang was not even as tall as Zekui's back, but the pressure emanating from him was extremely heavy as he questioned.
Why isn't he answering?
Panicking, she broke into a sweat and thought, her body unable to move. This guy was too strong, she couldn't win in a head-on clash. Then, she slipped her hand into her sleeve to search, secretly planning. Her only option left was to provoke him to throw him off balance, so she spoke up, why such a strong reaction to that question?
She then continued to tease, could it be that people often call you brainless? Hearing him murmur a low yeah, she rejoiced in her heart, it's actually true. Demon Centipede pulled out a pink energy orb and secretly fantasized, good thing I still have the bomb made from Jian Chan's venom. One hit and he's dead. Who knew that stupid toxic toad would actually be useful now? Suddenly, Yan Wang opened his mouth to protest, no way. When I go out, many people praise me for being very smart, you know.
This statement surprised Zekui a bit. She thought to herself that he was truly foolish, so she would provoke him once more and take the opportunity to throw the bomb. After that, she threw a stone that pierced through Yan Wang's head. She jeered that hitting his head might even make a thunderous sound, causing him to cough up blood. While Yan Wang was still in shock with tears welling up in his eyes, the pink bomb was thrown, glowing right above his head. A massive explosion erupted, and pink smoke spread everywhere. Zekui laughed delightfully, shouting that indeed, she had hit his sore spot. She opened her mouth wide, excitedly mocking, a goldfish is much smarter than you idiot. Suddenly, Lu Wang spoke up from behind her, that's a bit harsh, making the demon centipede jump in surprise. He angrily demanded, apologize to the goldfish, then secretly wondered to himself. The demon centipede turned her head, stammering in fear, Lord Lu Wang, why are you here? Did you chase Team Thursday all the way to this place? Suddenly, her face turned pale as she realized a problem. Oh wait, if Lord Lu Wang is here, then. In the remaining white smoke after the explosion, Yan Wang stood there and made a sound, hic, hic. Seeing this, Demon Centipede was suspicious, wondering if the one crying hysterically inside was actually. Suddenly, Lu Wang grabbed Su Jin's collar and flew out into the clear blue space, calling out. Lord Yan Wang, this mouse has fainted, I will take him back to hell first. As soon as these words were spoken, Demon Centipede screamed hysterically. No. Lu Wang, don't go yet. Wait a minute, give me a chance to explain. Lu Wang angrily turned his head and scolded. Can't you see Lord Yan Wang is traumatized? You better watch out. Good heavens, I don't dare to look, bye-bye. Immediately after, Demon Centipede's panicked voice cried out. Lord Lu Wang. Suddenly, from amidst the cloud of smoke and dust, Yan Wang's voice rang out. Traumatized? What trauma? That's not even the truth, so why would I be traumatized? Those words made Demon Centipede break out in cold sweat. Yan Wang wiped his tears and said, It's just that the toxic smoke is too stinging to my eyes. Meanwhile, Demon Centipede silently thought to himself. How could Yan Wang be affected by poison? He is definitely traumatized. A tear sparkled like a diamond on his eyelashes. Suddenly, his pupils dilated and twitched violently, blue veins popping up all over his face. Yan Wang roared in fury, this time, I promise to hand down a fairer judgment than ever. Only Zekui quietly commented, where is the fairness in this? This is just an explosion of rage. Right after that, she turned her head in terror to flee and screamed, even breathing gets me beaten, shroud. But Yan Wang's continuous chain of punches and kicks had already descended. He shouted aloud, fair judgment, venting anger. After being beaten black and blue with her face distorted and deformed, Zekui groaned, you have changed, yet the beating still hurts as much as before. Sob, this is so unfair, I didn't even do anything. On this side, Yan Wang was so angry that tears welled up as he screamed, it was you who hurt the child inside me.
Then his inner voice immediately retorted, "What nonsense are you talking?" But he shouted again, "Beating you to break that habit. Despising others and having one's inner voice agree." Indeed.
Yan Wang swung his fist, enveloped in the energy of hellfire, and struck.
"The judgment is extremely fair and objective, take this."
Afterwards, outside the building, Mr. Park, who was holding Xianwu, saw an explosion like an atomic bomb erupting at a corner of the construction site. In the blink of an eye, the entire building collapsed amidst thick dust.
Sweating profusely, he muttered in bewilderment, "What fairness? I don't understand at all." Then, Yan Wang suddenly appeared beside him and asked, "Do you guys know Sujin?" Mr. Park looked at him with curiosity. May I ask who you are?"
Meanwhile, Yan Wang observed Xianwu and replied, "Well, just like a protector monk."
"That's all you need to know. Is he injured?" "Let me see." Seeing this, Mr. Park immediately asked, "Can you see if he can be cured?" Yan Wang contemplated and observed for a long time, then silently assessed, "What is this? The problem with this kid does not lie in his injuries."
Seeing the tiny blue flame on his chest, Yan Wang thought that his entire body had almost no life force left, and his life was hanging by a thread. Even though his first hell had the power to heal all physical wounds, but the flickering, weak flame led him to conclude that life force, the essential power of life itself, would be extremely difficult to recover. Yan Wang wondered in mild surprise, how could he have lost so much life force? Right at that moment, Lu Wang rushed out of the spatial rift and shouted loudly, "Lord Yan Wang, something big has happened." He turned around and asked urgently, "What? What's wrong?" Lu Wang replied, "Sujin, he cannot recover." The words made him freeze, asking in return, "What? What's wrong with that kid now?" Lu Wang looked at Sujin, who was kneeling on the ground holding his stomach, and reported, "There is a problem with the life force out here. Su Jin's issue is related to his lifespan, and the first hell cannot restore lifespan for him." Hearing this, Yan Wang broke into a cold sweat of anxiety. Once one's lifespan is exhausted, it is difficult to prolong life. Beside him, Lu Wang confirmed that indeed, though he himself did not understand it very well. At this moment, Su Jin closed his eyes and coughed. Yan Wang silently assessed that one thing was for sure about the current Su Jin, telling himself that he was on the verge of death. Elsewhere, 3 helicopters shone their searchlights down on the ruined building. A pilot announced over the radio, "We are approaching the target, Ms. Bayou, beginning illumination." The light swept down into a collapsed pit, where a purple figure was lying below. The pilot continued in horror, "Good heavens, the university hospital is completely ruined, something is crawling out from inside." After that, from the other end of the radio, Bayou heard a voice ring out, "Get a bit closer, we must send this to Ms. Bayou to see." This made her hastily shout, "Wait a moment, protector monk, do not go near." Strange, before the words could fully leave her mouth, the other side blurted out, "Oh my god, what on earth is that?" Immediately after, a piercing and creepy beep echoed in the earpiece, making Bayou scream in pain, "Ah!" She ripped the earpiece off, clutching it tightly in her hand, sweat pouring down from fear. Then she threw it hard onto the ground, smashing it to pieces, and cursed loudly, "Damn it!" Seeing this, someone behind her asked anxiously, "Bayou, are you alright?" Then she replied, "I feel like such a fool." Bayou rested her forehead in her hand and muttered, "I didn't expect him to move so fast, all my calculations were completely wrong." Bingathu immediately suggested, "Should I call Lord Yan Wang right away?" But Bayou replied, "We will die." Drenched in sweat from fear, she thought, "That guy is different from Xianwu. If Lord Yan Wang meets him again now." Then she thought to herself, 100% sure. The muscular man, with his bare purple upper body, looked up at the burning helicopter in the sky, matching Bayou's prediction, "Blood will be shed." She held her face and lamented, "What should we do? Whenever those two meet, they will definitely fight to the death. Or should we trick Lord Yan Wang to buy some time?" Bingatha looked at Bayou, who was muttering endlessly. "But if we do that..." While he was anxiously calling out to Miss Bayou, a sudden beeping sound cut him off. At the scene, the mercenary captain led a group of fully armed men and reported, "Young Master Ngathu, we have arrived at the scene." He looked at the ruins and exclaimed, "Wow, this is more like a battlefield, the smell of earth, the smell of dust." He then smiled and said, "Places like this are just too perfect for mercenaries like us, surely it will be much more effective than that Yen Wang guy or whatever." Back at the office, Ingatha heard him flattering, "Remember to speak highly of me to Miss Baiyu." Hearing that, he replied, "I got it. You guys just need to hold your positions." After that, a beep signaled the end of the call. At the scene, a nearby mercenary asked in confusion, "He just hung up on us like that?" The captain merely shrugged dismissively, "I have no interest in chatting with him. Anyway, my only target is that well-endowed girl." Hearing this, someone asked doubtfully, "Captain, aren't you already married?" He glanced back and replied, "So what? Once I get bored, I'll pass her to you guys right away, no need to worry." This was followed by excited gasps of admiration. Afterward, a staff member pointed in one direction and reported, "Captain, the corpse has appeared." This made him immediately lean over to look with great interest. "Huh, already? It has arrived." Amidst the ruins, the purple man was crawling out. A voice commented, "Look at his stature, he must be at least 7 meters tall. Captain, should we launch a preemptive strike?" But he rested his chin and thought, "It is not necessary yet, these giant-sized ones are usually just riffraff. Which attack style should we choose? Position B, find an opportunity to finish him off." Suddenly, the mercenary captain looked at the figure in the smoke with suspicion. As the upper half of the purple man's body emerged from the smoke, he remarked, "Oh, looking closely, his chest is as big as Bayu's." The captain smiled with excitement and asked, "You must work out a lot, huh, you piece of trash?" On this side, Ingatha heard static coming from the communication device on his wrist and shouted loudly, "Do not attack. Didn't you hear me?" Then, he turned around, sweating profusely, and asked, "Baiyu, please explain, who on earth is that corpse?" Baiyu gritted her teeth in fear and replied, "Incomprehensible, it is impossible to understand." She imagined the man's giant body covered in purple energy and thought to herself, it was a 7-meter-tall giant corpse, a chaotic force of nature, a mindless demon, and a disaster walking on all fours. With glowing purple eyes full of ferocity, that man was known for his former mission to protect Yinwang. His cold eyes stared straight ahead, Aegis, the protective barrier. In her head, Baiyu muttered, realizing this was the most terrifying thing. The man stood upright, a halo shining behind his head like Jesus, making Baiyu exclaim that he was indeed Vidra. Then she made her assessment, he was indeed Bat Fa. Amidst the pitch-black space, she revealed a name that people usually called with greater reverence. A name was uttered, Vidra Bat Fa. The corpse man raised his sharp eyes, looking down with an intimidating glare. Su Jin and Xian Wu sat next to each other, leaning tiredly against the tree. Yan Wang asked Lu Wang, "How is it?" Lu Wang replied, "There are no signs of improvement, the first hell has no effect." Right after that, the phone suddenly rang. Lu Wang asked curiously, "Who are you calling?" Yan Wang looked at the communication device on his wrist and said, "Calling Baiyu, we still don't know much about the mortal realm, so it's better to call first just to be sure." As he began, Baiyu, behind him, Lu Wang turned his head, frowning uneasily. He thought to himself, something feels strange. Looking at Su Jin, who was drenched in sweat, he silently analyzed, can someone who traded their lifespan to use shroud power come back to life? They aren't unconscious like in the mortal realm. It is already a miracle. Lu Wang suddenly thought of a possibility, perhaps he still had an unfulfilled wish. Maybe an obsession or a promise was desperately holding onto that fragile life. Suddenly, Su Jin closed his eyes, gasping for breath and denied, "No way." In his mind at this moment, the image of a pale, worried Xian Wu appeared, anxiously warning, "You cannot die before me." Then, he held Xian Wu's motionless hand beside him. He silently made a firm promise, "I won't die." Over the phone, Yan Wang anxiously asked Baiyu, "Is there really no other way?" She replied, "I am clueless too, this is the first time I have ever heard of such a thing, especially after hearing you describe it. Let me go back there, it looks extremely critical." Hearing Yan Wang's words, Baiyu hurriedly stopped him, "No, you cannot." Baiyu panic explained, "You can't come back. Ah, the mission, doing the mission must have tired you out, please rest there, I will send a support team. Hearing this, over the phone, he accepted, alright. Beep. On this side, Lu Wang pointed out, something is strange. Yan Wang also agreed, yeah, that doesn't sound like her usual self at all, as if she is hiding something. Then Lu Wang denied it, wait, that's not it. It grumbled, there is no way Baiyu would say such gentle words like, you must be tired, please rest to you. Then it thought, that must be it. Suddenly, Yan Wang shouted, no way, Baiyu must be so disappointed in me. But Lu Wang dismissed it, how could that be? To make things difficult for you, she even purposely messed up the mission details. Didn't you see that? This statement made Yan Wang's face turn as pale as a monkey's but his mouth gaping open in shock. Seeing this, Lu Wang cut him off, stop making that hurt face, it's too ugly to look at. Being ridiculed, Yan Wang furiously grabbed Lu Wang's ears, pulling them wide, and grumbled, ugh, just hearing your laughter makes me so annoyed. Despite this name, Lu Wang still laughed, ka. If Baiyu wanted to hide it, it wouldn't be easy to make her speak. Even with his face stretched, he still worried for his master. He had to ask a few protector monks for advice, but since everyone here belonged to Baiyu, it would be great if someone sided with Lord Yan Wang. Suddenly, the communicator in Yan Wang's hand rang, and a voice echoed out, Lord Yan Wang. This startled him, asking, this voice is... Li Jiyu spoke while putting on his coat, have you seen the news? Everyone is in a frenzy right now because of the summons. Behind them, Cleopatra narrowed her eyes and reminded, sister, put on this coat. After that, she announced, a giant corpse has just appeared in the city center. This news made Yan Wang freeze on the spot, while Lu Wang gasped in admiration. At the same time, Bat Fa was standing tall in front of the mercenary captain. Most notable was his cold eyes looking down, creating an extremely terrifying sense of oppression. A mercenary standing on the corner of a nearby building looked down at both of them and reported that everyone was in position. The captain raised his eyebrows and confidently ordered to begin. Immediately after, a large explosion erupted, spewing fierce smoke and fire right in front of him. When the smoke and dust cleared, Bat Fa was still standing in the same spot, completely unharmed. At that moment, two mercenaries leaped down from above, each holding an energy weapon, and continuously slashed at Bat Fa. But he still didn't bother to move. On the ground, two mercenaries rushed forward as fast as ninjas, surrounding him on both sides. They slashed furiously at Bat Fa's legs like a whirlwind, causing the captain who was watching to grow suspicious. On the other side, despite being heavily attacked, Bat Fa only frowned with annoyance. He still stood completely still, letting them continuously slash at his entire body. One mercenary laughed out loud and shouted, haha, Captain, this guy is just standing there taking the hits without even budging. It's been a long time since we've had such a high-quality punching bag. After that, he laughed even louder, but the captain slightly bent his body and backed away, sweat pouring out as he gasped, no. His pupils dilated, and he panicked inwardly, something is not right. The captain watched his team members' attacks landing on Bat Fa and evaluated the situation in his mind. Having taken so many hits without even flinching, it was indeed possible that he could stand his ground. The captain felt increasingly uneasy, but then suddenly, a massive explosion erupted, and the shockwave forced him to cover his face. The captain was wide-eyed and open-mouthed in utter shock. Even with explosions and strong winds, looking at the expressionless face of the 7-meter-tall corpse in front of him, he was certain that the attacks could not sway him, not even a single hair. The mercenary captain smirked in irritation and secretly wondered, how on earth is this possible? This is absurd. Then he realized, this was the true power. Seeing Bat Fa raising both fists high above his head, preparing to counterattack, he realized the massive gap in their levels. On the other side, Bat Fa's eyes gleamed as he unleashed the Vajra indestructible palm technique. Following up with the first form, Bat Fa slammed both fists heavily onto the ground. Immediately after, the entire area was enveloped in a dark purple energy, causing everything to tremble under the heaven-shattering earth-shake strike. A few weak mercenaries were blown far away. Meanwhile, the remaining ones, along with their captain, had to hunch down and raise their arms to shield their faces, struggling to withstand the impact of that powerful technique. Right after that, the nearby buildings cracked and began to collapse. In the blink of an eye, they crumbled with a roar, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. On the ruins behind Bat Fa, a figure in a green cloak stood watching. Bat Fa suddenly spoke up, "We meet again." On the other side, the green-cloaked man knelt on one knee as soon as he appeared, bowing his head to listen to him speak. "Lu Jia, reporting with deer antlers, both Jian Chan and that demon centipede have disappeared. Perhaps they have been lured away by Yen Wang." A moment later, Lu Jia could not help but ask curiously, "Bat Fa, may I ask you a question?" After receiving approval, Bat Fa replied, "Speak." Lu Jia stood next to Bat Fa and began to chat. "I heard that Jian Chan and Demon Centipede have been grinding their teeth for a long time." Enduring, even though he wanted to obey, he still ignored him. That statement made him speak up to remind, "What do you want to say?" Lu Jiao turned and asked directly, "Are you using them as bait?" He looked at Bat Fa, who was crawling on all fours, and said bluntly, "According to what Team Tame said, Yen Wang can now overwhelm Lord Bat Fa with just a wave of his hand. Yet, you still pushed those two out to sacrifice their lives." Bat Fa did not turn to look at him, only coldly replying, "That is none of your concern." Even so, Lu Jiao still intended to continue, but only to be interrupted by Bat Fa, Lu Jiao. At this moment, blue veins bulged all over Bat Fa's body. He continued, "Those born with a lowly life, do not get distracted anymore. Focus on the goal." Hearing this, Lok Jiak just stood quietly aside without saying another word. He sank into his thoughts, his smooth wooden face showing no emotion. A moment later, Bat Fa looked ahead with eyes full of killing intent and said, "The experiment of that centipede has failed, now there is only one way left." He glanced sideways, gritting his teeth as he said, "Eat humans alive to resurrect and seize the shroud power." Right at that moment, the mercenary captain crawled out from behind a large rock and asked in confusion, "Resurrection? What the hell are you talking about?" This caught Lok Jiak's attention. He exclaimed, "Still not dead? Looking like that, you are surprisingly strong." The mercenary captain clung to the rock, smirked, and replied, "As long as I still hold the name of the Four Seasons, do not underestimate me." Lu Jia looked confused and contemptuous, saying that arguing with him was a waste of time. That sentence made the mercenary captain so furious that green veins popped on his face, and he roared, "Shut your mouth, you bastard! I will kill all of you and make it a trophy to dazzle the women out there." After that, he began to transform, draped in a silver-gray cloak, raising both hands to generate shroud power and shouting, "Bind the sinner, underworld spell." He clapped his hands together, releasing a silver energy shockwave. Instantly, Lu Jiao was locked in stocks like an ancient prisoner. He secretly wondered, stocks? No, it looks more like an execution collar. Without any fear, Lu Jiao spoke up, "This is starting to lose its fun. Let me smash this damn thing to pieces for you to see." At the same time, a surge of energy resembling a 2D image appeared, slashing the shackles into countless vertical pieces. However, Lu Jiao was still tightly bound by the shackles, completely unable to break free, which shocked him. By this time, Lu Jiao broke into a cold sweat, feeling secretly anxious. His eyes heard sounds while his ears saw things. What on earth was this? On the other side, the captain laughed triumphantly and explained, "Mixing the senses is my shroud power, but ending it here would be too boring." After that, a silver energy resembling lightning descended upon Lu Jiao. The captain said, "If a head is to be chopped off, there must be an executioner." Immediately after, a giant monster with a lantern hanging on its head appeared, opening its mouth wide with sharp teeth. The mercenary captain grinned, his blood-stained face smiling triumphantly. "Go down to hell and eat demon food." Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out. A voice rang out, mixing the senses. Bat Fa suddenly rushed out, landing a powerful punch on the captain while praising, "Unique indeed." The direct blow sent him flying far away, stunned and unable to understand why he had been hit. With tears and snot streaming down, the captain rolled his eyes back and screamed in agony, "Ah!" Following Bat Fa's devastating punch, his body crashed heavily onto the ground far away, flesh and blood splattering amidst the thick dust. Bat Fa looked down at the captain lying on the ground with a cold, sharp gaze. He said coldly, "But first, I don't have the 5 senses for you to exploit.
Besides the sixth sense, the only other sense I have. In his mind, he added, is the sense of taste. With that, Bat Fa grabbed the captain's legs and lifted him high up. He then spoke slowly in a voice filled with killing intent, but it only tastes death. Finally, Bat Fa put the prey into his mouth and took a bite, causing flesh and blood to overflow through his fingers and fall to the ground. Compared to the beginning, he had become much more violent. His halo flashed with a brilliant red light. Amidst the bright red blood, he added, just a sweet taste. 3 mercenaries stood opposite Bat Fa and Lu Jiao. Looking at those 3 soldiers, someone spoke up, saying they would attack relentlessly even if they lost their lives. Bat Fa's eyes gleamed as he spoke contemptuously, fleshy flies, but that works too. I need more life force. Hearing this, Lu Jiao asked, where will you go after this meal, me lord? Squeezing his fist, he replied, of all the things I've consumed, the ones most filled with life force are the children. It's late and no one is out anymore, so at this hour, it's time to head to the place with the most people. Lu Jiao murmured thoughtfully, a place with many children. Suddenly, a groan nearby interrupted his thoughts, save eat me. On the other side, Bat Fa grabbed a mercenary in each hand and said, hospital. His eyes grew cold as he savored the life force from those soldiers. In Bat Fa's mind, his destination appeared, the pediatric ward. Meanwhile, Yan Wan looked at the communication device in his hand and shrieked in astonishment, what? Bat Fa is indeed Bat Fa, while Lu Wan loudly called him Lord Yan Wang. After that, he noisily urged that 12 Armor's rat had lost consciousness and might really die, asking him to quickly find a way to help. Yan Wang placed his hand on Su Jin and said that if he recruited one more subordinate, he would have enough power. However, he wondered whether this kid could still use the power in the future. Standing nearby, Lu Wang irritably replied that of course it was impossible. Only a madman would go and recruit someone who was already on the verge of death. Yan Wang broke into a sweat, asking himself in annoyance if it was truly impossible to create a miracle. Just as he was thinking to himself that there was no way left, a weak voice suddenly spoke up apologizing. Xianwu had regained consciousness by this time, his face clearly showing anxiety as he asked about the life force. He frantically said that Su Jin was in grave danger. Is it very urgent? What can I do to help now? The blue sky was clear, white clouds floated gently, and time quietly slipped away. Afterward, Lu Wan looked at Xianwu, who was kneeling on the ground, and spoke. In short, they attempted to remove the shroud from your body, and the experiment failed. Xianwu placed his hand on his chest and confirmed, that is correct, I am still wearing the cursed shroud on my body right now. Hearing this, Yan Wang scratched his chin thoughtfully. There aren't many types that cannot be removed. What is your ability that makes you say it is cursed? Xianwu reminisced and recounted, on the first day I was brought to the laboratory, I saw the person who arrived before me being dragged away. That person lay writhing on the ground in agony. He continued, they looked so painful, as if they could not make it through. They waited until they drew their last breath before they could remove it. Because of the shroud, Xianwu looked at the glowing red energy being sucked into his chest, speaking in horror. Immediately, I was forced to wear the shroud, and from that moment on, I knew I had been turned into a life force vacuum. Lu Wan uneasily reminded him. I understand what you want, but nothing can be done about the shroud power that sucks life force. Meanwhile, Yan Wang rested his chin on his hand, thinking. I feel like I've heard about this somewhere before. Suddenly, Lu Wang asked. Having your life force completely drained like this might not be the entirety of your shroud power. Do you still remember the name of the shroud? Xianwu looked up at Lu Wang and replied. Yes, I once heard a passing corpse mention it. Xianwu added blankly. The flashback is the name of the shroud. Hearing this, Yan Wang cried out in shock. The flashback. Then he continued to listen attentively to Xianwu. Asking doubtfully, do you know it? Yan Wang recalled a story. Once upon a time, there was a guide assigned to lead the dead, who was supposed to take souls exactly as written on the life and death scroll. Yet, that eccentric fellow often gave humans an extra day of lifespan as a gift. He wore a hat like a wizard, appearing everywhere on the map. His shroud power was called the temporary recovery before death.
Yan Wang knew that he turned his own life force into lifespan.
Xian Wu gasped in astonishment as he listened.
Then, he heard him say, I didn't expect to see his scholar's holy shroud here. Afterward, Yan Wang continued, you have always been exchanging your life force to prolong your lifespan, which is why they cannot take it off.
Hearing this, Xian Wu opened his mouth and asked, so, what if I use that shroud power now?
He looked at Yan Wang and asked, how much will Su Jin's lifespan be increased?
The question made Yan Wang startle in surprise. What?
His face briefly showed disbelief upon hearing his plea, please, tell me, my lord.
Xian Wu knelt on both knees, hands pressed against the ground, eyes wide open, waiting for the answer. One day.
Yan Wang supported his neck, closed his eyes, and said, that is the limit of your remaining life force. Lu Wang then chimed in, if you have any absurd thoughts now, then.
Before he could finish, Xian Wu quickly asked, how do I use it? That question left Yan Wang speechless.
Xian Wu and Lu Wang simultaneously gasped in shock, falling completely silent. After that, he begged, saying they could not just leave brother Su Jin like that, and pleaded to know how to use the scholar's holy shroud. Lu Wang immediately scolded in anger, saying this brat must be out of his mind, as using it would mean instant death. He then pointed out bluntly that even if Xian Wu died, it would only be enough for Su Jin to live for one more day, so what was the point? Xian Wu lowered his head, stubbornly replying that even one day would be enough. Seeing this, Lu Wang sighed helplessly, calling him a foolish brat. Xian Wu looked up, wore a bright smile, and said, I was originally an outdated, rustic guy. After my parents died in a traffic accident, I locked myself away and got stuck in my room for a long time. At that time, he curled up in the corner of the house, surrounded by messy clothes. It went on like that for many years, with him neither going to school nor working, which piled up his debts. Then one day, he was pushed into a room with an iron door. That was also when he realized the thugs had finally found him, and right at that moment, he met brother Su Jin. The scene before Xian Wu at that moment was of him curling up in a dark corner. He felt deeply moved, just like the image of himself back in those days. An indescribable emotion appeared on Xian Wu's face, filled with shock, disbelief, and heartache. He instantly recognized his own determination, so I could no longer pretend to ignore it. The image of Xian Wu sitting with his knees hugged in the corner flashed back once more. Returning to the present, his entire body trembled as tears fell onto his clenched hands. He choked up, what holy man or gentleman, just a selfish bastard. Just to make this life feel meaningful, I used him, but he... Then, he recalled the scene of Su Jin, with tears streaming down his face, standing outside the prison cell and shouting loudly, I will get you out right now. Xian Wu, I promised I wouldn't abandon you ever again. Following that was the image of Su Jin coughing up blood when using the scholar's holy shroud. Xian Wu knelt on the ground, bowing his head and sobbing, he treated me well with all his heart. Lord Yan Wang, please, I beg of you. He bowed his head, sobbing and pleading with his very life to let him live just one more day. Xian Wu kept crying uncontrollably. Yan Wang stood silently, his back bearing a heavy weight as he listened to those sorrowful cries. Suddenly, Xian Wu opened his eyes wide when he heard him say, just call the name 3 times. After that, he tremblingly expressed, thank you, me lord. Then Xian Wu crawled to his close brother's side, softly calling the name, Su Jin. He embraced the unconscious Su Jin in his arms. Suddenly, the memory of the day they first met flashed back. Xian Wu looked at Su Jin curling up in the corner of the room and spoke, what is your name? Do you want to know? At this moment, he held his brother tightly in his arms, sobbing as he called out, Su Jin. Then, the old memory resurfaced, with Su Jin sobbing, turning his head to shout, I already said we cannot abandon Xian Wu. Xian Wu whimpered. Then, it was a gentle Su Jin smiling to reassure him, I have enough strength to buy some time, trust me. Xian Wu's hands holding Su Jin's back trembled uncontrollably. He hugged Su Jin tightly, choking out, my brother, Su Jin. With those words, he slowly laid Su Jin down. Just then, an endless aurora-like light appeared, enveloping them both. Beside them, Yan Wang crossed his arms and promised, I will help you, at all costs. Then his eyes turned resolute, and he said, get some rest now. Xian Wu smiled radiantly amidst the enveloping aurora energy. Before vanishing into the white light, he expressed, "Thank you, sir." The next second, only Su Jin remained enveloped by the halo of light, floating before Yen Wang. Then with a bang, the light shot outward. A long while later, Su Jin sat up abruptly, drenched in sweat, gasping heavily for breath. He sat up, panting while wondering in confusion if this was the first level of hell. Lu Wang, flying beside him, asked, "How do you feel?" Hearing its voice, Su Jin looked up and replied loudly, "My body is fine, I feel really clear-headed." He stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes, and said, "When I realized the grenade was fake, I thought I was going to die in vain. I didn't expect you to bring me down to hell." Su Jin asked happily, "Is my lifespan restored as well?" "Ah, this is absolutely wonderful." But Yen Wang, standing beside him, replied, "The one who saved your life was not me." Hearing that, Su Jin turned his head in confusion and questioned Yen Wang. Upon hearing him say that Xian Wu had sacrificed his life for him to stand here, Su Jin was instantly stunned. "What?" Su Jin could not believe it and questioned in disbelief, "What do you mean? Where is Xian Wu? We were sitting next to each other the whole time." Then, he ran around searching frantically, Xian Wu, where are you?" Behind him, Yen Wang calmly recounted that for his sake, that boy had used his shroud power, sacrificing his own life. However, Su Jin still refused to believe it, only forcing a laugh, "You are joking too much." Beside them, Lu Wang bluntly added without hesitation, "That kid traded his life to give you 1 day of lifespan." He solemnly reminded, "There is not much time." At this moment, a loud shout suddenly interrupted, "Don't lie!" Su Jin grabbed Yen Wang's collar and screamed, "Yen Wang, you are lying, aren't you? There's no way you would let him die." He stood there in helplessness and poured out continuously, "To save me? Even if saved, it would only be for a single day. I brought him all the way here, and it was so painful, so extremely hard." Yen Wang let him pound his fists against his chest to release all the pent-up emotions built up inside over the past time. Su Jin's tears flowed down, choking in resentment, "I miss him so much." Yen Wang just silently listened until the end. He sobbed, "I'd rather you kill me. Why did you let Xian Wu die? Why?" He buried his face in his chest and sobbed, "Why? My brother." Suddenly, Yen Wang spoke, "I will help him." Su Jin looked up blankly, his face covered in tears and full of doubt. Yen Wang calmly continued, "I promise Xian Wu as much." Then he turned and walked away, leaving his silhouette behind as he added, "And I also promise you." His hand clenched so tightly that blue veins bulged, his voice resolute, "Within 1 day." That action made Lu Wang break into a cold sweat, completely speechless. Suddenly, a rift in space was torn open. Yen Wang stood beneath the shattered space, sword in hand, cold as a god with sharp, crimson eyes. On his side, he declared that they would see what a miracle is. High in the sky, a giant red snake was using its body to smash the wall of space. Lu Jiao looked up and thought, "Why do I feel so uneasy? Could that black energy be?" But a call cut off his train of thought, "Lu Jiao." Bat Fa crawled forward and ordered, "Go over there and check it out, I am heading to the hospital." Hearing this, he turned his head and replied, "Yes, I understand." But in his mind, he kept grumbling and complaining, always pushing me to be a shield, wanting me to be bait just like those 2 former subordinates. In the sky, the red snake continued its efforts to pierce through space. Lu Jiao broke into a cold sweat, secretly lamenting his misfortune. No matter how he looked at it, that guy's true power was completely unpredictable. Before his eyes, Yen Wang stood still with his glowing red eyes staring straight ahead. Lu Jiao secretly thought to himself, could it be that this guy was never a member of the 12 armors to begin with? Suddenly, a gust of wind swept straight toward him, forcing Lu Jiao to raise his arms in defense. Right after that, a sudden voice called out, freezing him dead in his tracks, "Hey there!" Like a phantom flickering in and out of existence, Yen Wang suddenly appeared right behind Lu Jiao and asked, "Where is Bat Fa?" Lu Jiao immediately whipped his head around, crying out in sheer terror, Lord Yen Wang, how did you get here so fast? Has 12 Armors C already become your subordinate?" That question immediately made Yen Wang quite displeased. Satisfied, he glanced back and scolded coldly,
have you guys under debase command forgotten all the rules after so long?
At the same time, he slapped Lu Jiao's face and said, once I ask.
Then he threw him hard to the ground, his voice dropping, you only need to answer.
Lu Jiao slammed his entire body onto the ground, coughing in pain.
Not stopping there, Yan Wang threw another punch with his eyes glowing red.
Just as Lu Jiao struggled to stand up, he landed another blow.
Sweat dripped down his wooden mask. Lu Jiao cursed silently. Damn it, why did they say Yan Wang had weakened so much? That damn Jian Chan.
Then he recalled Jian Chan's untrustworthy face when he once said, don't worry, Yan Wang has absolutely no power left now. Well, with such poor performance and acting so foolishly like a half-wit, I can just make up any random excuse to trick him into letting me go. At this moment, sweat gathered into drops on Lu Jiao's mask and fell down. He anxiously thought to himself, to this extent. Lu Jiao looked at Yan Wang's icy face and wondered how he could possibly fight back. Being struck with another punch, he felt bitter in his heart, so fast and so powerful. He then screamed out loud, oh my god, I can't defend anymore. As soon as those words were spoken, another blow landed straight on Lu Jiao's wooden mask, shattering it to pieces. He coughed up blood, was sent flying backward, and let out a heavy groan. While flying through the air, Lu Jiao's pale purple face was revealed. In his mind, he desperately calculated how to escape to inform Bat Fa, and then shouted aloud, atonement of sins. Following that, a chanting sound echoed, Hoilok. At the same time, the horn on Lu Jiao's head emitted a blue light. He thought to himself that his recovery power was normally accumulated in his antlers, and when needed, he only had to draw it out for use. Afterward, Lu Jiao drew his spear, his entire body enveloped in a blue light. In his mind, he calculated that he must quickly decide the victory before his antlers were completely worn down. Then he thrust his weapon toward Yan Wang, shouting loudly, Green Lu Jiao spear technique, hidden horn spear. But in just the blink of an eye, Yan Wang turned. Shifting his steps, he spun his body like a top, completely evading all of Lu Jiao's blue spear chi. After that, he vanished on the spot. Yan Wang soared above Lu Jiao's head. Sensing this, the latter broke into a cold sweat, panicking internally that he had been caught off guard, and tried to pull his spear back immediately. Then he gripped the spear tightly, pulling it back toward himself. However, one of Yan Wang's hands had already clamped onto that very spear. At that exact moment, beams of energy struck a relief depicting a demon lion's face. The lion opened its mouth, sucking the stream of air into the red cave. Yan Wang pressed close to Lu Jiao and spoke, before I pass judgment, answer me quickly. His pupils dilated, and Lu Jiao was so terrified that sweat poured down like rain, his body freezing as he cursed inwardly, damn it. Terror was stark in his eyes, feeling that his very existence had become unbearably heavy. Lu Jiao felt the red eyes staring intensely at him, his heart panicking to the point of suffocation, unable to breathe. On this side, Yan Wang glanced with his red eyes and began to summon the soul. Where is that bastard Bat Fa hiding? Then, under the starry sky, a doubtful question echoed, Children's Hospital? Lu Wang voiced his suspicion that Bat Fa's target seemed to be kidnapping children to eat them. Li Jiyu hurriedly ran down the street, wondering, good grief, don't we know which hospital it is? The other end of the walkie-talkie replied, that is all the clues we have. Suddenly she looked to her left and said, a children's hospital, there happens to be one nearby. I'll go check it out. Hearing this, Yan Wang instructed through the walkie-talkie, Jiyu, if you happen to run into Bat Fa, make sure to send a signal immediately. Stepping into the corridor and seeing splattered bloodstains, she screamed, there is blood here. Li Jiyu panicked and reported, it doesn't look like a struggle from a fight, he must be hiding somewhere. In a certain corner of the hospital, Bat Fa looked down at the child wearing patient clothes and hugging a teddy bear. He reached his hand toward the child's dazed face, whose eyes were filled with tears. Suddenly, the teddy bear fell to the ground. Li Jiyu hugged the child and dashed outside through the broken wall right in front of Bat Fa, shouting loudly, don't you dare dream of it. Then she gathered her energy, leaping into midair to flee. As she ran, Li Jiyu reported, I am trying to hold on in the air, riding a dragon or a snake is fine. Then she demanded, get here quickly. But before she could finish her sentence, Bat Fa grabbed her leg.
Suspended in midair, Li Jiyu glanced back, breaking into a cold sweat in astonishment. This distance. Did he jump up too?
Then, a huge explosion swept through the dust and smoke, forcing Bat Fa to let go of Li Jiyu's leg and retreat.
Landing on the ground, he lamented, truly a human brimming with life force.
Recalling Li Jiyu's action just now, he thought, to think she still had the strength to deliver a kick after being thrown by me.
On this side, static crackled through Li Jiyu's earpiece. BZZZT, Jiyu, I'm coming right away, BZZZT.
Meanwhile, she put the baby down and said, it would have been great if I had smashed your head back then. Bat Fa narrowed his purple eyes and mocked, train for another 10,000 years, kid, your strength is nothing to me. As soon as those words left his mouth, Li Jiyu vanished from the spot. She swung her leg, delivering a barrage of kicks to Bat Fa's head, shouting, meteor kick, as shroud power and blue light struck Bat Fa's head. The blow caused his head to smoke and forced him back slightly, but it seemed to cause no significant damage.
Yet, Li Jiyu continued to mock him. Aha, did you just stumble? How do you like this fish struggling?
Suddenly, Bat Fa leaped up, swinging his fist packed with dense killing intent, sending Li Jiyu flying and making her scream in agony. Watching Li Jiyu crash heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, he remarked, how miraculous, you are clearly a human. Bat Fa stood before the collapsed girl and said, yet, I feel a sense of familiarity, as if an old friend has been resurrected before me. He grabbed Li Jiyu's arm, lifting her high up and continued, old friend or new, as long as I get a delicious meal, it's fine. Li Jiyu was raised high into the air, unable to resist. He lay completely motionless, as if he had fainted from the previous blow. Suddenly, a red snake slithered out from somewhere, making a hissing sound. Hearing that sound, Bat Fa, who was opening his mouth to enjoy his prey, suddenly felt suspicious. The giant snake descended from above, flicking its tongue behind him. Yet, Bat Fa was neither startled nor afraid, only uttering a casual greeting, then squinted his eyes to see who had come to seek death. When he saw Yen Wang carrying the sword on his shoulder, his entire body radiating an evil aura of killing intent, he corrected his words. Yen Wang stood in the distance before him, his red shroud power spreading out, his eyes filled with killing intent as he asked, to kill me, right? In the distance, the giant snake slithered across the sky. On the ground, Bat Fa looked at Yen Wang standing before the red snake and sneered, here to punish me, to punish Bat Fa? Then he laughed out loud and asked, ha ha ha. Did Lu Wang snitch on me? Say something that actually makes sense, ha ha ha. Seeing this, Sasa turned to Yen Wang, emitting a worried hissing sound. This made him reach out to stroke its head to reassure it. I am fine, go back, it is very dangerous for you here. On the other side, Bat Fa curled his lip in contempt. Look at it, it is angry. You even took this lowly creature as your subordinate, the end of Yen Wang has truly come. When Sasa disappeared, Yen Wang stepped aside and taunted. Oh, what about you? Weren't you so afraid of facing me that you used your henchman as bait? Coward! Hearing this, Bat Fa laughed loudly and replied. Ha ha ha! What are you saying? He held Li Jiyu up and sneered. They are useful, so I sent them to meet you. When have I ever abandoned my subordinates? At the same time, she also gradually regained consciousness and groaned. Mem. Knowing he was mocking him, Yen Wang only glanced over without replying. Suddenly, Bat Fa looked at Li Jiyu with curiosity. You have been staring at this mortal all this time, is he an acquaintance? Then, as if realizing something interesting, he laughed and remarked, or is this the one you took in as a subordinate? That is truly unspeakable. Bat Fa stood tall like a wall and asked, are you still holding a grudge over that mistake back then? Meanwhile, Yen Wang appeared behind him and scolded, stop talking nonsense. Bat Fa glanced over, acting as if he was patronizing him, if you keep dwelling in the past, you will never be able to move forward. What a pity, I'm back to my old habits again. Saying that, he let go of Li Jiyu and continued, since you're willing to sacrifice even your own subordinates, you must already know my purpose, Bat Fa, right? In that case, there's no need to beat around the bush anymore. Bat Fa placed his hands behind his head and greeted, Lord Yen Wang, it's been a long time. Why don't you become my nourishment? Then, he bared his teeth with excitement as he unleashed his technique, Atonement of Sin, Vajra, and lunged forward to attack Yan Wang. On this side, Yan Wang calmly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. A crimson energy flared up as he shouted, "Purple snake, green rainbow." His crimson eyes stared coldly straight ahead. Amidst the pitch-black night, a fan-like crimson energy erupted alongside his loud roar, "Departed Soul's Rush, First Form." Immediately after, Yan Wang slashed a trail of crimson sword chi toward Bat Fa, coldly uttering, "Direct remonstrance." However, when it touched him, it instantly vanished, while Bat Fa took the opportunity to show contempt, as if it were nothing. Suddenly, he grabbed Yan Wang with his bare hands, making him groan in pain, and then Bat Fa used both hands to lift Yan Wang high above his head. Para break. Next, he slammed him hard onto the ground, the impact causing the earth to crack and shatter. That alone was enough to make Yan Wang spit blood from his mouth. Para break, but without stopping there, Bat Fa continued his onslaught. Yet this time, Yan Wang drew his sword to block the relentless barrage of fists. Despite spitting blood, he still wore a wicked smile and cursed, "Damn it. Press harder." After that, Yan Wang sprang up, unleashing his karma fire to counterattack Bat Fa. At the same time, he thought to himself that Bat Fa's scholar's holy shroud was as hard as diamond. Yan Wang silently analyzed that his opponent's shroud power, though simple, possessed an extremely terrifying strength. Look, he was still completely safe and sound behind the white smoke from the previous attack. Yan Wang evaluated in his mind that Bat Fa's diamond-like body remained unscathed no matter how it was attacked. Since ancient times, Bat Fa had always stood by his side in every battle. Yan Wang rushed forward as fast as the wind, his expression cold as he struck his former subordinate. That was the man who had once stood firm to absorb all consecutive attacks like a sturdy protective barrier. Bat Fa stood motionless as if staked to the ground, letting countless kick shadows slash across his body. Perhaps he had grown accustomed to this long ago, whether it was arrows, lightning, or surging torrents of lava. As soon as the technique ended, Yan Wang vanished from his previous position. Calling out Bat Fa, he gripped his sword tightly and charged straight towards him. In another corner, Lu Wang looked down at Li Jiyu, who was slumped on the ground, and said, he has never known what it means to be injured. Meanwhile, she coughed, unable to believe it, cough, cough, impossible. Li Jiyu turned to look at him with utter doubt, lava, lightning, how could he not receive any injury at all? Too absurd, but Lu Wang asserted it, which is why we are now talking about the side effects, he must lose his 5 senses. Recalling the scene of Bat Fa unconsciously crawling on the road, Lu Wang shared that the reason he always moves on all fours is because he can no longer feel any sense of balance. Li Jiyu sat on his knees at the spot, curiously asking, then why does he still have such excellent tracking abilities, and can even speak? Nearby, Lu Wang explained that it was because he possessed a 6th sense, which was personally bestowed upon him by Lord Yan Wang in the past. Then Lu Wang continued with a sweat, furthermore, I am not sure if he is still the Bat Fa we knew. Perhaps by absorbing too much life force, he has become far stronger than before. Hearing this, Li Ziyu, becoming anxious, is there still any chance for us to defeat him? What if we all rush in and gang up on him? Lu Wang had never thought of this either, so he fell silent to contemplate. Previously, Yan Wang had instructed, Lu Wang, wait until there is a signal. Then, he said with certainty, he must have had a plan, for now, just trust and wait. He looked down at the smoke-filled battlefield below as he added those words. On this side, with eyes flashing red, Yan Wang held his sword, carrying a murderous aura as if wanting to finish off the opponent. He dashed forward, slashing dozens of sword chi waves toward Bat Fa, then quickly slipped behind his back. After that, he spun in midair and landed gently on the ground.